Chapter 16:29. The old faker who got the 2 fruits was obviously very happy. However, he was also worried about Feng Chun. In this chaotic world, the spies of the void creatures could appear at any time. Feng Chun's potential was so great that he would definitely become a thorn in the side of the void creatures. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Feng Chun smiled. After chatting with the old faker for a while, Feng Chun returned to the Island Master's mansion. He saw Saber 3 and Lu Xiong, as well as his disciple, Tian Xian. In short, the atmosphere of the entire Green Bamboo Island was very good. It was nighttime. Outside a certain city on Green Bamboo Island, on a mountain peak that rose from the ground, 7 or 8 warriors appeared silently. Darkness covered the land, and the crescent moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. Green Bamboo Island was pitch black. Sanguinati has returned. Leader Shimo has given the order that Sanguinati is one of the people who must be killed. For our descendants to be free, we'll do it. Green Bamboo Island is Sanguinati's territory. It is heavily guarded. If we have to kill Sanguinati, we can just blow ourselves up. The few of them discussed for a while, and then quickly headed to the Island Master's mansion in the dark. In the entire Green Bamboo Island, the Island Master's mansion was the most heavily guarded, and everyone thought that it was the safest place. And it was the safest place to carry out the assassination. Who would have thought of this? Darkness covered the land, and the lights in Green Bamboo Island were already extinguished. Everyone in the Island Master's mansion had already fallen asleep. Feng Chun had also entered a deep sleep. Sha outside the Island Master's mansion. 7 or 8 captives used their own methods to kill a few guards silently. Then, they changed their clothes and pretended to be the patrolling guards of the Island Master's mansion. In this way, they successfully deceived the other guards. Soon, they arrived in front of a pavilion in the Island Master's mansion. This pavilion was where the Island Master lived. Sanguinati is inside. Let's go in. The 7 or 8 guards were about to enter the pavilion when they were suddenly stopped by the guards who were walking from afar. "Stop!" The leader of the guards scolded in a low voice. Soon after, he quickly walked to the front of the 7 or 8 captives. "What do you want?" the guard asked. "Sir, the Island Master wants us to send some things in," one of the captives said calmly. The guard carefully observed the 7 or 8 people and finally nodded. Dong said, "Hurry up and go in." With that, the guard left. 7 or 8 captives entered the pavilion. They spread out and arrived at the door of Feng Chun's room. At this moment, Feng Chun, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. "Someone's here." Feng Chun frowned. He had set up an invisible array in front of the pavilion. As long as someone touched the array, he would be able to sense it. Feng Chun used the space-time book without batting an eyelid and hid in the void. It was at this time that 7 or 8 captives quietly opened the door and rushed to the bed. Countless attacks bombarded the bed. The wooden bed suddenly exploded. "Ha! Sanguinati is dead for sure." The 7 or 8 captives laughed heartily. They didn't expect to kill Sanguinati so easily. "You want to deal with me with such petty tricks?" Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind them. The captives who were laughing suddenly turned around. When they saw Sanguinati standing in front of them, they were shocked. "Why are you here, idiot?" Feng Chun sneered and walked towards the captives step by step. "Attack together. Kill him." The leader of the captives roared and immediately launched a fierce attack. The 8 captives were all mid-level life and death realm monarchs. Although their attacks were fierce, they posed no threat to Feng Chun. Bang! A fist smashed the head of a captive near him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. And, immediately, the other captives looked at Feng Chun in shock. Swish! In a flash, Feng Chun took out the hidden star sword and used the Sky Imperial sword art. 36 sword lights rapidly shot out. Bang! Bang! Several martial artists were caught off guard and were directly pierced by the sword lights. They unwillingly fell to the ground. Only 2 captives survived. Their companions used their lives to block the sword lights, allowing them to survive. Self-destruct. Before dying, the captives roared with difficulty. The remaining two captives didn't say anything and activated their own strength, instantly triggering self-destruction. The self-destruction of life and death realm martial artists had a tyrannical deterrence. Not good, Fong Chun called out inwardly. Soon after, he waved his hand and arranged the primeval origin killing array, trapping the two captives inside. Dong! The self-destruction of the two life and death realm monarchs shattered the primeval origin killing array. Rumble! The entire pavilion turned into ashes. Fortunately, the primeval origin killing array blocked the impact, so the rest of the Island Master's mansion was safe. The deafening sound alarmed the others in the Island Master's mansion. Vice Island Master Ian Fong was the first to rush over. Island Master, what happened? Brother Fong, what happened? Blade 3 followed closely behind, and the other experts also rushed over one after another. The void creature evildoer infiltrated Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chun gave a simple explanation of what happened. Island Master, this matter is my responsibility. It's my fault for not controlling it well. Ian Fong took the initiative to apologize. Fong Chun waved his hand. It's not your fault. Void creatures are everywhere, and their methods are strange. If they hide, it's very difficult to find them. Island Master, don't worry. I'll immediately send more people to monitor every martial artist who enters Green Bamboo Island. Ian Fong said. Fong Chun nodded and left this matter to the others. He arrived at Blade 3's residence. Brother Fong, it seems like the void creatures are preparing to attack you. Blade 3 said. Fong Chun was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, if they want to kill me, they'll have to pay a sufficient price. With his current strength, even if a peak life and death realm expert attacked him, he could easily escape. Unless it was an immemorial realm expert, it would be impossible to kill him. However, the void creature evildoer came to Green Bamboo Island and self-destructed, which made him extremely angry. Green Bamboo Island was his territory, and the people who lived here were all his family and friends. If such a thing happened, he could defend himself, but his family and friends could not. I definitely won't allow anyone to hurt my family. Fong Chun clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Brother Fong, Green Bamboo Island's defense is not enough. Blade 3 said, it's a pity that I'm not a 9-star array master. Otherwise, I could set up a peerless array that enveloped Green Bamboo Island and definitely make Green Bamboo Island's defense the strongest. Fong Chun said helplessly, although there was only a small gap between 8-star and 9-star. However, the gap between them was too big. He had stepped into the 8-star realm for a long time, but he had been stuck at the bottleneck and could not break through. Fong Chun could not do anything about it. Brother Fong, don't worry too much. There are many powerhouses on Green Bamboo Island. If they want to commit murder, they have to consider their own strength. Blade 3 comforted. Fong Chen's original body chatted with Blade 3, and the demon-subduing Realm clone found the Realm Master. Realm Master, I have a request. Fong Chen said. What is it? Just now, Green Bamboo Island was attacked by the remnants of the void creature. Although I killed it in time, it also caused different degrees of damage to the Island Master's residence. My family and friends are on Green Bamboo Island, and I don't want them to be hurt in any way. Fong Chen said. Realm Master nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. I'll ask your senior to help you. Fong Chen wanted to ask more, but Realm Master waved his hand to indicate that he did not need to worry. The night was silent. Early the next morning, an unexpected expert arrived at Green Bamboo Island. Above the Island Master's residence, an old man with a white beard and a purple robe fluttered in the wind. His face was full of smiles. Opposite him, Fong Chen looked at him in shock. Speaking of which, this old man in a purple robe had a strong background. Junior Brother Fong, why don't you invite me down for a seat? The old man in a purple robe said with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, I'm sorry for being rude. Senior brother, this way please. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Last night, he was still thinking about which senior brother the Realm Master would ask to help him. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he did not expect this senior brother to be the strongest formation master in the lower realm. The only 9-star formation master in the lower realm, Emperor Purple Beard. Emperor Purple Beard's name was well known, but he had never had the time to meet him. Chapter 1631. Nile and Shou-Xian were the focus of Green Bamboo Island. Most importantly, they were extremely loyal to Green Bamboo Island. Fangchen also had his own idea of nurturing trustworthy people. Luckily, Emperor Purple Beard was his senior brother. If it were someone else, he might not even let them watch. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many formation Dao experts in the lower realm would be envious. Once upon a time, an 8-star divine formation master had said such a sentence. Watching Emperor Purple Beard set up a formation once was equivalent to thousands of years of enlightenment. From this one sentence, one could see how profound Emperor Purple Beard's understanding of the Tao of formations was. To Nile and Shou-Xian, Emperor Purple Beard was definitely a progenitor of formation Tao. If they could watch a little, their understanding of formation Tao would definitely benefit greatly. Nile and Shou-Xian were very excited and went to prepare. This was an opportunity that they could not miss. Of course, they had to be well prepared. 3 days later, Emperor Purple Beard finished his preparations and sent a voice transmission to Fangchen. The latter brought Nile and Shou-Xian to the Green Bamboo Formation. Hovering above the Green Bamboo Formation, Fangchen, as the Island Master, announced an order. Everyone, the Green Bamboo Formation will be upgraded. Please leave the formation first. Although everyone was confused, they still obeyed the Island Master's order. Soon, there was no one in the huge Green Bamboo Formation. At this moment, Emperor Purple Beard entered. Island Master, I've checked the Green Bamboo Formation. I've basically understood its operating pattern. I'm confident that I can make it perfect. Emperor Purple Beard did not address himself as Nile and Shou-Xian's senior brother. After all, the demon-subduing world was hidden in the dark. He did not want to expose himself. Thank you, Emperor Purple Beard. Fangchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Nile and Shou-Xian stared straight at Emperor Purple Beard. Greetings, Emperor Purple Beard. It was their first time meeting Emperor Purple Beard. However, they had heard many legends about Emperor Purple Beard. Now that they saw him in person, they were so excited that they could not speak. Emperor Z soon nodded at the two of them and said, I'll modify the formation later. The two of you stay far away and watch carefully. After that, Monarch Purple Beard turned to Fangchen and said, Island Lord, you can come closer to me. When the time comes, I will explain some insights to you. Outside the Green Bamboo Formation, the upper echelons of Green Bamboo Island were led by Vice Island Master Infang. Floating in the air, he stared at the Green Bamboo Array Formation in the distance. They sighed in their hearts. Island Lord, you are truly something. You even managed to invite Monarch Purple Beard. Vice Island Lord Infang sighed. That's right. Monarch Zisu is the most powerful formation master in the entire lower realm. Even the 5 great leaders of a human clan might not be able to invite him. However, the Island Lord actually managed to invite him. Look at Monarch Purple Beard's attitude towards the Island Master. He's very easygoing. It's obvious that they're close. To think that we looked down on the Island Master when we first met him. Haha, that's right. Fortunately, we chose to follow the Island Master. Otherwise, how could we have our current status? Most of the experts beside Vice Island Lord Infang were the first to follow Fangchen. At that time, there were still martial artists from the human clan's sacred land. They were sent to Green Bamboo Island to pacify the foreign tribes. They did not expect so many years to pass in the blink of an eye. Infang did not regret his decision. He had gained more from Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, with the current reputation of Green Bamboo Island, countless martial artists who were more powerful than them were fighting to recruit them. It was a great feeling. The ordinary martial artists below were even more excited than before. Inside the Green Bamboo Formation, Monarch Z Su slowly raised his palm. A majestic formation Dao aura instantly spread out. So powerful. Fangchen, who was standing at the side, was shocked. The formation Dao aura from Monarch Z Su was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Junior Brother Fong, the formation Tao is about insight. No matter what kind of formation it is, the first thing to do is to understand its essence. Monarch Z, Su transmitted his voice. Let me show you the trajectory of the green bamboo formation. As he spoke, Monarch Z, Su waved his palm. The formation Tao aura around him moved in an unimaginable trajectory under his control. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Purplebeard's every move triggered the rotation of the green bamboo formation. At this moment, Fong Chun could clearly see the subtle formation Tao aura above the control center of the green bamboo formation. It gathered together and formed a complicated trajectory. Is this the trajectory of the green bamboo formation? Fong Chun widened his eyes and looked at it seriously. The trajectory of the green bamboo formation was so mysterious that Fong Chun could not understand it. Look at it carefully. Monarch Z, Su, transmitted his voice. It was useless to tell Fong Chun all of a sudden. It was better to do it step by step. Monarch Z, Su believed that with Junior Brother Fong's potential, he would be able to understand it on his own. Nile and Chiu Xian, who were watching from afar, were even more shocked. They looked at all of this with their mouths agape. It was as if they had sunk into a sea of formation Tao and were drifting alone. After the trajectory of the green bamboo formation appeared clearly, Monarch Z, Su began to modify it. He took out the materials that he had prepared beforehand and added them to the control center of the green bamboo formation. Then, he quickly formed seals with his hands. One after another, powerful formations appeared in the green bamboo formation. Fong Chun realized that these formations were all level 9 formations. Moreover, they were fusing with the green bamboo formation at an unimaginable speed. What a strange technique. Fong Chun was shocked. He admired Monarch Z, Su very much. At the very least, he could not do such a technique. After maintaining this state for an hour, Emperor Purplebeard changed his technique again. What entered Fong Chun's eyes were countless mysterious and complicated array formations. At first, he could still see them clearly. Later on, he could barely keep up with Monarch Zisu's pace. As for Nile and Chiu Xian, they had already entered a state of enlightenment. Moreover, with their formation Tao cultivation, it was best that they did not see the mysterious and complicated formations at the end. Whoosh! Monarch Zisu's technique became faster and faster. In the end, Fong Chun could not keep up. Dong! Suddenly, Fong Chun's mind vibrated. Then a wild formation Tao aura spread out. He immediately closed his eyes and digested what he had learned. Swoosh! After 2 hours, Monarch Z, Su finally completed all the steps. In the last step, he fused all the level 9 formations that he had set up into the green bamboo formation. In an instant, the green bamboo formation began to expand. With the control center as the core, it kept expanding outwards. Soon, it covered 90% of the green bamboo island. Outside the formation, Vice Island Master Yin Fong and the others were shocked. The whole thing is done. I just need some time. Monarch Zisu looked at the expanding green bamboo formation and was very satisfied. The powerhouse who set up this formation is no ordinary person. The green bamboo formation's profoundness is not weaker than a level 9 formation. Unfortunately, it has been too long, and the power of the formation's control center has been greatly depleted. However, after my modification, the green bamboo formation's grade has already reached the peak of level 9, infinitely close to a deity formation. Monarch Z Su chuckled. Modifying the green bamboo formation was his most perfect masterpiece, and he was very happy. The process lasted for an entire day and night. It was only at noon of the second day that the green bamboo formation completed its expansion. After the green bamboo formation opened, it covered the entire green bamboo island. Even a peak life and death expert's all-out attack would not be able to break through it. From now on, the green bamboo island's defense would be raised to the extreme. Dong! The green bamboo formation completely stabilized. Monarch Z Su poured a large amount of energy into the formation's control center. Then, he clapped his hands and called it a day. At this time, Fongchen also woke up from his epiphany. After seeing the green bamboo formation, he was very satisfied. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Fongchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Junior apprentice brother Fong, the degree of modification is better than I expected. Monarch Su said. Right, junior apprentice brother Fong, what did you learn? After seeing senior apprentice brother's formation, I gained a lot of insights and found a path to 9-star realm. Fongchen smiled. Chapter 1632. The green bamboo array formation that Emperor Purplebeard had modified was extremely powerful. Moreover, it could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was much more effective than before. It was definitely a sacred place for cultivation in the hearts of warriors. This was nothing to Emperor Purplebeard, but it was very important to Green Bamboo Island. Fongchen only observed it briefly and was already shocked by the current state of the green bamboo array formation. It's too powerful, Fongchen exclaimed. While talking to Fongchen, Emperor Purplebeard noticed Nile and Qiu Xi. Emperor Purplebeard let out a soft gasp of surprise. Then, he walked over to the two of them. At this moment, Nile and Qiu Xi were in the midst of enlightenment. There was a special aura around them. Junior brother Fong, these two fellows have great potential, Emperor Purplebeard said with a smile. It was obvious that he was praising Nile and Qiu Xi. Hearing this, Fongchen's heart skipped a beat. A thought flashed across his mind. Then, he walked to Emperor Purplebeard's side. Senior brother Purplebeard, these two are the God Array Masters that Green Bamboo Island is nurturing. They are indeed talented. If they are nurtured well, they will definitely become great talents in the future, Fongchen said. How is it, senior brother Purplebeard? Do you want to take them as your disciples? To be honest, Emperor Purplebeard had seen countless warriors with outstanding talent in array formations over the years. However, almost none of them were able to move him. This was also the reason why he had not taken any disciples in all these years. In the lower realm, countless cultivators in array formations wanted to be his disciple. In fact, the 5 great leaders of the human race had personally tried to persuade Emperor Purplebeard to take them as his disciples. However, they were all rejected by him. Emperor Purplebeard was a sentimental person. Apart from talent, he also looked at fate when taking in disciples. Right now, he was indeed thinking of taking them as his disciples. This was because he felt that Nile and Qiu Xi had a special understanding of array formations. This was something that ordinary people could not achieve. After all, they are from Green Bamboo Island. It's not good for me to take them as my disciples. Emperor Purplebeard chuckled. When Fongchen heard this, he hurriedly said, Senior brother Purplebeard, there's no need to be so polite with me. If you really want to take them as your disciples, I have no objections. What a joke. What could he say about Emperor Purplebeard taking a disciple? After all, Nile and Qiu Xi were from Green Bamboo Island. If they became Monarch Purplebeard's disciples, it would only increase Green Bamboo Island's strength. All right, let's wait for them to wake up, said Monarch Purplebeard. Speaking of which, it was strange. The two of them had entered a state of epiphany and thought that they would wake up in 1 or 2 days. Who would have thought that it would last for 7 days? In these 7 days, the green bamboo array gradually stabilized. Monarch Purplebeard sat in the middle of the green bamboo array formation, waiting for Nile and Qiu Xi to wake up. In 7 days, Fongchen had completely settled down Green Bamboo Island. He also briefly explained the improved green bamboo array formation to Vice Island Master Ian Fong, which made everyone on Green Bamboo Island very excited. 7 days later, Nile was the first to wake up. He was surrounded by the aura of a formation. A brilliant smile surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. After being stuck at 5-star for so long, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Seeing Emperor Purplebeard sitting cross-legged before him, Nile hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank you, Senior Emperor Purplebeard. You're awake. Emperor Purplebeard opened his eyes and asked Nile with a gentle smile. At this moment, Qiu Xi also woke up. However, he was still at 6-star and had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Seeing Nile achieve a breakthrough, he was slightly disappointed. At this moment, he heard Emperor Purplebeard's words. "You're Nile, right?" Emperor Purplebeard asked. "Yes." Nile nodded. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Emperor Purplebeard continued to ask. Hearing this, Nile was dumbfounded and his mind went blank. On the other hand, Chiu Xin felt helpless and envious at the same time. "Are you willing?" Emperor Purplebeard chuckled and repeated his question. At this moment, Nile woke up from his shock and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Yes, of course I'm willing," Nile said excitedly. Disciple Nile greets master. At this moment, Nile's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Purplebeard actually accepted him as his disciple. This was something that he had never dreamt of. Emperor Purplebeard nodded and looked at Chiu Xin. Being stared at by Emperor Purplebeard, Chiu Xion's face was filled with anticipation. As expected, Emperor Purplebeard spoke. "How about you? Are you willing to be my disciple?" "I'm willing." Disciple Chiu Xin greets master. Chiu Xin thought that Emperor Purplebeard would not accept him after accepting Nile. He did not expect both of them to be accepted at the same time. Emperor Purplebeard stroked his white beard when he saw how excited his two disciples were. He was also very happy. After so many years, he had accepted two disciples at once. "From today onwards, the two of you are my disciples," Emperor Purplebeard said. "As for who will be the senior brother, you two can decide for yourselves." Nile and Chiu Xin were very excited and discussed with each other. Chiu Xin originally wanted Nile to be the senior brother because Emperor Purplebeard accepted Nile first. However, Nile rejected him directly. In the end, they had no choice but to go by age. Chiu Xin was slightly older than Nile, so he was the senior brother. "Greetings, senior brother." "Greetings, junior brother." The senior brother and junior brother laughed and hugged each other. "Let's go." Emperor Purplebeard brought the two kids out of the green bamboo array formation and returned to the island master's residence. He said that he would shamelessly stay on Green Bamboo Island after modifying the green bamboo array formation and give Fongchen some pointers. Now, he had even more reason to stay and give pointers to his two disciples. Congratulations, Emperor Purplebeard, for accepting two outstanding disciples. Fongchen came out to congratulate him as soon as he arrived at the island master's residence. Ha! Emperor Purplebeard was very happy. Only Fongchen knew that Emperor Purplebeard had accepted a disciple. He did not spread the news. On the other hand, Emperor Purplebeard did not want to publicize it. Just like that, Emperor Purplebeard temporarily stayed on Green Bamboo Island. One night, Emperor Purplebeard was giving pointers to Nile and Chiu Xin on the Tao of array formation. Fongchen came to talk to Emperor Purplebeard. However, just as the two of them were conversing, Fongchen's expression suddenly changed. Someone broke into Green Bamboo Island. Fongchen said in a deep voice, "Nothing to be afraid of," Emperor Purplebeard said with a smile. Then, he disappeared into the darkness with Fongchen. Above Green Bamboo Island, Fongchen and Emperor Purplebeard stood side by side. Looking down, they could clearly see 5 or 6 life and death emperors sneaking toward the island master's residence. They were wearing the same clothes as when they assassinated Fongchen last time. "Stubborn," Fongchen said coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, Emperor Purplebeard beat him to it. Hua! Emperor Purplebeard waved his hand, and a frightening, offensive array instantly fell around these people. "Who's there?" Being trapped in the array, these people were somewhat panicked. Rumble. In the air, Fongchen looked at the array with astonishment. This was a 9th grade offensive array, and its offensive power was extremely tyrannical. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the offensive power of the array killed the 5 or 6 captives who had snuck into Green Bamboo Island. During this time, they didn't even let out a single scream. Fongchen admired Emperor Purplebeard even more. This method was too tyrannical. "Junior Brother Fong, do you know who these people are?" Emperor Purplebeard asked. "They should be in cahoots with the void creatures," Fongchen said. "I see." Emperor Purplebeard nodded and said, "Don't worry. With the green bamboo array, You'll be able to sense them as long as they sneak in a green bamboo island. With your current strength, unless they're experts at the level of the 5 tycoons, they won't be able to pose any threat to you. Moreover, I've been on Green Bamboo Island all this time. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they won't be able to return. Let's see if they have more people, or if my array is more ruthless. Emperor Purplebeard said. With senior brother Purplebeard here, I'll be at ease. Fong Chun said. Terrasor Desolate Land. In a dark environment, a frightening array was gradually taking shape. The array's surroundings were extremely ferocious, and it was filled with an extremely dense, killing aura. In the middle of the array, Shu Imo sat cross-legged. The aura around him and the killing aura within the array were intertwined. Suddenly, Shu Imo opened his eyes. What's the matter? Shu Imo asked in a deep voice. Leader Shu Imo, according to the human race's progress, they're about to discover us. A voice was heard. Chapter 1633. Shu Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He was making the final arrangements. This array was taught to him by the void creature in the chaotic void. To be safe, he wanted to use this array to deal with the human tribe. Human tribe, when my array is completed, it will be the day of your sacrifice. Shu Imo licked his dry lips and said grimly. The void creatures ruled the lower realm in order to turn the humans here into sacrificial offerings. Through the sacrifice, they could increase their strength and seize the power of faith from the lower world. Right now, their plan was already halfway to success. Rumble, the blood spirit in the array, seemed to have sensed Shu Mo's mood and roared wildly. The subordinates outside quickly retreated after receiving Shu Mo's order. Once again, Shu Imo began to set up the array formation. To martial artists, a few months' time was nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Purplebeard had been living on Green Bamboo Island for 3 months. During this period, Emperor Purplebeard would give pointers to his 2 disciples when he had time. At the same time, he would also explain to Fong Chun the problems he did not understand about array formations. Fong Chun kept the Sky Prison Saint's words in mind. A month ago, he had gone to Winter's Village alone. To enter Winter's Village, one had to go to Baigu City first. Baigu City was still guarded by the Baigu City Lord. He was one of the higher-ups of the human tribe and was stationed in Baigu City all year round. The purgatory in Baigu City was still open to martial artists from the outside world. No one knew that Fong Chun had come to Baigu City. He hid his identity and entered the purgatory again. There were no longer any traces of the foreign tribe in this purgatory. However, the level of danger in this purgatory had not decreased by much. There are many dangerous places. When martial artists entered this purgatory, they would often choose some places to explore. Of course, he would also look for some powerful demonic beasts to be used as training targets. There were also some powerful martial artists who search for galaxies and dive into the depths of the galaxies to absorb the rich power of the stars. After entering the purgatory, Fong Chun followed the map in his mind and quickly traveled through the purgatory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chun moved quickly in the air. None of the countless cultivators below noticed him. However, at some point, Fong Chun stopped in his tracks. He saw that there was a group of martial artists below him who were having an argument. Junior martial brother of subduing Devil World. Fong Chun sensed a certain martial artist below. It was his junior brother from the demon subduing realm. Therefore, he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, there were 6 or 7 creation realm martial artists teaching a martial artist at the 3rd level of the creation scripture a lesson. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the fate realm lost to a martial artist at the 4th level of the heavens. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun naturally could not sit idly by. Brat, hand over the thing you just got. Otherwise, your little life will end here. One of the fat men said viciously. Humph. A trash at the 3rd layer of the manifestation stage dares to snatch our things. Are you courting death? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him. Let me deal with this kind of trash. A martial artist at the 5th layer of the manifestation stage held a long sword in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, the disciple from the demon subduing realm looked extremely solemn and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, he felt a resistance. He turned around and was shocked to find an unfamiliar man supporting his back with his hand. "It's okay." After saying that, Fang Chun walked in front of him. The martial artist who was attacking sneered when he saw the strange martial artist who suddenly appeared. "You're courting death." Immediately, his long sword stabbed viciously at Fang Chun. Ding! An unexpected scene happened. Fang Chun stood quietly and did not move. The long sword of the martial artist at the fifth layer of the creation scripture pierced Fang Chun's chest. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. "Fifth brother, did you not eat? Even the sword can't pierce through." The fat man mocked. Hearing this, fifth brother's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. Immediately, he used all his strength and poured it into the long sword. With a low roar, he stabbed viciously at Fang Chun. Fang Chun shook his head and said, "Too weak." He raised his palm, stretched out 2 fingers, and caught the long sword in a flash. Then, under everyone's gaze, a crisp sound rang out. The long sword instantly broke and scattered on the ground. The attacking martial artist was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Fang Chun with wide eyes. When the others saw this, they hurried over. "Boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" The fat man said in a low voice. What's the point of bullying fellow humans? When the foreign races and the Sea Demon clan invaded, where were you?" Fang Chun sneered. Ungrateful fellow." The fat man sneered and called on the other martial artists to deal with Fang Chun together. Boom! A terrifying aura emitted from Fang Chun's body, instantly blasting several people away. "Get lost. Killing you will dirty my hands." These martial artists were too weak. Fang Chun disdained to kill them. "If I find out that you bullied fellow humans again, you will bear the consequences." Their hearts were filled with horror. Just the aura he emitted was enough to blast them away. This kind of powerhouse was not someone they could provoke. "Senior, thank you for showing mercy." After saying that, they hurriedly fled. "Senior brother, thank you for saving us. May I know senior brother's name?" The demon-subduing world disciple cupped his hands and thanked him. "Fang Chun." Fang Chun said, "What? You are the legendary senior brother Fang?" This disciple obviously did not expect that senior brother Fang would save him. He was very excited. After a simple chat, Fang Chun continued on his way. For him, this was just a small episode. But for the demon-subduing world disciple, it was enough to change his life. It didn't take long for Fang Chun to arrive at the entrance of the saint's village. As a new saint, he naturally had a way to enter the saint's village. Saint's village. It was still the same as before, but it gave Fang Chun a completely different feeling. Fang Chun felt that the air in the saint's village was filled with rich spiritual energy. What's going on? Fang Chun did not find a single villager in the saint's village. He was a little worried. Voila! Floating in mid-air, he spread out his divine sense. He instantly found that the villagers of the saint's village were all cultivating in the saint's tower. I see. At the same time, he felt that the strength of the villagers of the saint's village had increased a lot. Amazing! The villagers of the saint's village sensed the return of the saint and stopped cultivating. Greetings, saint. The village chief led the way to welcome the saint. Everyone, are you okay? Fang Chun asked. Saint, we're fine. On the contrary, our strength has increased. The village chief laughed and said, I wonder if with our current strength, we can follow the saint to the outside world to fight. Originally, Fang Chun was still worried that the villagers of the saint's village were too weak. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. The overall strength of the saint's village had increased a lot. In the outside world, it was comparable to those first-rate forces. All of this should be the means left behind by the Sky Prison Saint. Pack up. I came back this time to take you away, Fang Chun said. Everyone was excited and went back to pack. They packed up everything in the saint's village. Also, they asked the saint to take away the saint's tower. Fang Chun used the means left behind by the Sky Prison Saint to put the saint's tower into the coiling moon fairy cave. Enter my grotto heaven treasure first. I'll take you out, Fang Chun said. He opened the coiling moon fairy cave, and the hundreds of villagers of the saint's village all entered. In the end, Fang Chun reluctantly looked at the saint's village then turned and left. Rumble. The moment Fang Chun left the saint's village, a deafening sound could be heard. From then on, there was no more saint's village. Returning to Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chun set up a forbidden area on Green Bamboo Island and invited Emperor Purplebeard to set up a powerful formation around it. Then, he placed the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave in the forbidden area. He told the villagers of the saint's village to stay in the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave and cultivate. If they wanted to go outside, they could go out by themselves. Finally, Fang Chun gave each of them a token. With this token, they could move freely on Green Bamboo Island. In fact, Fang Chun was also afraid that they would be unfamiliar with the outside world. Chapter 16:35. The moment the restriction was opened, a desolate aura rushed towards them. The lair of the void creatures is in wing extremity, Yuan Gu said. The restriction within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. Their divine senses were extremely powerful, and they instantly discovered the lair of the void creatures. However, to their surprise, all the void creatures hid themselves and did not fight to the death. Let's kill our way in. Yuan Gu took the lead and sensed the terrifying aura. He leaped into the air and arrived in front of the ferocious array. Whoosh, 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 the other leaders came as well, including Emperor Purplebeard and Fang Chun. Hee, I thought it would take you a long time to find this place. The void creature, Shun Mo, walked out of the array and laughed eerily. Since you can't wait to die, I'll grant you your wish. Then, Shun Mo waved his hand, and a blood-red wave emerged from the ferocious array. Splash! In the blink of an eye, the blood-red wave swept across the entire wing extremity and trapped the 4 leaders. Then, Shun Mo controlled the ferocious array to envelop the 4 leaders. Let me see how strong the leaders of the human clan are, Shun Mo sneered. When Shun Mo made his move, Emperor Purplebeard brought Fang Chun and retreated hastily. As a 9-star divine array master, Emperor Purplebeard immediately sensed the power of the ferocious array. That array is too strong. It's almost at the level of a god. Emperor Purplebeard was shocked. Let's go. This array is too strong. We're no match for it. Monarch Purplebeard roared as he brought Fang Chun away from his place. Shun Mo glanced at Emperor Purplebeard and Fang Chun and ignored them. To him, it was enough to eliminate the 4 leaders of the human clan. Inside the ferocious array, the 4 leaders looked gloomy. Don't panic. Although this array is strong, the void creatures can't do anything to us if we work together, Yuan Gu said. Let's work together. The 4 leaders worked together and fought together. Kiki, it won't be long before you all turn into pus, huh? Outside the ferocious formation, Shun Mo laughed wildly. The ferocious array consumed too much energy and required him to constantly activate it. Therefore, he couldn't go anywhere. He could only leave after destroying all 4 of them. Above the void ocean, Fang Chun and Emperor Purplebeard flew forward rapidly. Senior apprentice brother Purplebeard, the 4 giants are trapped in the formation. Will they be in danger? Fang Chun asked worriedly. Don't worry. The void creature controlling the formation hasn't stepped into the immemorial realm. Even if he controls the formation, he won't be able to kill the 4 great leaders in a short period of time, Emperor Su said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Fang Chun asked. Let's go to the sacred land of the human race. At such a crucial moment, they had to invite the Holy Lord of the human race to step in. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pacify the void creatures. Soon, Fang Chun and Emperor Purplebeard arrived at the human tribe's sacred land. The one who received them was the Great Elder. Emperor Su, what brings you here? The Great Elder asked with a smile. Great Elder, the situation is urgent. We need to see the Holy Lord. Emperor Su said hurriedly. The Great Elder frowned slightly and said with difficulty, the Holy Lord is in seclusion. The void creatures have already moved and trapped the 4 great leaders. The human race is in grave danger, Emperor Su added. Hearing this, the Great Elder didn't care about anything else and directly brought the 2 to the Holy Lord's seclusion area. Holy Lord, creaked the seclusion area's door opened, and the Holy Lord walked out. Holy Lord! Fang Chun greeted Emperor Zisu. I already know why you're here. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to find you. The Holy Lord said, Holy Lord, the leader of the void creatures is only at the limit of life and death realm. If you take action, you can easily suppress the void creatures, Emperor Zisu said. The Holy Lord shook his head with a helpless expression. To tell you the truth, in the last battle, I was heavily injured and my cultivation fell. Otherwise, I would have taken action long ago. The human race's Holy Lord said, Now that the 4 great leaders are trapped in the formation, we have to think of a way to save them. What way? Emperor Zisu didn't have time to be surprised. The human race has a formation passed down. This formation is called the 9-9-1 formation. If we can set up this formation, we can completely dispel the void creature's attack. It's a pity. What's a pity? Fang Chun asked. It's too troublesome to cultivate the 9-9-1 formation. Moreover, to set it up, we need to condense 9 different types of law power pillars. Moreover, during the process, we have to be careful of the void creatures. The human race's Holy Lord said, We can't care so much now, Emperor Zisu said. In the entire lower realm, if there's anyone who can set up the 9-9-1 formation, it's only you, Zisu. After speaking, the human race's Holy Lord waved his hand and a scroll landed in his palm. He then passed it to Emperor Zisu and said, This is the 9-9-1 formation. Study it well. I'll prepare the materials needed as soon as possible. All right. Emperor Zisu immediately started to study the 9-9-1 formation. You should study it too. The human race's Holy Lord knew that Fang Chun was also a god formation master. He might be able to understand the mystery behind it. The 2 divine array masters were quickly comprehending the formation. The entire lower realm was filled with a heavy aura. All the warriors could feel the changes in heaven and earth. They were somewhat flustered. Some powerful martial artists seemed to have sensed something. The void creatures had invaded. All the warriors on the universe's combat power ranking were mobilized. All of them headed to wing extremity. Then, they started to fight with the void creatures. It was a chaotic battle in wing extremity. The battle was intense. It even affected some of the nearby islands. In the ferocious formation, the 4 great leaders were depleting their energy too quickly. This formation was very strange. It was absorbing their energy unknowingly. This made the 4 great leaders look very serious. Now, we can only hold on. The Holy Lord will definitely think of a way, the Spirit Tribe's Lord said. Emperor Blackblade's face was gloomy. He smashed a ray of light with a punch. These bastards. When I get out, I'll kill them all, Emperor Blackblade said coldly. When the 4 great leaders worked together, their attack power was still very strong. In the outside world, Shin Mo was wholeheartedly controlling the ferocious formation. Ha soon. After a while, all of you will turn into pus. Shin Mo laughed. He was very satisfied with the ferocious formation. It was as if he could already see the lower realm being unified by him and receiving a great reward. The battle in wing extremity was within his expectations. He had expected such a battle to happen, but he was not afraid. The void creatures he brought were all very strong. There was no problem for them to fight with the human race's elites. As for the captives, they were used as cannon fodder and rushed to the front line of the battle. On this day, Yang and the other senior brothers from the demon subduing world came. They were full of fighting spirit and fought with all their might. Not long after, the black-white heavenly lords also came. As time gradually passed, almost all the top experts of the lower realm had gathered here. At this moment, they forgot about their personal grudges. There was only the race in their hearts. For the human race, they fought to the death. This was a race war, and the situation was even more serious than the previous one. Last time, at the last moment, the human race's Holy Lord appeared and turned the tide. This time, who would be the hero who saved the human race? Everyone was fighting with all their might. In the entire lower realm, everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Those martial artists below the life and death realm were not qualified to participate. They could only pray. on Green Bamboo Island. After Een Fong and the others had settled down, they also resolutely joined the battle. For the human race. In the battlefield of Wing Extremity, someone shouted. Suddenly, a deafening voice resounded throughout the lower realm. For the human race, for the human race, for the human race. Echoes came one after another. The human race powerhouses united as a fortress to protect their homeland. The battle was too tragic. From time to time, martial artists would die. Of course, the void creatures also suffered great losses, especially the captives. Almost all of them had become cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The blood aura in the ferocious formation was even more brutal. Chapter 1637. Crack. Cracks appeared on the hideous array. Seeing this, the four great leaders were very excited. Cracks appeared on the array, which meant that they could get out. Continue to attack. Yuan-gu roared. He joined forces with the other three and launched the final attack. At the same time, all the void creatures attacked the three pillars in a frenzy. Protect the pillars. The Holy Lord of the human race ordered. The pillars were their last chance. If they were destroyed, the human race would be in danger. Bang! As the void creatures had taken the lead, the first round of terrifying attacks had already arrived before the humans could even react. The pillar of the law of water was hit. Crack! The pillar that was hit made a cracking sound. A crack spread from the highest point to the bottom. No! Emperor Purple Beard roared. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. He was using Fong Chen's flame law to form the fourth pillar. Once it was interrupted, it would cause great damage to Fong Chen. Kill! The black-white heavenly lords took the lead and blocked the next wave of attacks from the void creatures. Tai Lai Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. As for Long Yang and the rest, they went to the other pillars to protect them. While protecting the pillars, they attacked the void creatures. Let's attack together. With someone taking the lead, all the void creatures attacked one of the pillars at the same time. The human race warriors were scattered and their strength was limited. They couldn't resist the suppression of the void creatures. Crack! More and more cracks appeared on the pillar of the law of water. We have to stop it, even if we have to die. Tai Lai Yuan roared. He held 2 level 9 divine weapons in his hands. On the other hand, Monarch Z, Su, was extremely anxious. Hurry up. Seeing that the pillar of the law of fire was about to be formed, Emperor Purple Beard was very anxious. The pillar of the law of water was about to shatter. Once it was completely shattered, it would consume too much energy to rearrange it. The human race couldn't afford it. Buzz! With the combined efforts of Fong Chun and Emperor Purple Beard, the pillar of the law of fire was finally formed. You stay here. Emperor Purple Beard rushed to the first pillar of the law of water as he spoke. Then he closed his eyes and formed a complicated seal with his hands. He started to repair the pillar of the law of water. Thank goodness. After repairing it for a while, Emperor Purple Beard heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the interior was not damaged. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. After repairing the first pillar of laws, Emperor Purple Beard asked Tai Lai Yuan and the black-white heavenly lords to guard it together. Boom! At this moment, the ferocious formation shattered with a loud bang. Four experts bathed in flames appeared before everyone's eyes. A shocking sight took place. A strong aura of death burst out from the 4 cultivators. Kill! The flames around Yuan-gu disappeared. He roared furiously and began to kill the void creatures. However, he was stopped by the human race's holy leader. All of you, go protect the law pillar. Yuan-gu's group of 4 glanced at each other before leaping up and arriving before the pillar of laws. The second pillar was guarded by Long Yang and the other 2. It was absolutely safe. The third pillar was personally guarded by Monarch Blackblade. Emperor Purplebeard was setting up the 5th pillar of laws. This law pillar relied on the laws of one of the top 10 great beings in the universe. Rich power of law emerged, and soon, the 5th law pillar was formed. I'll guard it, Yuan-gu said in a deep voice. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura enveloped the law pillar. He then leaped up and landed on top of the law pillar. The sixth pillar was guarded by the spiritual tribe leader. The seventh pillar was guarded by the Luo tribe leader. When the 7 pillars were formed, Shimo's face finally turned gloomy. Retreat! Shimo roared, and the void creatures that were fighting immediately retreated. Soon, they retreated to the ferocious formation. Shimo's aura was strong. He stared at the 7 pillars and quickly thought of a way to deal with them. The human race has the advantage in numbers. If the battle continues, we won't be able to stop them from setting up the 9-9 to 1 array. Shimo thought to himself. His gaze landed on Monarch Purplebeard. The source of everything was Monarch Purplebeard. If he could kill Monarch Purplebeard, the human race would no longer be a threat. However, the human race's holy leader seemed to know what Shimo was thinking. He purposely stood in front of Monarch Purplebeard. Many of the human race's experts surrounded the law pillars to protect them. After setting up 7 consecutive law pillars, Monarch Purplebeard was a little tired. Under the protection of the human race's holy leader, he sat cross-legged and recovered his strength. The human race and the void creatures stopped fighting for a short while. The 2 parties faced each other in the Pterosaur Forbidden Land, and a war could break out at any time. Leader Shimo, what should we do? One of his subordinates asked. The human race has more experts than us. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Yes, we have to think of a way to destroy the law pillars. Otherwise, we'll die. The void creatures seemed to have realized that the situation was not right, and they were trying to think of a way. In the blink of an eye, Shimo thought of a way. He took a step forward and floated in the air, staring at the human race's holy leader. The human race doesn't have the chance to set up the 9-9 to 1 array, Shimo said. Humph, the current situation isn't like that. The void creatures can't defend against the attack of the human race. The human race's holy leader sneered. He had guessed Shimo's thoughts and had been on his guard. Since you don't want to surrender, then wait for your death. Just as Shimo's voice fell, a wild, bloody aura surged out from his palm. With my bloodline, summon. Shimo was summoning the void creatures, and the human race naturally wouldn't ignore it. Interrupt him. Led by the human race's holy leader, many experts attacked Shimo. Seeing that his actions had attracted a large number of human experts, a sinister smile appeared in Shimo's eyes. Boom! What Mo used his absolute strength to contend with many human powerhouses. At the same time, the void creatures attacked a law pillar with all their strength. Dong! A terrifying attack whistled through the air. Tai Lai Yuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was a blacksmith, and although his strength was much stronger than ordinary life and death experts, he was still far from being comparable to the 5 tycoons. Therefore, the void creatures targeted Tai Lai Yuan. Boom! Tai Lai Yuan's body was sent flying. Fortunately, he had 2 Class 9 divine weapons protecting him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Gotcha! Without Tai Lai Yuan's protection, the law pillar was fiercely attacked by the void creatures. Stop them! The human race's holy leader roared, and the other experts in front of the law pillar came to help. However, it was already too late. Gotcha! The void creatures had been planning this for a long time, and their firepower was too fierce. Caught off guard, the human experts didn't have the time to stop them. A deafening sound resounded, and the law pillar instantly shattered. Boundless law power spread out. It shattered. Below, many life and death realm emperors turned pale. Despair appeared in their hearts. The law pillar was their last hope, and now it had been shattered by the void creatures. Protect the other law pillars. The human race's holy leader's roar pulled everyone back from their despair. Immediately, everyone woke up and returned to the other law pillars, resisting with all their might. The void creatures, who had succeeded in their sneak attack, didn't continue fighting and quickly retreated. At the same time, Shimo also erupted with a boundless power, forcing everyone back. With a leap, he retreated to the front of his nest. Voila! The originally shattered malevolent array, under Shimo's control, once again spread out. All the void creatures entered the malevolent array, while Shimo hovered in the air, coldly looking at the humans. The law pillar shattered. What else can you humans do? Shimo mocked. Chapter 1638. While Tai Lai Yuan was injured, Black-White Sky Lords also tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Their strength was on par with Tai Lai Yuan's, so they couldn't resist at all. The first law pillar shattered, and the power of the water law spread out. All the human martial artists opened their eyes wide, unwilling to accept this outcome. Emperor Purple Beard. The Holy Master transmitted his voice to the latter. Emperor Purple Beard stood up and walked towards the first law pillar, starting to reform it again. Rumble, the human martial artist, stared at the void creatures vigilantly. This matter concerned the survival of the human race, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Time passed bit by bit. The law pillar of water took shape once again. Seeing this, Shun Mo ordered, wanting to destroy it. A battle was about to break out. All the human race, ancient martial art practitioners, were filled with the mentality of facing death with equanimity. They charged forward bravely, killing their way into the void creatures. The battle was extremely fierce, and human martial artists fell from time to time. Most of them were low-level life and death realm martial artists. However, their deaths were also very valuable. They successfully delayed the void creature's attack. The human martial artists who had fallen into despair were once again filled with hope. They fought with all their might, stopping the void creatures from invading. At the same time, in the Luo clan's sacred land, Luo Lioli came out of seclusion. Luo Lioli had always been the center of attention. Ever since Fong Chun found the flame dragon beard and rootless grass, her cultivation base rapidly improved. Moreover, her divine art, 3,000 Luo water, also improved rapidly. At this moment, Luo Lioli came out of seclusion. A smile appeared on her face. After this period of cultivation, she had finally mastered the divine art, 3,000 Luo water. Although she hadn't cultivated it to the peak, it was enough for her to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four tycoons. Why are there so few people in the Luo clan's sacred land? Luo Lioli was puzzled, so she asked a random Luo clan disciple. After asking around, she found out that the void creatures were invading. Not good. Luo Lioli's expression changed, and she quickly left the Pterosaur sacred land. After repairing the first law pillar in the Pterosaur sacred land, many powerhouses on the universe powerhouse list guarded it together. The chaotic battle continued. However, this time, Shumo's gaze fell on Fong Chun. He transmitted his voice to the experts of the void creature lineage, asking them to attack the law pillar that Fong Chun was in. Fong Chun stood quietly in front of the pillar of the laws of fire, surrounded by dense, undying flames. He looked around vigilantly. Although he wanted to kill the void creature, he knew that protecting the flame precepts was the most important thing. Attack Sanguinati's law pillar. Suddenly, a void creature roared. Immediately, all the other void creatures unleashed a majestic attack. These attacks gathered in the void and blasted towards Fong Chun. Not good, Sanguinati. Damn it. Yuan Gu and the others cursed inwardly. They wanted to attack, but there was nothing they could do. The human race holy leader panicked. He wanted to help, but he was held back by Shan Mo. Everyone's eyes fell on Fong Chun. Feeling the terrifying power coming towards him, Fong Chun's expression was extremely solemn. The dark demonic wheel appeared in his palm. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Boss, let me help you. The little rat jumped out and stood on Fong Chun's shoulder. The innate ability of the heaven-devouring godly rat was instantly unleashed. The third talent ability, assimilation. A terrifying whirlpool appeared around Little Mouse's body, quickly absorbing the aggressive attacks. However, it was one step ahead of him. Fong Chun activated the dark demonic wheel. Rumble. The vast power was like the sign of dawn in the dark night. The dark aura pierced through the sky and tore the void, instantly wrapping these forces together. Kill. Fong Chun roared and activated the dark demonic wheel with all his strength. The terrifying dark aura constantly emerged. Everyone exclaimed. Fong Chun could actually unleash such tyrannical power. For a moment, even the powerhouses of the void creature lineage were shocked. Master, You can't activate it anymore. Otherwise, it will implicate your primordial spirit, the dark demonic wheel said anxiously. I can't stop. Fang Chen's attitude was very firm. No matter what, he had to protect this law pillar. The final victory would definitely be lost to the human race. Rumble. Most of the void creature's attacks were invaded by the dark aura. The remaining small portion was still resisting. Fang Chen's body was trembling. His eyes were scarlet. He could no longer hold on. An incomparable pain came from his primordial spirit. The hand holding the dark demonic wheel was loosening. Master, quickly stop, the dark demonic wheel roared anxiously. However, the dark aura was still being released. Dong! At the critical moment, the golden heart beat rapidly. A clear stream appeared and instantly entered his mind, wrapping around his primordial spirit. At this time, Fang Chun felt a little better. Kill! Seeing that Fang Chun could not hold on any longer, the experts of the void creature lineage roared and charged towards Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, they approached Fang Chun. As long as he was surrounded by the void creatures, Fang Chun would definitely die. He closed his eyes and used the last of his strength to activate the forbidden power in the dark demonic wheel. Master, you can't. Once you activate the forbidden power, you will be turned into ashes. The artifact spirit was very anxious. I have no other choice. Everything was for the human race. Fang Chun had no other choice. With a thought, the undying flame surged into the dark demonic wheel. The forbidden power was being activated. Scram! Just as Fang Chun was in despair, an extremely cold voice came from the sky. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying stream of water instantly filled the sky. In a stream of water, water droplets appeared. These water droplets shot towards the void creatures near Fang Chun at lightning speed. Some of the void creatures closer to Fang Chun were caught off guard, and their bodies were instantly pierced. This sudden scene caused the void creatures to retreat one after another. Seeing this, the Luo clan lord revealed a look of pleasant surprise. 3,000 Luo River. It's 3,000 Luo River. There was no need to guess. It was Luo Lioli. Voila! A beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Her beautiful face was covered with a cold aura. All of you will die. The divine technique 3,000 Luo River had boundless power. When cultivated to a certain extent, even the Luo clan lord would be wary. The battle strength that Luo Lioli erupted with was quite shocking. Luo clan's Saintus. Yuan Gu and the rest exclaimed. Seeing that Fang Chun was injured, Luo Lioli was furious. The furious Luo Lioli used the divine technique 3,000 Luo River. Void creatures below the high level of life and death realm couldn't resist this attack. Void creatures were pierced by the water droplets one after another. The power of 3,000 Luo River was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Mother! Fang Chun felt dizzy. Seeing his mother appear, he immediately put away the dark demonic wheel. Fortunately, he didn't activate the forbidden power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see his mother again. Master, forcefully activating the dark demonic wheel will injure your Yuan spirit. You need to rest well. The artifact spirit reminded. Fang Chun nodded, revealing a smile on his face. Fang Chun felt warmth in his heart when he saw how his mother had killed the void creature out of anger for him. Luo Yuli was too powerful. The void creatures were beaten back little by little. Soon, the void creatures retreated into the sinister array. Who are you? The battle between Shimo and the human saint lord came to an abrupt end. He stared at Luo Lioli and said in a deep voice. Luo Lioli was very domineering. She glanced coldly at Shimo and walked to Fang Chen's side. Only when she saw Fang Chun would she restrain her domineering aura. How are you? Luo Lioli asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's just some superficial wounds. Fang Chun forced a smile. 88. Oh, you're still saying you're fine? Forcefully activating a power that doesn't belong to you has already injured your Yuan spirit. Luo Lioli said, but don't worry, I'll take revenge for you. The human martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know why Luo Lioli was so nice to Fang Chun. Lioli, You came at the right time. The Luo clan lord laughed and said, "You guard the first law pillar." Luo Lioli's 3,000 Luo River was a water divine technique. Letting her guard the law pillar was the best choice. She might even have an unexpected effect. Luo Lioli glanced indifferently at Shimo and walked to the law pillar. Chapter 1639. Luo Lioli's arrival was undoubtedly a boost to the human race's morale. The human race's morale soared. With Luo Lioli guarding the first law pillar, there was no chance of anything happening. Fang Chun, Tai Lai Yuan, and the black and white sovereigns guarding the fourth law pillar had also greatly increased their defense. The human race's advantage was slowly shifting to their side. Now, it was Shimo's turn to panic. However, the human race's sacred lord was blocking Shimo, so he couldn't do anything. He could only order the void creatures to destroy the law pillars as much as possible. Under everyone's protection, Emperor Purplebeard started to set up the 8th law pillar. An hour later, the 8th law pillar was set up. Next, he started to set up the 9th law pillar. This was the last law pillar and also the most important one. I can't let them succeed. Otherwise, it'll all be for naught. Shimo's eyes were scarlet red. He was completely panicking. He glanced at the human race's sacred lord blocking him, and his heart sank. He no longer hid his aura. I said that after today, the human race will be completely annihilated. Shimo's aura far surpassed the limits of the life and death realm, approaching the eternal realm. Half-step eternal realm. Seeing this, the human race's sacred lord's expression changed. Shimo had actually been hiding his strength before. Now that he had unleashed it, even the human race couldn't resist. Die! Shimo grabbed with his hand, and a mountain in the distance was uprooted from the ground and held in his palm. Following his roar, the huge mountain smashed down on the human race's sacred lord. Crack! The human race's sacred lord punched out, shattering the mountain. The entire pterosaur forbidden land turned into ruins. The land here also sank under the powerful attack. Not long later, the pterosaur forbidden land was flooded by the void ocean. However, the human race couldn't care less. The human race's sacred lord tried his best, but he was still suppressed by Shimo. "What are you going to use to fight me?" Shimo sneered and kicked, sending the human race's sacred lord flying. The latter staggered a few times before stabilizing himself. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The human race's sacred lord had always been the strongest martial artist in everyone's eyes. But now, the human race's sacred lord was injured. The void creatures are too strong. Everyone's faces twitched. If even the human clan's saint leader could not block Watemo's attack, then who in the lower worlds could? Pucci the human clan's saint lords were continuously suppressed by Shu Mo and were heavily injured. Watmo's strength is too strong. The Holy Master is already injured. There's no way he can resist. Fang Chun was a little anxious. His eyes flickered, and after a long time, he made an important decision. He took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield under the gazes of the crowd. "Sacred Master, let me help you." Fang Chun used the space-time book and the Heavenly Imperial Sword technique. He didn't expect to be able to attack Shimo, as long as he could make Shimo clone. Die! Seeing this, Shin Mo punched out. A hole instantly appeared in the void, which was enough to show how strong Ho Mo was. However, Fang Chen's space-related true intent also made everyone's eyes light up. Even the four magnates were unable to capture the faintly discernible silhouette. Only at this moment did Yuan Gu come to a sudden realization. He can change the flow of time around him. Yuan Gu opened his eyes wide and stared straight at Fang Chun. The space-time true intent. It's actually the space-time true intent. The true intent of a peerless true intent was already shocking enough. They didn't expect Fang Chun to have comprehended the peak true intent of a peerless true intent. No wonder. The other magnates nodded one after another, their hearts trembling. However, now wasn't the time to discuss the true intent of a peerless true intent. They were nervously watching the battle. Swoosh! Fang Chun appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even Shimo couldn't really attack him. On the contrary, he was stabbed several times by Fong Chen's hidden star sword, but he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Damn it, it was originally a one-sided suppression, but because of Fong Chen's appearance, the battle situation changed. The human clan's Saint Lord used the time when Shimo was dealing with Fong Chen to successfully seize the upper hand. Shimo was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Sanguinati, you're courting death. Shimo was furious. A beautiful flame flower appeared in his palm. Then, without thinking, he threw it into the sky. Hiss! As soon as the flame flower appeared in the sky, it spontaneously combusted, instantly burning the void. Fong Chen's figure was forced out. What a terrifying flame! Even though he had the undying flame, he could feel the terror of the flame. Fong Chen desperately dodged. Seeing this, Shimo stretched out his hand, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Your opponent is me. The human clan's Saint Lord roared. A tyrannical attack whistled through the air. However, Shimo would rather take the attack of the human clan's Saint Lord to kill Sanguinati. Bang! Shimo's body was hit by the human clan's Saint Lord, but it wasn't a big deal. He continued to charge towards Sanguinati and was about to touch him. Luo Yuli was shocked. She used the 3,000 Luo water. Countless water droplets in the void shot towards Shimo. However, it was already too late. No! Luo Yuli screamed miserably. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and a laser beam whistled through the air. Dong! Then, the laser beam fiercely bombarded Shimo's body, sending him flying. Rumble! A terrifying aura spread out. When the laser beam dissipated, everyone discovered that it was a hammer. The hammer emitted a terrifying aura that intimidated its owner. Upon seeing the hammer, the eyes of the five authorities were filled with excitement. Realm Lord Fu Mo had arrived. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and an old man walked out. How dare you touch a disciple of the Fu Mo realm? Do you want to die? Realm Lord Fu Mo was overbearing. He came to Fong Chen's side, holding the hammer in one hand and supporting Fong Chen with the other. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Shimo. Who are you? Why do you have a supreme treasure of the god world? Shimo's expression changed drastically as he asked in a deep voice. Realm Lord Fu Mo asked Fong Chen to step back. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shimo. After so many years, even I almost forgot who I am. Realm Lord Fu Mo said slowly. His tone was somewhat bitter. Every time I was about to forget myself, this hammer would remind me not to forget. Realm Lord, Monarch Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the others cupped their fists. The five leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of power was the Fu Mo realm? Was it created by this old man? The five leaders had already seen how powerful Realm Lord Fu Mo was when they fought Xuemao. They didn't expect that such a terrifying power had been hidden in the lower realm for countless years. Even Monarch Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the others were disciples of the Fu Mo realm. Most importantly, Sanguinati was also a disciple of the Fu Mo realm. Everyone was completely numb. Back then, my purpose of establishing the Fu Mo realm was to kill all demons and devils. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice became heavy. Now it's time for the Fu Mo realm to come out. For a long time, the Fu Mo realm was unknown. But now, the Realm Lord Fu Mo had revealed its secret. There were two reasons for this. The first was that he wanted to kill demons and devils. The second was that there was a void creature powerhouse among the people who had plotted against him back then. Therefore, to him, Shu Mo and the others before him were also considered his enemies. He would never forget who had caused him so much pain for countless years. Who had caused him to become like this? Dong! A deafening sound of thunder came from the hammer, and its aura rose to the peak. Fellow cultivator, how about we work together? The human race's holy master asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. In fact, he was injured and couldn't defeat Shu Mo alone. CCC Pavilion, see, if it wasn't for the hammer's help, he wouldn't be able to scare Shu Mo at all. With the help of the human race's holy master, his chances of winning were much higher. Shu Mo suddenly stood up. His eyes were scarlet, and he was in a frenzy. Without an eternal realm powerhouse, everything is nothing. Today, I'll show you the power of the Void Race. Below them, all of the Void creatures burst forth with a dazzling aura. They were ready to die and were willing to fight with leader Shu-Mo. Chapter 1640. In order to win, Shu-Mo did not care about anything else. Even he did not expect that there would be so many experts in the lower world that he could easily conquer. Thinking of this, he could not help but curse Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Primordial Ruler. If it were not for the fact that the information they provided was wrong, things would not have turned out this way. He vaguely remembered what the experts of the Void creatures said when they sent him to the lower world. If he could not conquer the lower world, there was no need for him to come back. These words appeared in Shu-Mo's mind. Then his gaze turned ice-cold. Kill! Shimo roared as he burned his own blood essence to cast a forbidden technique of the Void creature lineage. A powerful force wreaked havoc in the Void. The Holy Lord of the human race and Realm Lord Fu-Mo joined forces and trapped Shu-Mo in the middle. The hammer, a supreme treasure of the God Realm, smashed into Shu-Mo's body with a loud bang. At the same time, thousands of Void creatures rushed toward the Law Pillar. Some of the weaker Void creatures knew that they would not survive, so they self-destructed. In this way, the human race suffered a lot of casualties in a short period of time. Damn it, the higher-ups of the human race were focused on guarding the Law Pillar. They could not participate in the battle. Some of the weaker warriors were unable to withstand the Void creatures' reckless attacks. The battle continued on. Monarch Purplebeard was condensing the 9th Law Pillar. The most important part of the 9-9-to-1 array was the 9th Law Pillar. Therefore, he could not condense it successfully. In the blink of an eye, the battle lasted for more than half a month. The Terrorsaur Desolate Land had sunk into the Void Ocean. The battle here was murky and dark. Even the Void was pierced through. The power of the battle spread to the nearby islands. Some islands were directly pierced by the strong power. Half a month later, the experts of Silver Moon Island finally arrived under the lead of Saintus by Ching-Ching. They joined the battle and caused a lot of casualties to the Void creatures. After Silver Moon Island, it was the life and death realm experts of the Saint Village. Although there were only a dozen of them, they joined the battle resolutely. For the honor of the Saint Village, the villagers of the Saint Village roared. They fought with all their might. The entire battlefield had become extremely chaotic. Realm Lord Fu-Mo had forced himself to activate the supreme treasure of the divine world, and he was already a little weak. The human Holy Lord was also being suppressed by Shun-Mo, who had the complete upper hand in the battle. Bang! Shu-Mo sent the human race's Holy Master flying with a punch. Then, in a flash, he shot towards Emperor Purplebeard. Be careful! Everyone roared and condensed the Pillar of Laws. At the most crucial moment, Monarch Purplebeard could not care less. The nearby human race cultivators all rushed over to help. However, it was to no avail. What Mo's attack power was too strong. There was no way to block it. Just like that, Shu-Mo came to the side of Emperor Su and smirked sinisterly as he threw out a punch. Bang! What Mo's fist didn't land on Emperor Purplebeard. Instead, it landed on Fong Chun, who had appeared out of nowhere. The sword-shaped rune instantly dissipated. Fong Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He used his body to block Shu-Mo's attack, but he was also seriously injured. At the critical moment, Fong Chun once again took out the dark demonic wheel. Rumble. He forcefully activated the forbidden power of the dark demonic wheel. A terrifying power instantly exploded from the dark demonic wheel. Then, it engulfed the entire sky, enveloping Shu-Mo within it. Die! Seeing this, Shu-Mo sneered and threw out a punch. However, it was out of his expectations. The dark aura that shrouded Shu-Mo's body actually blocked his attack. At this moment, Shu-Mo finally felt that something was wrong. Damn it! Shu-Mo roared and attacked the dark aura with all his might. Seeing this, the human race's Holy Lord and Realm Lord Fu-Mo also attacked with all their might. No! Shu-Mo fell into a frenzy. He burned his blood essence, and unleashed an unimaginable power. After activating the dark demonic wheel, Fang Chen directly fell into a coma. After releasing the forbidden power, the dark demonic wheel also fell beside Fang Chen. Hold on for a while longer. Monarch Purplebeard could only watch as his junior brother fainted under his feet. There was nothing he could do. He muttered to himself and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Just a little more time, and he would be able to condense the ninth pillar of laws. Once the 9-9 to 1 array was formed, the void creatures would all be annihilated. Fang Chen, Luo Liuli, and Bai Qingqing roared at the same time and rushed to Fang Chen's side. Without Luo Liuli's protection, the first pillar of laws became empty and the void creatures attacked crazily. However, at this moment, the power of heaven and earth descended and the last pillar of laws was formed. Crash! The 9 pillars of laws reflected each other. The 9 types of power of laws floated in the sky and attracted the power of heaven and earth to descend. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Monarch Purplebeard yelled wildly. His face was filled with madness. At the same time, the experts guarding the pillars of laws also rushed into the battlefield and started a massacre. The 9-9 to 1 array was already set up. The pillars of laws were indestructible and did not need to be guarded anymore. The 4 giants joined forces to attack. Shu Mo was attacked by the dark aura and was severely injured. Coupled with the encirclement of many human experts, he was defeated. Rumble. When the 9-9 to 1 array was activated, the 9 types of power of laws merged together and formed a destructive aura that spread out. Wherever the apocalyptic aura passed, the void creatures let out miserable cries as they all perished. No, I can't accept this. He had planned for a long time, but in the end, he ended up like this. He was very unwilling. Retreat. The human race holy leader roared. Many human experts retreated from the 9-9 to 1 array. Monarch Purplebeard activated the 9-9 to 1 array with all his might, and the power of heaven and earth descended. The destructive aura became stronger and stronger. It swept across the ground like a carpet. None of the void creatures survived. In just a few breaths, all the void creatures died. Only Shu Mo was left. His face was filled with disappointment. He looked around and seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Looking at the terrifying aura of destruction approaching, he roared at the sky unwillingly. The destructive aura swept over him. Crack! Shu Mo died. At this point, all the void creatures that invaded the lower world had died. We won. No one knew who shouted, but all the human race martialists immediately cheered. They had finally won. This battle had lasted for such a long time that the martial artists were all tired. They were physically and mentally exhausted. If not for Luo Liuli's appearance and Fang Chen's intervention at the crucial moment, the result would have been unpredictable. Below, all the martial artists were cheering. The 9-9 to 1 array did not disperse as they were afraid that Shu Mo would come back to life. Only Luo Liuli and Bai Qingqing stayed by Fang Chen's side. The 5 leaders and Realm Lord Fu Mo stood side by side above the 9-9 to 1 array and looked down at the situation inside. Whoosh! They heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. Brother, thank you so much. The human race holy leader cupped his fists and thanked him. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head and did not say anything. The Black Blade Monarch was elated. That damned void creature has finally been exterminated. The crisis of the human race has finally been resolved. Yes, although there were many twists and turns in the process, the final victory still belongs to the human race. Yuan Gu nodded. After this battle, they were all tired. The news of the victory spread in the lower world. This victory belonged to all the warriors in the lower world. Every corner of the lower world was cheering. The invasion of the void creatures was much more terrifying than the Crimson Eye, the Sea Demon race, and the other races. Heaven and earth changed color. Ordinary martial artists had already sunk into despair. But in the end, they still succeeded. The power of the 9-9 to 1 array was beyond everyone's imagination. After sweeping through more than 10 times, Monarch Purplebeard removed the 9-9 to one array after making sure that no one had escaped. This area of the void had been torn apart, and the space was extremely unstable. The leaders of the human race worked together to stabilize this part of the void. The battle finally ended. The human race entered an era of peace. Chapter 1641. After this battle, many hidden powers surfaced. Demons subduing world, Silver Moon Island, Saint Village, etc. The most eye-catching one was Demon Subduing World. This was because Demon Subduing World's power was beyond everyone's imagination. Emperor Purplebeard, Long Yang, and the other top 10 on the universe's combat power ranking were all top-notch figures in the lower realm. However, these powerful figures were all disciples of Demon Subduing World. After Demon Subduing World was made public, the human race's Saint Lord personally talked to Demon Subduing World for a long time. In the end, the human race's Saint Lord announced that Demon Subduing World would be the fifth sacred land of the human race. For countless years, the human race had only had 4 sacred lands. The human race's sacred land was the most sacred. The other 3 sacred lands were called sacred lands because they were too powerful. After the 3 godly races, no other sacred land had appeared. And now, the Saint Lord had named Demon Subduing World the 5th sacred land. What did this mean? This meant that Demon Subduing World would be on equal footing with the other 4 sacred lands in the future. The lower realm was in an uproar. However, it didn't mean much to Demon Subduing World. After the battle, the upper echelons of the human race gathered at Green Bamboo Island to help Fong Chun heal. What do you think? Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's residence. The human race's Saint Lord checked Fong Chen's injuries and asked. Yuan Gu was the first to speak. His primordial spirit is severely injured. It's too difficult for him to fully recover. The most important thing now is to find a way to wake him up. The Luo clan leader was more worried about Fong Chun. After all, Fong Chun was half a member of the Luo clan. The human race's Saint Lord sighed. Even with the 5 of us combined, we still can't wake him up. Fong Chun lay unconscious on the bed. Luo Liuli looked at her son quietly. 2 women stood behind Luo Liuli. One was Princess Xian in a light yellow dress, and the other was Bai Qingqing. After a long while, the 5 leaders sighed and shook their heads. They couldn't do anything about Fong Chen's injuries. In the end, they decided to leave it to fate. After hearing this news, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian's faces were full of tears. However, Luo Liuli didn't cry. She was very strong. She was sure that her son would wake up. Chen-er, I knew you would wake up. I will always be waiting for you, Luo Liuli said softly. After that battle, Tai Lai Yuan was a little tired. Green Bamboo Island is a good place. I will live in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island in the future. Tai Lai Yuan muttered to himself. Then, with a flash, he left the Island Master's mansion. After that, Tai Lai Yuan lived in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island. The Black-White Empyreans couldn't bear to see their disciples get tired, so they also temporarily stayed on Green Bamboo Island. The people of Silver Moon Island were arranged to live in a new city. They even changed the name of the city to Silver Moon City. The entire Green Bamboo Island was overcrowded. All the martial artists had some sort of friendship with Fong Chun. They didn't want to see the hero who fought against the void creatures fall just like that. After Saber 3 and Lu Xiong heard the news, they were speechless for a long time. Master will definitely wake up. Tian Xian clenched his fists and said in a low voice. In a certain palace in the chaos void, a deafening sound rang out. The huge void creature stood up angrily. He was the void creature powerhouse who had captured Blood Fiend Monarch and Xian Yuan ruler. You can't even rule over a mere lower realm. A bunch of trash. He sensed that the void creatures he sent to the lower realm were all annihilated. To him, the loss was too great. Damn it, could there be several eternal realm powerhouses in the lower realm? The void creature said in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, the void creature collected his thoughts. For the time being, he gave up on the idea of invading the lower realm. Time passed in the blink of an eye. A year's time passed in the blink of an eye. After the war, Under the leadership of the human race's sacred land, the lower realm began to regain its prosperity. After a year of development, the lower realm once again regained the prosperity it had before the war and even surpassed it by a lot. People also gradually forgot the pain brought about by the war. On Green Bamboo Island, there was also a burst of laughter. A year's time had changed a lot. Saber 3 had accumulated a lot and stepped into the 9th level of the life and death realm. Just as he stepped into the 9th level, he entered the top 20 of the universe combat power list. He was very confident that it would not take long for him to enter the top 10. The stronger his cultivation base, the more powerful the Golden Shield cultivation system became. Under Saber 3's stimulation, Lu Xiong's strength also underwent a tremendous change. Although he was not as crazy as Saber 3, he had also stepped into the advanced level of the life and death realm. Apart from the two of them, Tian Xian's improvement was also very fast. He had already stepped into the creation realm. He went on expeditions everywhere, walking in the places his master had walked before and fighting the opponents his master had fought before. Tian Xian even said that he would replace his master to deal with those opponents of the past. Gradually, Tian Xian also made a name for himself in the various archipelagos. As for Monarch Purplebeard, he was also very satisfied with his two disciples. On Green Bamboo Island, Nile and Xiao Xian were also very famous. In short, the development of the entire Green Bamboo Island was very prosperous. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian would look at Fangchun from time to time. However, a year had passed, and the latter still did not improve. Luo Yuli had always been guarding by his side. During this year, the 5 great leaders did not idle around either. They personally invited a 9-star alchemy master to refine a life-prolonging pill for Fangchun. On this day, the human race's Holy Lord came. Holy Lord! Luo Yuli hurriedly stood up when she saw the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to do so, and then asked, "How is it?" Luo Yuli shook her head and said, "He has been unconscious, and his primordial spirit is gradually dispersing." At this point, Luo Yuli could not bear to continue speaking. If his primordial spirit was gradually dispersing, it would not be long before Fangchun completely died. As a mother, watching her child die without being able to do anything, this feeling was too painful. This is the result of our year's work, the 9 Dragons Life Prolonging Pill. The Holy Lord handed the black pill to Luo Yuli. The 9 Dragons Life Prolonging Pill was currently the most powerful healing pill in the lower realm. It was said that it could revive the dead. Luo Yoli's eyes lit up when she saw the 9 Dragons Life Prolonging Pill. "Thank you, Holy Lord." She took the 9 Dragons Life Prolonging Pill and quickly put it into Fang Chen's mouth. The pill gradually entered Fang Chen's stomach, and then it was cut open, and the medicinal effect instantly spread throughout his body. Luo Yuli was overjoyed. The 9 Dragons Life Prolonging Pill was effective. Fang Chen's complexion clearly improved, and the speed at which his primordial spirit was dispersing had decreased a lot. It really is effective. The human race's Holy Lord was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Luo Yuli was very excited. As long as it could delay the dispersing of her son's primordial spirit, there would be a way. I will think of another way. The human race's Holy Lord turned and left. Even a 9-star alchemy master would have to expend a lot of effort to refine such a heaven-defying pill. They could only barely refine 1 pill in a year. It was almost impossible to refine more than one. Demon, subduing realm. Long Yang found the Realm Lord. Realm Lord, is there nothing you can do about Junior Marshal Brother Fang's injuries? Asked Long Yang. He knew that the Realm Lord was very resourceful and would definitely have a way. Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, shook his head with his hands behind his back. His injuries are too severe, and his primordial spirit is dispersing. I'm afraid. Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, didn't finish his sentence, but Long Yang knew what he meant. Is there no other way? Long Yang was unwilling to give up. Realm Lord Demon, subduing realm, shook his head. If they were in the God realm, there would be many ways. Unfortunately, they were in the lower world, and there was nothing. How could they save Fang Chun? If there was a way, he wouldn't have done nothing in the past year. I thought I saw hope. I thought too much. Realm Lord Demon, subduing Realm, laughed self-deprecatingly, then disappeared from Long Yang's sight. The Yuan race's sacred ground. Without any warning, the primordial demon's sword emitted a shocking aura. Then it turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the Yuan race's sacred ground. The primordial demon's sword's action shocked the Yuan race. Yuan Gu rushed over immediately, but the primordial demon's sword had already disappeared. Where is it? Yuan Gu asked in a low voice. Outside the Yuan race's sacred ground, in the boundless void, a stream of light, carrying an extremely terrifying sword chi, streaked across the sky and shot towards Green Bamboo Island. Chapter 1643. After a year, hope reignited in everyone's hearts. They could clearly feel that Fang Chen's vitality was slowly recovering. Floating in mid-air, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body had completely awakened. After absorbing the power of the sword embryo, it became even more powerful. With its operation, Fang Chun was forcefully pulled back from the gates of hell. After a while, the golden heart had completely stabilized Fang Chen's injuries. At this moment, Fang Chen's body fell from midair. Seeing this, Luo Yuli took a step forward and hugged her son. Splash! The 6 leaders, Tai Lai Yuan, Emperor Zi Su, and the others all came to the island master's residence. How is it? Everyone was most concerned about Fang Chen's physical condition. After the human race's holy leader and the others checked on him, they all had bright smiles on their faces. Fang Chen's injuries have completely stabilized. His primordial spirit is also gradually recovering, the human race's holy leader announced. The entire Green Bamboo Island was filled with cheers. That's great. Luo Yuli hugged her son and cried tears of joy. After waiting for a year, no one knew how broken her heart had been. She had once been in despair, but she had never given up. Now, she finally saw hope. Chen-er, I knew that you would be fine, Luo Yuli cried. In the courtyard, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Although Fang Chen's injuries have stabilized, he still needs to recuperate, the human race's holy leader said. Everyone disperse. Let Fang Chen recuperate. Hearing this, everyone nodded and dispersed after a while. In the end, the human race's holy leader and the others also left. Only Luo Yuli was left behind to take care of Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian looked at each other, then looked at Fang Chen affectionately and turned to leave. Yuan Gu came to the square of the island master's residence and stared at the demon origin sword that was stabbed into the ground. After a long while, he turned and left expressionlessly. The news that Fang Chen's injuries were getting better instantly spread throughout the lower world. The cheers for the heroes of the human race were very loud, and the whole world celebrated. During this long wait, Fang Chen did not disappoint. His injuries were getting better day by day. This state lasted for about half a year before Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. A year and a half had passed since the end of the war. Chen-er, you're awake. Seeing Fang Chen open his eyes, Luo Yuli was very excited. Mother, where am I? As soon as he woke up, Fang Chen felt uncomfortable all over. He was not used to it. His memory was still stuck at the last moment when he forcefully activated the dark demonic wheel to deal with Watmo. Chen-er, during the final battle, you fell into a coma. This coma lasted for a year and a half. Luo Yuli told Fang Chen about what happened after he fell into a coma. Whenever she talked about her sadness, she would cry. After Fang Chen heard this, he was also quite surprised. He could feel that the golden heart was beating especially fast. What power, said Fang Chen inwardly. He could sense a familiar power within the golden heart, but he couldn't remember what it was. Mother, since you said my Yuan spirit was damaged and was gradually dissipating, how could the life-extinguishing dragon pill not be able to save me? If even the 9 dragons' life-extending pill was unable to save me, then how did I survive? Luo Yuli slowly said, Do you remember the Yuan race's origin demon sword? Fang Chen nodded. Of course he remembered. He had obtained the demon sword on Heavenspan Island, but he hadn't expected it to be the Yuan race's totemic treasure, the Origin Demon Sword. One day, a year after you fell into a coma, the Origin Demon Sword vibrated and broke through the void from the Yuan race to Green Bamboo Island. It then used its own power to try and awaken you. But it failed, said Luo Lioli. At the last moment, it forcefully disintegrated its own sword core to save you. Hearing Luo Lioli's words, Fong Chen instantly understood. The familiar power within the Golden Heart was actually the Origin Demon Sword's sword core. In order to save me, it disintegrated its own sword core. Fong Chen knew exactly what a sword core meant to the Origin Demon Sword. Where's the Origin Demon Sword? Fong Chen abruptly crawled up from the bed and hurriedly asked. The Origin Demon Sword had sacrificed its sword core to save him. He would never forget this kindness. Chin'er, you just woke up. You need to rest, said Luo Lioli worriedly. Mother, I'm fine now. Tell me where the Origin Demon Sword is, said Fong Chen. Luo Lioli told Fong Chen where the Origin Demon Sword was, and he rushed over. At the same time, news of Fong Chen waking up spread throughout Green Bamboo Island, and even the 5 sacred lands. The 6 Titans were very happy to hear this. As for Green Bamboo Island, everyone was celebrating. Tai Lai Yuan, Sovereign Purple Beard, the Black-White Heavenly Sovereigns, Bai Qingqing, Princess Exen, and the others all came to the Island Master's residence. But what they saw was Fong Chen standing alone in the plaza, staring at the Origin Demon Sword. Great! It's good that you're awake. Everyone was overjoyed. In the plaza, Fong Chen's face was full of helplessness. His heart was pained. Looking at the silent demon Origin Sword, Fong Chen walked step by step to the side of the sword. He raised his hand and gently stroked the hilt of the Yuan Demon Sword. Back then, at the Sever Head Cliff on Ingress Island, I tried to communicate with you for the first time. At that time, I thought you were a peerless divine weapon of a very high grade. But who knew that you were the Yuan clan's Origin Demon Sword? I joined the old E-Sword sect and helped you retrieve the sword core. You also recovered your memories and returned to the Yuan clan. At this point, Fong Chen paused for a moment. To you, the sword core is like a warrior's heart. When I was in danger, you didn't hesitate to break it apart and save me. I, Fong Chen, will never forget this kindness. Now, I just want you to wake up. Fong Chen rubbed the hilt. A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Then, the silent Origin Demon Sword trembled and emitted a wild aura of sword energy. Whoosh! A crystal ball appeared on the blade of the Yuan Demon Sword. As soon as it appeared, it was absorbed by the sword. Fong Chen was puzzled. What was this crystal ball? However, the original Demon Sword answered his question. This is a memory crystal ball. I prepared it when I broke the sword core. I was afraid that once it was broken apart, my memories would disappear again. A hoarse voice came from the sword. It was full of bitterness. Fong Chen was startled when he heard this. He immediately shut his eyes in pain. The sword core isn't that important to me. I am the Origin Demon Sword. Even without the sword core, I am still the same. The sword sensed Fong Chen's emotions and comforted him. You don't need to blame yourself. I said I owed you a favor. My Origin Demon Sword is a relic, but I keep my promises. The Origin Demon Sword absorbed the memory crystal ball and recovered its memories. However, it was still weak and couldn't leave Green Bamboo Island. I will never forget this kindness, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Don't think too much. Just send me back to the Yuan clan, the sword said. Fong Chen nodded. His hand gripped the hilt of the pure demon sword. With a gentle tug, he pulled the sword out. The Origin Demon Sword was no longer as sharp as it used to be. However, it still gave off a dignified aura. The sacred land of a Yuan clan. Yuan Gu was in a bad mood. Emperor Blackblade forced Yuan Gu to play chess to ease his mood. Brother Yuan Gu, you don't have to do this. The Origin Demon Sword is the totem of the Yuan clan. You should support its decision, Emperor Blackblade said with a smile. Yuan Gu shook his head and sighed. I know, but just as Yuan Gu was speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Immediately, he leaped to his feet. Whoosh! He didn't even have time to say anything before Yuan-gu disappeared. At this moment, Fang Shan was walking toward the sacred land of the Yuan clan with the origin demon sword in his hand. Fang Chun. Yuan-gu appeared out of thin air. The origin demon sword asked me to send it back to the clan, Fang Chun said. Yuan-gu looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression and finally nodded. He led Fang Chun to the forbidden area in the back mountain. Old friend, take care of yourself. I will come to see you often, Fang Chun said in a low voice as he placed the origin demon sword in the forbidden area. Don't worry. I will definitely condense another sword embryo in a few years, the origin demon sword said. After leaving the forbidden area, Fang Chun cupped his fists at Yuan-gu. Sorry. Yuan-gu shook his head and didn't say anything. That was the origin demon sword intention. Yuan-gu had no right to stop it. They returned to Green Bamboo Island and the island lord's residence. Fang Chun saw his mother, Luo Lioli, talking happily with two beautiful women. From time to time, there would be bell-like laughter. They were very happy. Taking a closer look, he realized that one of the two women was by Ching Ching and the other was Princess Xian. Seeing the two women, Fang Chun felt a little helpless. He quietly turned around and prepared to leave. However, Luo Lioli discovered him. Chinner, what are you doing? With that, Luo Lioli called Fang Chun to the garden. In a year and a half you were unconscious. These two women took care of you a lot. Luo Lioli was very satisfied with the two women. She felt like a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. Fang Chun was a little embarrassed. Mother, Chinner, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to start a family. I think these two women are pretty good. Choose one. Otherwise, you can marry both of them, Luo Lioli said with a smile. People who cultivated martial arts didn't care about trifles. In Luo Lioli's view, this kind of thing was considered normal. It was fine as long as the two women didn't have any objections. Mother, I was already married when I was on the ancient sword continent, said Fang Chun. What? You're already married? Why didn't you bring them to me? Asked Luo Lioli hastily. Thinking of Star and Moon, Fang Chun's expression became a bit helpless. He sighed. She went to a very distant place. I can't see her for now. With that, Fang Chun quickened his steps and left the garden. Chapter 1644. The war ended and the void creatures were completely annihilated. The lower realm regained its peace, and the human race became the absolute ruler of the lower realm. As for Fang Chun, he was also thinking about his future. After this battle, his strength had become even more tyrannical. Although his cultivation had not improved, he could improve at any time if he wanted to. The human race Holy Master sent someone to deliver a space ring. What's inside? Fang Chun was curious about what was inside. However, when he opened a space ring, he was completely stunned. Inside the huge spatial ring, there were only 8 fruits. Moon Dragon Sky Fruit. Seeing the 8 fruits lying quietly, Fang Chun was very excited. Among the 3 fruits, only 1 sword origin fruit and 1 peach of immortality fruit was needed. Only the Moon Dragon Sky fruit needed 8. Fang Chun also did not expect that the human race's holy lord would actually deliver the Moon Dragon Sky fruit. Including the previous one, there were 9 in total. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun gave the 8 Moon Dragon Sky fruits to the old faker. Then, he quietly left Green Bamboo Island and went to the human race's sacred land. Holy Master, thank you for the Moon Dragon Sky fruit. Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked him in the sacred hall. The quasi-divine tree on Green Bamboo Island is injured and needs 3 fruits. These Moon Dragon Sky fruits are found in Shu Mo's Sumeru ring. I hope they can help you, the human race Holy Master said with a smile. Now, he was full of expectations for Fang Chun. Perhaps Fang Chun could reach the level of the bone progenitor. Fang Chun's position in the human race was extraordinary. As the Green Bamboo Island Lord, his words were very authoritative and even more powerful than some elders in the human race's sacred land. Fang Chun nodded and finally understood. It turned out that the Moon Dragon Sky fruit came from Shu Mo's Sumeru ring. As a void creature, it was nothing much for Shu Mo to obtain the Moon Dragon Sky fruit in the chaotic void. However, he still lacked the last fruit. Fang Chen hesitated for a while and finally spoke. Holy Master, have you heard of the peach of immortality fruit? Fang Chen asked. The human race Holy Master thought for a while and said, the peach of immortality fruit did appear in the lower realm, but that was a long time ago. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little excited. After all, it was better than not appearing at all. Where did the peach of immortality fruit appear? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. When the immortality peaches appeared, I was only in the heaven starborder realm, so I'm not too sure about the details. However, I vaguely heard that the peaches of immortality appear at the edge of the heavens. Edge of the edge. He looked at the human race's holy lord in confusion. The latter explained, the so-called edge of the sky is relative to some people. To be more precise, the edge of the sky is only open to certain people. The human race holy master continued. As everyone knows, those from the lower realm who want to ascend to the divine world must go through the gate of the divine world. Otherwise, it is impossible to enter the divine world with one's own efforts. The gate of the divine world is at the edge of the sky, the human race holy master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The gate of the divine world was at the edge of the sky. Where is the edge of the sky? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The human race holy master stood up and looked at the distant sky through the sacred hall. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the past. Only those who are recognized by the will of the universe can see the edge of the sky and enter the divine world. The human race holy master's voice was filled with helplessness. If one could find the edge of the sky, it would be easy to enter the divine world. This, Fang Chen was helpless. It was easier said than done to be recognized by the will of the universe. Even extreme life and death realm experts might not be recognized by the will of the universe. However, there's an approximate range of the edge of the sky. I can tell you the range. As for whether you can find the edge of the sky, it will depend on your luck. Then, the human race holy master told Fang Chen the location of the edge of the sky. The latter thanked the human race holy master and left the sacred hall. Demon, subduing realm. Fang Chen's clone found the demon, subduing realm lord. Realm lord, I have something to ask, Fang Chen said. Just say it. Ever since Fang Chen woke up, the demon subduing realm lord had high hopes for Fang Chen. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Fang Chen could step into the god realm. Yu too. At that time, his original body, which had been trapped for countless years, would be able to break free. I want to ask, Realm Lord, do you know about the edge of the sky? Fang Chen asked. The demon subduing Realm Lord pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, even if you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you. I was about to tell you about the edge of the sky. I think you should know about it, the demon subduing Realm Lord said. Fang Chen nodded. The Holy Master told me. But I still want to tell you, don't enter the edge of the sky. With your current strength, even if you enter the divine world, it will be very dangerous, the demon subduing realm lord said. The Holy Master said that immortality peaches and immortal fruits appeared in the edge of the sky. I want to take a look, Fang Chen said. I can't help you find the edge of the sky. You have to rely on yourself. But be careful, the demon subduing realm lord warned. Fang Chen's clone and original body met in the void ocean, then went to the edge of the sky together. In the vast lower realm, there was a piece of land closest to the sky. This piece of land was called the Sky Continent. Under normal circumstances, the edge of the sky would appear in the Sky Continent. The Sky Continent was at the edge of the universe. It was even at the end of the void ocean. Fang Chen rode the Star Universe Dragon Boat and took half a month to reach here. The Sky Continent's environment was harsh. Normally, no one would come here. Moreover, because the distance was too far and there was no teleportation formation, it was too difficult for ordinary martial artists to come here. Only an expert like Fang Chen dared to come here alone. Dong putting away the Star Universe Dragon Boat, Fang Chen stood on the Sky Continent. This continent wasn't too big, about the same size as the ancient Sword Continent. But the continent was filled with an ancient aura, as if it was an ancient broken continent. Fang Chen looked around and said, This is the sky continent. He looked around. There was nothing on the sky continent. There wasn't even a blade of grass, let alone the edge of the sky. The most important thing now is to find the edge of the sky and enter it to find the immortality peaches and immortal fruits, Fong Chun said. Every martial artist saw the edge of the sky differently. This also led to the edge of the sky not having a fixed place. They could only determine the approximate location. It was on the sky continent. UU3, even the human race's holy lords were no exception. Fong Chun spread out his divine sense and began to search for the edge of the sky. Dong suddenly, the golden heart began to beat. Fong Chun was a little surprised. Why would the golden heart beat at this time? Could it be? Fong Chun had a bold guess in his mind. Dong, 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 the golden heart beat faster and faster. Streams of energy emerged from the golden heart. In an instant, Fong Chun felt a great change happen to his body. As the golden heart beat, Fong Chun's eyes saw a strange scene. He saw a whirlpool appear in a certain place on the sky continent. A wild aura instantly swept out around this whirlpool. What is that? Fong Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at the whirlpool. Under his gaze, the whirlpool gradually expanded. And behind that whirlpool, there was a fairyland-like garden. That is, Fong Chun's heart shook. The golden heart beat faster and faster. At a certain moment, Fong Chun's mind was in a trance. He could sense a strange aura coming from the golden heart. This strange aura was incomparably familiar. 88, oh, what a familiar aura. I've felt it from many people before. The many people Fong Chun mentioned were the barbarian god's phantom, the buried sword emperor's consciousness, the sky prison saint, and others. A deafening sound came from the golden heart. Fong Chun instantly realized that this aura was the aura of a divine realm expert. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the whirlpool again. Chapter 1646. Even the 5 tycoons wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such precious peaches. However, Boss had given him one without hesitation. There were only 3 peaches in total. One of them was for the old faker, so there were only 2 left. Little Mouse held the immortality peach with his big paws and clenched his fists, feeling warm inside. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fong Chun put away the 2 immortality peaches and glanced at Little Mouse. Why are you so moved that you're about to cry? Little Mouse burst into laughter after hearing Fong Chun's words. He wasn't pretentious. He and Boss were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Sometimes, there was no need to say anything. Crunch. Little Mouse held the immortality peach and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The immortality peach wasn't big, but Little Mouse didn't dare to swallow in one bite. The immortality peach contained boundless power. It was even more powerful than a primordial stone born from heaven and earth. As Little Mouse ate the immortality peach, Fong Chun secretly guarded him. Soon, the immortality peach was finished. At this time, Little Mouse's body was filled with a rich purple light. Boss, my body is filled with power, Little Mouse said excitedly. Fong Chun nodded. Little Mouse began to guide the power in his body to spread out. He was using this opportunity to increase his cultivation base. He had to admit that the immortality peach's effect was too strong. In just a short while, Little Mouse's cultivation base had increased by several levels. Fong Chun's face was full of smiles, but he couldn't help but sigh again. The god-devouring rat was truly worthy of being called a unique demon beast in the universe. It was so powerful that it could directly swallow the immortality peach. If it were a human martial artist, they would have to at least make some preparations. Otherwise, if the power was too strong, they would explode and die. Are you all right? Fong Chun asked worriedly. The purple light around Little Mouse gradually disappeared. He shook his head. Boss, I'm fine. Buzz. Just as Little Mouse finished speaking, there was a huge tremor at the edge of the sky. The flowers and plants in the heaven's edge were trembling, as if something terrifying was about to happen. What's going on? Fong Chun tried his best to stabilize himself and looked around. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. In the sky above the edge of the sky, the void cracked as a majestic aura spread out. He was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura of the god world. This is Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the crack in the void. An illusory door gradually appeared. Suddenly, Fang Chen's body was enveloped by the majestic aura of the god realm. It forcefully pulled Fang Chen's body to the illusory door. Needless to say, this illusory door was the door of guidance. According to legend, as long as one stepped into the door of guidance, they would be able to step into the divine realm. In the lower realms, no martial artist would be able to resist the temptation of the guiding gate. Even Fang Chen's heart was burning. However, when he arrived in front of the door of guidance, he suddenly roared angrily and forcefully stopped his body. The golden heart beat rapidly, and a stream of air appeared and surrounded him, isolating his body from the aura of the god world. I can't step into the guiding gate for now. Fang Chen kept shaking his head and retreated a little. There were two reasons why Fang Chen had such thoughts. First, Fang Chen had not bid farewell to his family and friends in the lower realms. He had not settled down in Green Bamboo Island, so he was worried. Second, he had not sent the immortality peaches back, so he was not ready to enter the divine realm. Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the guiding gate. The guiding gate looked very ordinary, but it was very magical. Illusory runes flowed on the guiding gate, giving people a shocking feeling. Slowly, the aura that flowed out of the golden heart began to absorb the aura of the god world and entered Fang Chen's body. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind shook. This was an excellent opportunity to cultivate. Fang Chen did not say anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Dong, dong, dong. The golden heart beat faster and faster, and it absorbed more and more aura of the god world. Time passed quickly, and a large amount of aura of the god world emerged from the guiding gate. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit moved. He was comprehending the power of laws contained in the aura of the god world. The golden heart, which had not moved for a long time, began to transform. The golden heart is transforming. A golden halo spread out and shone on the ground. After the aura of the god world flowed into the golden heart, the latter gradually grew bigger. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the power in his body was becoming stronger as the golden heart changed. So strong. In a few breaths' time, the golden heart's transformation was completed. At this time, Fang Chen began to carefully examine the golden heart. The golden heart has become more powerful after the transformation, Fang Chen said to himself. Moreover, he felt that his understanding of the sword principle had become more powerful. Vaguely, Fang Chen saw a giant golden sword floating in the golden heart. He only took a glance at it, and he felt intense pain in his primordial spirit. It hurts, Fang Chen shouted and immediately stabilized his body. Is it an illusion or reality? Fang Chen had a strong obsession with the giant golden sword. When he was on Earth, he was stabbed by the giant golden sword that appeared out of nowhere, and then he crossed over to the ancient sword continent. It was also because of that transformation that he embarked on the path of martial arts. However, when he thought of the pain just now, he did not dare to look at it again. In the end, I am too weak. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to see it clearly. One day, when my strength reaches a certain level, I will definitely be able to know the secret of the golden heart. Fang Chen clenched his fist and thought to himself. Buzz! The transformed golden heart began to move again. A golden halo gradually flowed out, and at this moment, Fang Chen's eyes became blurred. In his mind, the sword scripture began to move automatically. In the distance, Little Mouse looked at his boss, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the gate of guidance, and was a little worried. Boss seems to be cultivating. Although he was very worried, Little Mouse held back and looked around vigilantly to protect his boss. Time passed by bit. Fang Chen was immersed in the ocean of sword principle. The sword scripture was extensive and profound, and there were a total of 6 levels. Fang Chen had only cultivated the first 3 levels. Even so, he could increase his strength by 100 times. For Fang Chen, this was an indispensable trump card. At this time, He was using the transformed golden heart and the aura of the realm of gods in front of the gate of guidance to cultivate. If the people in the outside world knew that someone did not enter the gate of guidance, but cultivated here, they would definitely curse. In the lower realm, there were countless people who could not see the gate of guidance in their entire lives. However, Fang Chun did not enter the gate of guidance when it appeared. In fact, there was another reason why Fang Chun was not in a hurry to enter the gate of guidance for the time being. It was the underworld scholar that he had met before. His appearance made Fang Chun think that the gate of guidance might not be safe. Fang Chun's body was surrounded by extremely dense sword chi. His body was like an unsheathed sharp blade, and it was shocking. Unknowingly, Little Mouse was also shocked. Boss's aura was so strong that it was comparable to the 5 great leaders. So strong. Little Mouse sighed. This state lasted for about 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, at a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes. Dong! The entire edge of heaven was trembling. Fang Chun suddenly stood up. Sword chi soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. 2 terrifying sword blades shot out from his eyes, directly cutting the strong wind in the air. The 4th level of the sword scripture, Fang Chun muttered to himself. After reaching the 4th level of the sword scripture, his strength increased by 1,000 times. 100 times was already very strong. What did 1,000 times mean? It was no exaggeration to say that although the current Fang Chun was only a 1st level life and death realm emperor, his combat strength was comparable to the top 10 experts on the universe combat strength list. Since ancient times, there was probably no 1st level life and death realm emperor stronger than Fang Chun. Boss, you broke through? Little Mouse asked with a smile. Chapter 1647. After reaching the 4th layer of the sword scripture, his strength had increased by 1,000-fold. This allowed Fang Chun's strength to reach the peak. 1,000-fold increase. Boss, your current strength is probably comparable to the 5 tycoons. Little Mouse happily laughed. Fang Chun shook his head. Although his strength had increased by 1,000-fold, he was very clear that there was still a gap between him and the 5 tycoons. Over the years, the 5 tycoons have reached the limits of the life and death realm. Their methods aren't something I can imagine. Fang Chun said. To put it bluntly, his foundation wasn't deep enough, and he couldn't be compared to the 5 tycoons. Boss, what do we do now? Little Mouse glanced at the guiding gate and asked somewhat apprehensively. Fang Chun had already thought about it long ago. He wouldn't enter the guiding gate for the time being. Wait for me to settle everything. Then I'll enter the guiding gate. Fang Chun slowly said. He and Little Mouse left Heaven's Edge at random. His harvest this time was quite good. Not only did he obtain 3 immortality peaches, but he also reached the 4th layer of the sword scripture in front of the guiding gate. Fang Chun was very happy. He stood at the edge of the sky and gazed at the door of guidance in the void. The ladder floated in the sky as if it had existed since ancient times. Dong! The golden heart thumped, and Fang Chun turned around and left without any reluctance. After Fang Chun left, the whirlpool in front of Heaven's Edge gradually healed. Heaven's Edge disappeared from Heaven Mainland. Half a month later, Fang Chun successfully returned from Heaven Mainland. After returning to Green Bamboo Island, he felt relieved. He directly went to find Saber 3 and Lu Xiong. Brother Fang. Saber 3 and Lu Xiong greeted Fang Chun. The latter nodded and said bluntly, Brother Lu Xiong, I've already found the immortality peaches and immortality fruits. I wonder what kind of method your master spoke of. Lu Xiong and Saber 3 were somewhat shocked. I'm impressed. Sword 3 gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Lu Xiong looked at Fang Chun with a dumbfounded expression. These 3 fruits were rare in the world, but Fang Chun had obtained them. Lu Xiong took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. Soon after, he told Fang Chun the method that his master had left behind. After learning about this method, Fang Chun and the other 2 came to the old faker. Old faker, I found the peaches of immortality. Fang Chun laughed as a peach of immortality appeared in his palm. Seeing this, the old faker was very surprised. Boy, where did you get it? The old faker asked. Fang Chun told the old faker that he found it at the edge of the sky. The old faker wrapped the branches on his trunk around the immortal peach. He was very excited. "Old faker, I will let Brother Lu Xiong help you recover. You have to cooperate with him," Fang Chen said. "Come on." As soon as the old faker finished his words, 3 fruits appeared in the void. The first one was the sword origin fruit, the second one was the moon dragon sky fruit, and the third one was the peaches of immortality. These 3 fruits were too tempting. However, Fang Chen trusted Lu Xiong and Sword 3. "I'll start now," Lu Xiong said as he walked to the old faker. He waved his hand, and a strong aura spread out from his body. Lu Xiong practiced the bloodline cultivation system. He could improve his strength by absorbing powerful bloodlines. His bloodline power erupted from his body. Even the old faker was a little surprised. A martial artist could have so many bloodline powers at the same time. He was too powerful. Fang Chen and Sword 3 were guarding at the side. Lu Xiong started to use his full strength. After a while, Lu Xiong felt that the time was right. He shouted in a low voice. Seeing this, the old faker rolled up the sword origin fruit and swallowed it directly. Boom! Terrifying sword chi permeated the air. After the old faker swallowed the sword origin fruit, Lu Xiong quickly formed a seal with his hands. Fang Chen and Sword 3 could not see it, so they stopped watching. After an hour, the old faker swallowed the moon dragon sky fruit as well. Finally, the old faker swallowed the peaches of immortality. Lu Xiong's forehead was full of sweat. However, he still persevered. Buzz! A vast amount of power was emitted from the old faker. His main body, which had been broken, was actually growing back. Fang Chen and Sword 3 were overjoyed. The method left by Lu Xiong's master was indeed effective. Seeing this, the old faker was very excited and took the initiative to cooperate. The main body, which had been cut off, was growing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the main body was completely grown. At this time, the medicinal effects of the 3 fruits had spread throughout the old faker's body. The old faker was full of vitality. He was transforming. Whoosh! Lu Xiong was very tired and retreated from the old faker's side. Fang Chen and Sword 3 quickly supported Lu Xiong and said, "Brother Lu Xiong, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you," Lu Xiong said with a smile. "It's fine now. It's absorbing the medicinal effects of the 3 fruits. It needs some time. After it's done, it may take the opportunity to break through to the divine level," Lu Xiong said. He knew the old faker's current situation better. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The 3 of them had been standing there waiting. The situation here caused a commotion on Green Bamboo Island. Deputy Island Master Yin Fong and the others were very surprised, thinking that there was an invasion. However, the martial artists on Green Bamboo Island were soon comforted. After 6 hours, the vitality around the old faker finally disappeared completely. The new old faker appeared in front of the 3 of them. "Ha! One must have good fortune after surviving a great disaster." The old faker laughed happily. Although he did not take the opportunity to break through to the divine level, he had completely recovered. Moreover, he was confident that it would not be long before he stepped into the divine level. "Old faker, how are you?" Fang Chen asked. "Boy, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would not have been reborn." The old faker was very touched. These 3 fruits were rare in the world. He could imagine how much Fang Chen had suffered in order to get these 3 fruits. However, some things did not need to be said. It was enough to remember. "It's good that you're fine." Fang Chen nodded. Whoosh! Little Mouse jumped onto the old faker's main body and said with a smile, "How is it? You can follow me in the future, right?" "Ha!" The old faker laughed. Fang Chen was very happy that the old faker had recovered. However, his happiness did not last long. The 6 giants came. Yes, they were also attracted by the aura on Green Bamboo Island. When they saw the old faker full of vitality, they were also slightly surprised. "You found the immortality peaches?" the human clan's saint asked. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance. It seems that you have entered the edge of heaven." Did you see the Gate of Guidance? The human clan's saint asked. The fiery gazes of the other five were fixed on Fong Chun. The Gate of Guidance was a legendary existence. They had been to the continent of heaven countless times, but they could not even see the edge of heaven. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to be recognized by the will of the universe. Facing their gazes, Fong Chun nodded calmly. I saw the Gate of Guidance. Hearing this, the six giants were overjoyed. Then why didn't you enter it? The human clan's saint continued to ask. I still have some things to deal with in the lower world, so I don't want to enter the divine world for the time being, Fong Chun said. But this time I did gain something. I cultivated in front of the Gate of Guidance and learned something. Oh, you learned something? The Black Blade Monarch chuckled and took a step forward. He smiled and said, Fong Chun, your strength must have increased significantly. How about it? Do you want to spar with me? Hearing this, the others did not stop him. Black Blade Monarch knew what he was doing. He only wanted to spar with Fong Chun. Thank you, Black Blade Monarch, Fong Chun said apologetically. Fong Chun was in the limelight during the battle with the Void creatures, especially when he severely injured Shu Mo at the last moment. Even after so many years, people still talked about it. Now that Black Blade Monarch heard that Fong Chun had learned something, he could not help but want to test him. Fong Chun, take out your treasure. Black Blade Monarch pointed at the dark demonic wheel. I don't need it for now. Fong Chun smiled. He wanted to see how strong he really was. Chapter 1648. Monarch Black Blade chuckled when he heard that and landed on the ground. Sometimes confidence is a good thing, but it's not good to be overconfident. Black Blade Emperor thought that Fong Chun was a little arrogant after his strength increased. Fong Chun didn't answer. Buzz. His aura surged and filled his entire body. In the sky, the five leaders nodded in satisfaction. Fong Chun's strength has indeed increased a lot, said the human race's holy master. Although his strength has increased, he's definitely not Black Blade Emperor's match, said the Spirit Clan leader. Guess how many moves Fong Chun can take from Black Blade Emperor? The Luo clan leader chuckled. The stronger Fong Chun was, the more advantageous it was for the Luo clan. Ever since they knew that Fong Chun was Luo Liuli's son, Yuan Gu and the other leaders' attitude towards him had improved a lot. All of this was because of Fong Chun. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Fong Chun could win. But the truth was right in front of him. Black Blade Emperor was ranked in the top 10 of the Universe Combat Strength list. His strength wasn't something that Fong Chun could compare to. I guess he could take at most 10 moves, said Yuan Gu. In fact, Yuan Gu wanted to say 3 moves, but thinking of Fong Chun's incredible concealment technique, he was more relaxed. The 5 leaders discussed among themselves. Below, Fong Chun and Black Blade Emperor were already fighting. First, Fong Chun circulated all the strength in his body and punched Monarch Black Blade. Dong! The entire ground shook. If the human race's holy master and the others hadn't sealed the space, the entire green bamboo island would have turned into ashes. After the 2 fists collided, Fong Chun's body took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Fong Chun stared at the Black Blade Emperor with eyes filled with fervor. The 1,000-fold increase in strength is really amazing. Just pure strength alone is comparable to a 9th-level Imperial Emperor, Fong Chun said to himself. He was even more eager to fight. Your strength is not bad. I wonder how your techniques are. The Black Blade Monarch was a little surprised as he asked. You'll know soon enough. Immediately, Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and used the space-time book. Suddenly, his figure merged into the void. This move again. Although Monarch Black Blade couldn't see Fong Chun's figure, he focused on defense. As long as Fong Chun appeared, he would immediately deal a heavy blow. He didn't believe that Fong Chun could sneak up on him. Crash ripples appeared in the void as 36 sword lights appeared in an unimaginable manner. With lightning speed, he shot towards the Black Blade Monarch. Just in time, Monarch Black Blade sneered as a black aura spread out from his body. Then he waved his hand. Immediately, a wild gale appeared and swept up the 36 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the 36 sword lights were all shattered by the strong wind. It's not enough to rely on this little bit of strength. Emperor Blackblade laughed heartily as if victory was already in his grasp. However, just as he was laughing, a sword light carrying a vast sword chi shot out from the strong wind with a swoosh. This sword light contained a 1,000-fold increase in strength. The previous 35 sword lights were all a pretense. Only this sword light was the real sword light. And the smile on Monarch Blackblade's face instantly disappeared, and his face turned gloomy. His figure flickered as he executed an extremely powerful attack. The black mist formed a black vortex in his palm. Not simple, the human race's Saint Master said. The others also nodded. They had still underestimated Fang Chun. It seems that this kid's opportunity this time is not bad. His strength has actually increased to such a level. Yuan Gu said, with the strength he has shown now, it's not a problem for him to enter the top 10 of the Universe Battle Force list. The Spirit Race's Lord said, truly amazing. In such a short period of time, his strength has increased so quickly. Don't forget that his cultivation base is only at the first layer of life and death realm. Realm Lord Fu Mo chuckled. The stronger Fang Chun was, the happier he was. The five giant sighed. Fang Chen's potential was unprecedented. Since no one had done it before, there probably wouldn't be anyone else in the future. In this universe era, Fang Chun was publicly recognized as the strongest first-layer life and death realm martial artist. Just as the few of them were sighing, the battle below gradually came to a stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. How can we continue fighting? After fighting for a while, Monarch Blackblade waved his hand and stopped the battle. His face was full of helplessness. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. Fang Chun stopped fighting and thought to himself, if I go all out with a 1,000-fold increase in strength, coupled with the time-space book Sky Defensive Sword Art and Dark Demonic Wheel, defeating Monarch Blackblade would be a piece of cake. But that's all. To be able to become one of the giants, his means are too strong. Fang Chun sighed inwardly. He could feel that Monarch Blackblade was still hiding a trump card. Because it was just a spar, there was no need to expose his life-saving trump card. Even so, the five giants were shocked. We were just discussing how many moves you could withstand from Monarch Blackblade. The Luo clan master laughed. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you could actually be on par with Monarch Blackblade. Yuan Gu said, Sacred Lord, I think it's time to rearrange the Universe Combat Power Ranking. The Spirit Clan Master said. Fang Chen's strength made the human race Sacred Lord very happy. He waved his hand, and a huge brush appeared in his palm. Then, he held the brush and waved it in the air. In the void, a golden scroll appeared out of thin air. This scroll was the legendary Universe Combat Power Ranking. Shwa, the human race Sacred Lord, was the only one in the entire lower domain who had the right to rearrange the rankings of the Universe Combat Power Ranking. The first place was still the human race Sacred Lord himself, and the second place was changed from Yuan Gu to Realm Lord Fu Mo. Regarding this point, Yuan Gu was also wholeheartedly convinced. Realm Lord Fu Mo's strength was obvious to all. In the past, the human race Sacred Lord would definitely rank Realm Lord Fu Mo first, because he had a supreme treasure from the God world. However, after this period of recovery, he felt that he had once again touched the threshold of the immemorial realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the immemorial realm. Therefore, he was still first. The third place was Yuan Gu, the fourth was the Spirit Clan Master, the fifth was the Luo Clan Master, the sixth was Monarch Blackblade, and the seventh was Green Bamboo Island Master. After a while, the Universe Combat Power Ranking was rearranged. Whoosh! The human race Sacred Lord waved the brush in his hand, and suddenly, rays of golden light scattered to every corner of the lower domain. At the same time, the monarchs in the Universe Combat Power Ranking received the new rankings. What? Green Bamboo Island Master is in the top 10? Oh my god, what's going on? Why is Green Bamboo Island Master ranked 7th? Is the ranking wrong? Many monarchs didn't believe that Fang Chun could be ranked 7th. Of course, many people were very excited after seeing the ranking. On Green Bamboo Island, Tai Lai Yuan was refining a divine weapon when his mind suddenly trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed. My brother's really amazing. Tai Lai Yuan wasn't jealous at all. He was just happy. At the same time, Black White Heavenly Masters and Monarch Purple Beard also knew about this. They were all shocked. In the sky above Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chun and the other 6 stood together and smiled at each other. Among the 7 of us, Fang Chun is the youngest and the one with the greatest potential, the human race Sacred Lord said. Yes, who would have thought that the Creation Realm Warrior would be on the same level as us in the blink of an eye? Yuangu laughed. He was glad that he had chosen to listen to the pure demon sword. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Chun, what's your plan next? Suddenly, Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. The other people's gazes also landed on Fang Chun. Now that the Gate of Guidance had appeared, if Fang Chun wanted to step into the divine world, it would be a matter of minutes. There was no point in being envious. The 6 overlords were all concerned about Fang Chun's decision. Fang Chun pondered for a moment and then said, I'm going to go back and see my old friends and settle them down. Then, I'll return to Green Bamboo Island and cultivate in seclusion. My cultivation level is too low, and my understanding of martial arts needs to be improved. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day I enter the divine world, Fang Chun said. The 6 overlords nodded, especially Realm Lord Fu Mo. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Come to us if you need anything, the human race Sacred Lord said. Chapter 1649. For the rest of the time, Fang Chun had already arranged the itinerary. First, he used the Star Universe Dragon Boat to return to the ancient Sword Continent. Returning to the ancient Sword Continent once again, an incomparably familiar feeling welled up in his heart. The ancient Sword Continent. This was the place where his dreams began. When he left back then, he was just a little bird that had just spread his wings and learned to fly. And now, he was already standing at the peak of the lower realm, becoming an eagle that soared in the sky. The changes in his heart made Fang Chun sigh. With a thought, he returned to the Shungfeng nation of the 5-element state. Back then, the Fang family was just a small family in Black Cloud City. He was still an ordinary disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect in the Azure Cloud County, who was bullied. The feeling of home. Fang Chun sighed. He returned to Black Cloud City. Over the years, using the resources he left behind, they gradually grew into a large force. Even the top forces of the ancient Sword Continent followed Fang Chun's lead. But the Fang family's headquarters was still in Black Cloud City. Fang Chun stood in the clouds and looked down. He saw people coming and going in the Fang family mansion at a glance. The Fang family mansion was very lively, and there were more and more family members. The young people of the same generation as Fang Chun had already settled down, and some even had grandchildren. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Things changed with the passage of time. Fang Chun didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he quietly entered the Fang family mansion and found his uncle and the others. He briefly explained the reason, and then gave an interspatial ring to his uncle. He told his uncle that the cultivation resources in the interspatial ring were enough for the Fang family to use for tens of thousands of years. After meeting everyone in the Fang family, Fang Chun went to the Qingfeng sword sect. Rather than saying that the Fang family was the place where he was born, it was better to say that the Qingfeng sword sect was the place where he was reborn. After so many years, the younger disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect who were of the same generation as him had long become the pillars of the sect, and some had even become elders. Fang Chun stood in the clouds and looked down for a long time before finally leaving quietly. Next, Fang Chun went to Kamikaze Kenbu, which was still the dream place of all sword cultivators in the Shungfeng nation. At a glance, many swordsmen were queuing up to join the Kamikaze Kenbu. Kamikaze Kenbu was much more prosperous than before. After wandering around the Divine Wind Empire for a few days, Fang Chun arrived at the Ink Cloud Empire. He vaguely remembered that when he had just left the Divine Wind Nation, he had passed by the Ink Cloud Nation and even charged through the Ink Cloud Pass. Even old man Mo Yun was alarmed. But now, Old Man Mo Yin was no longer at Moyun Pass. However, there were still many martial artists in front of Inkcloud Pass. For half a month, Fang Chun went around meeting old friends. His state of mind was changing, but even he was unaware of this change. Half a month later, they finished their tour of the ancient Sword Continent and arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chun had a lot of feelings for the Sword Burial Prefecture. His wife, Star and Moon, had been resurrected in the Sword Burial Province. Moreover, the Sword Burial Province was formed by the body of Emperor Zongjian. Standing in the sky above the Sword Burial Province, Fang Chun's heart was heavy. Whoosh! Fang Chun waved his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. In an instant, the entire Sword Burial Province trembled. This scene alarmed all the forces in the Sword Burial Province. Many experts were discussing what had happened. In the center of the Sword Burial Province, there was an immortal palace. Now, the person in charge of the Sword Burial Province was the arrogant guy who had entered the god-burying sword prison with Fang Chun. He was called Zongjian. His goal was to become an expert like Emperor Zongjian. Yes, Zongjian was cultivating when he suddenly felt the Sword Burial Province tremble. He was very surprised. However, at this moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Brother Zongjian, don't panic. I'm going to merge the Sword Burial Province and the ancient Sword Continent." Zongjian was shocked when he heard this voice. "This is Fang Chun." He cried out involuntarily. "How is this possible?" Obviously, Zongjian didn't expect Fang Chun to be so strong. Under Fang Chun's control, the Sword Burial Province and the ancient Sword Continent merged together. Dong! The collision of the two continents caused the entire continent to panic. However, Fang Chun transmitted his voice to the high-level martial artists of the continent. The Sword Burial Province was formed by Emperor Zongjian's body. From now on, the Sword Burial Province will be the fourth province of the ancient Sword Continent, and also the most sacred place of the ancient Sword Continent. Only with Zongjian's permission can one enter the Sword Burial Province. Fang Chun transmitted his voice. His voice contained the power of illusion, causing all the high-level powerhouses of the entire ancient Sword Continent to fall into an illusion. By the time they woke up, this thought had been deeply rooted. On the Sword Burial Province, Zongjian looked up at the sky. Amidst the clouds, there was a faintly discernible figure. "Fang Chun, is that you?" Zongjian muttered to himself. Fang Chun seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and glanced at Zongjian before disappearing. One day, a piece of news spread throughout the ancient Sword Continent. The former god of war, Fang Chun, had returned and merged the Sword Burial Province with the ancient Sword Continent. From now on, the ancient Sword Continent would enter an era of peace. This piece of news had been widely circulated. Scar Island. After returning from the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Chun went to Scar Island. He met the island's master and gave the Celestial Scar sect some cultivation resources. Then he went to Ingress Island and gave them the same amount of resources. After that, he went to Clearview Island. After leaving Clearview Island, he was preparing to go to the ancient Eastern Alliance when he ran into an unexpected acquaintance. A group of adventurers faced off against 3 martial artists on the Void Ocean. If you know what's good for you, hand over your interspatial rings. Otherwise, you'll all die. The leader of the adventurers was very strong, and his aura was strong. Did you hear what our boss said? Hurry up and hand them over. The other adventurers were very arrogant. Across from them, the Black Indao father's face was gloomy. Xin Yuan Feng and Xin Yuan Qin were at his side. "Grandfather, what do we do?" Xin Yuan Feng asked. "Fight them to the death," Xin Yuan Qin said coldly. The 3 of them were tired from their adventure and wanted to return to Ingress Island to live in seclusion. Who would have thought they'd run into adventurers on the Void Ocean? And this group of adventurers had no bottom line. They wanted to rob them. "Fellow Taoists, can you give me some face?" The Black Indao father forced a smile. "Oomph. Who do you think you are? You want me to give you face?" The leader sneered. He threw out a punch and hit the Black Indao ancestor. "Don't waste time. If you want to live, hand over your interspatial rings," the leader threatened. After a moment of silence, the Black Indao father compromised. "Grandfather, Xin Yuan reluctantly held onto her interspatial ring. Qin, if we don't have the resources, we can find more. If we lose our lives, then everything will be for naught. The Black Indao Father said, the path of martial arts has many paths to tread. You can't be reckless. You have to be patient like your brother. Hearing that, Xin Yuan lowered her head. The Black Indao Father handed the 3 interspatial rings to the leader of the adventurers. Old fellow, at least you know what's good for you. The adventurers received the interspatial rings and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a voice rang out. If you want to live, hand over all your interspatial rings. Space rippled, and then Fong Chen appeared. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but then they were overjoyed. They widened their eyes and looked at the person in front of them in disbelief. It's you, shouted the Xin Yuan siblings. The adventurers who were just about to leave were infuriated by the sudden appearance of this martial artist. Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? Even he doesn't know? How ignorant, sneered Xin Yuan. He's the master of Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chun, said Xin Yuan Fong. TCH, do you think I'm stupid? How could a random person be the master of Green Bamboo Island? The leader clearly didn't believe it. They're telling the truth. You only have one last chance. Hand over all your interspatial rings, and you can live, said Fong Chun indifferently. Boom! A terrifying aura spread, engulfing all the adventurers. Immediately, they felt their Yuan spirits tremble as death invaded their bodies. He's too strong. The leader of the adventurers was so scared that he pissed his pants. Chapter 1650. Fong Chen's aura alone was enough to terrify mid-level life and death realm imperial emperors, not to mention these few adventurers in the creation realm. It was already very merciful of him not to kill them. They were also very tactful. They threw down their spatial rings and hurriedly fled. Fong Chun did not chase after them. These small fries were not worth it. Brother Fong, it's really you. Xin Yuan Fong hugged Fong Chun excitedly. Xin Yuan stared at Fong Chun and said, I didn't expect the famous Green Bamboo Island Lord to come and save us at such a critical moment. Xin Dao Ancestor also sighed. Back when Dao Ancestor magic was chasing Fong Chun, he saved him and brought him to the Old Hua Islands. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had grown to such a level. Dao Ancestor. Fong Chun was very respectful to Dao Ancestor Black Yin. He would never forget his kindness. Island Lord, you don't have to be like this. Dao Ancestor Black Yin laughed. Fong Chun shook his head and said, Dao Ancestor, I will never forget your kindness to me. Brother Fong, why are you here? Xin Yuan Fong asked curiously. Fong Chun explained briefly and then asked, Where are you going? I'm very tired from running around outside. I want to return to Clear Sky Island to live in seclusion, Dao Ancestor Black Yin said. If you don't mind, how about living in seclusion on my Green Bamboo Island? Fong Chen asked. Dao Ancestor Black Yin glanced at Xin Yuan Fong and his sister. The two of them were very excited. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Dao Ancestor Black Yin nodded. He brought Dao Ancestor Black Yin and the other two back to Green Bamboo Island. It did not take long for Dao Ancestor Black Yin to settle down. Whoosh Fong Chun stretched and said, I feel like my state of mind has changed a lot after going out for a walk. At this point, he basically did not have much to worry about in the lower realm. He could finally cultivate in seclusion and peace. Green Bamboo Island was very lively with people coming and going. The people of Silver Moon Island were very used to living on Green Bamboo Island. The villagers of the Saints' Village were also very happy. Their Lord Saint's name shook the world, and the Saints' Village was rising. The old faker's injury was basically healed. The little mouse couldn't bear the loneliness. Instead of accompanying Fong Chun to practice, he went to find the old faker. In the seclusion area, Fong Chun sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly, and his avatar arrived. They're here. The clone looked exactly the same as the main body. The two of them sat side by side. The seclusion this time was of great significance. Fong Chun simply summoned his doppelganger, and set up 1,000-fold time acceleration around him. With Fang Chen's current means and control of the true meaning of space and time, he could maintain 1,000-fold acceleration for a long time. The main purpose of this occlusion is to raise my cultivation and comprehend the space-time book and the heavenly imperial sword art. Fang Chun had already made up his mind. Raising one's cultivation base was relatively easy. The most important thing was the comprehension of the heavenly imperial sword technique and the space-time book. Therefore, he decided to let his doppelganger comprehend the heavenly imperial sword art, while his main body comprehended the space-time book. Up till now, he had basically mastered the space-time shape cultivation system. What Fang Qian wanted to do was to raise the space-time book to a higher level. Buzz! His main body began to comprehend the space-time book. His body was surrounded by a rich space-time aura. The true meaning of space and time had reached the peak of the 9th grade. Its power was very strong. There was a reason why the 6 giants thought so highly of Fang Chun. It was a peerless true meaning. Moreover, it was the top true meaning. With such a true meaning, Fang Chen's future was limitless. Time passed by bit. After half a year of seclusion, the doppelganger had mastered the heavenly imperial sword technique. Sword Qi surrounded his body. His understanding of the sword Tao had become deeper. The heavenly imperial sword technique was a divine technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it could split mountains and was very powerful. After cultivating the heavenly imperial sword technique, the doppelganger also began to comprehend the space-time book. In half a year, Fang Chun cultivated the space-time book to the 6th level. Although it was only one level, Fang Chun felt that the true meaning of space and time had changed a lot. He was a little confused about the specifics. In the following time, Fang Chun immersed himself in cultivation. In the lower realm, as time passed, the human race's ruling power became stronger and stronger. Some unknown forbidden lands were also under the control of the human race. After a lot of hard work, the human race's holy master finally stepped into the eternal realm. After entering the eternal realm again, the human race's holy master's aura became even sharper. He was the true number 1 on the universe combat power list. The situation of the 5 great sacred lands would not change in a short time. In the demon subduing world. Ever since the demon subduing world was made public, the disciples of the 9th heaven could freely enter and leave the demon subduing world. Many of the disciples had gone out to temper themselves. As for the demon subduing world, he sat alone in the garden. There was a complicated look in his eyes. I've waited for so many years. There's no rush. The demon subduing world felt that he could not control the excitement in his heart. Ever since he learned that Fang Chun had found the door of guidance, his mentality had been a little strange. Fang Chen's potential is strong, but he's just entered the God realm. He won't be able to help me. It's not easy to have a glimmer of hope. I can't let be killed. The demon subduing world said in a low voice. He knew very well how cruel the God realm was. Ordinary martial artists would die if they were not careful. The competition in the God realm was even crueler. In the lower world, Fang Chen's strength was already at the top, but in the God realm, he was just a martial artist at the bottom. I can't be impulsive. I must wait for the right time, the demon-subduing world said to himself. Clear Island, Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe was an outstanding prodigy of Void Sea City. If not for Fang Chen's appearance, Yuan Tianhe would not have been grounded for 1,000 years. Today, the Void Sea City Lord and the Bai family patriarch had discussed and decided to release Yuan Tianhe. Back then, he was grounded for 1,000 years to avenge Fang Chun. But now, there was no need for that. Yuan Tianhe was already the 7th strongest on the universe combat power list, standing at the top of the universe. Yuan Tianhe's promise of 1,000 years still lingered in his ears. Arriving at the forbidden area behind Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord smiled bitterly and immediately opened the door. Creak! The door opened, and the Void Sea City Lord entered. He had not seen Yuan Tianhe for many years. He wondered how he was doing now. Did he give up on himself or work hard to cultivate? After passing through layers of restrictions, he arrived at the underground cave. The Void Sea City Lord saw a martial artist with disheveled hair who was cultivating. Voila! Yuan Tianhe opened his eyes. City Lord. Yuan Tianhe's voice was hoarse, and the aura around him was incomparably thick. Judging from his aura, he had already stepped into the creation realm, and his cultivation was not bad. Not bad. You grew up in adversity. As expected of a rare genius in Void Sea City, the Void Sea City Lord praised. City Lord, the 1,000-year confinement is not over yet. What are you doing here? After the baptism of time, Yuan Tianhe was even calmer. Yuan Tianhe, from today onwards, your 1,000-year confinement is lifted. You can leave this place, the Void Sea City Lord said. Hearing this, Yuan Tianhe was a little stunned. Then he asked in confusion why. There's no need for that. The Void Sea City Lord shrugged. Do you still remember how you were confined back then? Of course I remember. If it wasn't for Fang Chun, I wouldn't have been confined for 1,000 years. When Yuan Tianhe mentioned Fang Chun, he was full of anger. Just treat the 1,000-year agreement as a joke. You are a genius of Void Sea City. I don't want to see you fall. I hope that after you leave, you can cultivate well and revitalize Void Sea City. The Void Sea City Lord said, since you want me to leave early, then the 1,000-year agreement will be brought forward. Yuan Tianhe stood up and walked out of the underground cave in a sorry state. When he reached the surface, the Void Sea City Lord stopped Yuan Tianhe. Yuan Tianhe, you don't have to look for Fang Chun. The reason your confinement was lifted is because of him, the Void Sea City Lord said. He came to plead for leniency? Yuan Tianhe frowned. The Void Sea City Lord shook his head. Because you're no match for him. I don't want you to throw your life away. You think so highly of Fang Chun. Yuan Tianhe was a little angry. If you knew what Fang Chun has done these years, I'm afraid you would also give up on this idea, the Void Sea City Lord said. His cultivation base is very strong, Yuan Tianhe said. He's 7th on the universe's power rankings. You can think of him as one of the top 7 people in the universe, the Void Sea City Lord explained. Buzz. Yuan Tianhe's head shook and his body trembled. Chapter 1651. Even if Yuan Tianhe didn't know the universe combat power ranking, he could understand it literally. In the entire lower realm, he was one of the 7 most powerful people. 7th on the universe combat power ranking. A series of news made Yuan Tianhe's face turn pale. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood seeped out of his palms. The Void Sea City Lord quietly watched Yuan Tianhe. He knew the latter's inner struggle. He might as well let him vent. When he was grounded for 1,000 years, Yuan Tianhe was full of confidence. He even said that after 1,000 years, he would kill Sanguinati with his own hands. However, only a few years had passed, and Fang Chun had already grown to such an extent. I can't accept this. Yuan Tianhe's voice was full of unwillingness. He looked up to the sky and roared. His hair was disheveled, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. The Void Sea City Lord just watched Yuan Tianhe vent. An hour later, Yuan Tianhe finally finished venting. He was originally worried that Yuan Tianhe would fall into decadence and never get up again. However, the Void Sea City Lord thought too much. Yuan Tianhe clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were full of passion. If Fang Chun can do it, Yuan Tianhe, could do it too. After saying that, Yuan Tianhe resolutely left Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe, where are you going? The Void Sea City Lord hurriedly asked. I'm going to travel all over the lower realm to improve my strength. Yuan Tianhe's heavy voice came from afar. From that day onwards, no one in the lower realm saw Yuan Tianhe again. So many years later, when Yuan Tianhe appeared in front of the world in a powerful manner, the entire lower realm trembled. Of course, this was a story for later. On Green Bamboo Island, time passed, and Fang Chen's understanding of the space-time book became deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Fang Chun had completely understood the space-time cultivation system. It had to be said that the space-time cultivation system was a very special cultivation system. The space-time book had gone from the previous 5 levels to the 9th level. Now that he had mastered the 9th level of the space-time book, Fong Chen's concealment techniques had become even more effective. Now that he was hiding in the void, even the human race's sacred leader would not be able to find him. The current him was the true king of concealment. After the space-time book reached the 9th level, the true meaning of space-time underwent some subtle changes. Although it was very small, Fong Chen still caught it. Around him, in the space-time aura that had originally permeated the air, there was suddenly a trace of tiny gray light. The appearance of these gray lights made Fong Chen feel like he was dreaming. He shook his head and stared at the gray light in shock. What is this? For a split second, Fong Chen felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. This feeling was very strange. The appearance of the gray light caused the power of laws in the world to surge. Rumble, the entire sky above Green Bamboo Island was covered in darkness. The deafening sound echoed throughout the sky. Fong Chen looked up at the sky as a thick gray light descended. When the gray light descended, he even felt that time and space were in chaos. That is, Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock. The gray light, was it the law of space-time? However, he had never heard of the law of space-time. Hiss, hiss, hiss in the vast lower domain. All the gray lights surged toward Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's aura was completely retracted. In just a few short breaths, Fong Chen felt that the true meaning of space-time had undergone an earth-shattering change. The power of law. Fong Chen vaguely felt that the gray aura should be the product of cultivating the true meaning of space-time to the extreme. It was very likely to be the power of law. Buzz. When the sky became clear again, Fong Chen stopped cultivating and slowly stood up. It has been 3 years. Fong Chen sighed. On the path of martial arts, time flowed like water. It was indeed so. Now he finally had a deep understanding. In these 3 years, Fong Chen had gained a lot. So much so that he found it hard to believe. First of all, he had cultivated the heavenly imperial sword technique to the extreme. When he cultivated the heavenly imperial sword technique to the extreme, he realized that the power of this divine technique was many times stronger than he imagined. Secondly, the space-time book had reached the 9th level. Finally, the true meaning of space-time that even Fong Chen was not too clear about had undergone an essential change. The gains are indeed not small, but Fong Chen grinned. After 3 years of hard work, it was time to improve his cultivation. In fact, for the current him, there is not much difference between a 1st-level Imperial Emperor and a 9th-level Imperial Emperor. However, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Whoosh! Fong Chen opened his big hand and activated the long river of laws in his sea of qi. Rumble. The long river of laws rumbled as countless power of law of fire poured into the long river of laws. The long river of laws expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Fong Chen's cultivation was also rapidly improving. 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. When his cultivation increased to the 6th level, the expansion of the long river of laws finally slowed down. Finally, his cultivation crossed the threshold of the 6th level and reached the 7th level. In fact, if he forcefully increased his cultivation, he could still reach the 9th level. However, Fong Chen gave up because the expansion of the long river of laws could not keep up with his cultivation. Even if he increased it, his foundation would not be stable, which was not good for him. Let's go with the 7th level. Restraining his aura, Fong Chen inwardly said. As long as he stabilized the long river of laws and increased his mastery of the laws of fire, he could easily reach the 9th level of life and death realm. But for now, Fong Chen was already satisfied. If the current me goes all out, even Monarch Blackblade might not be my opponent. Fong Chen inwardly thought. In 3 years, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. If Monarch Blackblade was still at the same level as 3 years ago, he would definitely not be his opponent. Moreover, with his current strength, he should be able to unleash 100% of the Dark Demonic Wheel's power. Artifact Spirit. Fong Chen communicated with the Artifact Spirit. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has increased. The artifact's spirit congratulated. As the artifact's spirit, it was naturally happy to see its master's strength increase. Can the current me unleash the dark demonic wheels, full power? Fengchen asked. The artifact's spirit directly said, Master's strength is close to the limit of the life and death realm. However, the dark demonic wheel is a supreme treasure of the divine world. If you want to unleash its full power, it is still somewhat lacking, unless Master can cultivate a law to the limit. However, with Master's current strength, you can unleash 90% of its power. That kind of power far surpasses 9th-level divine weapons. At least, it is similar to Realm Lord Fu Mo's sledgehammer. The artifact's spirit continued. Hearing this, Fengchen nodded his head. He finally had a relative understanding of his own strength. He stretched his body. After 3 years of seclusion, he could finally come out. At the same time, he also realized that he was about to leave the lower realm and head for the divine world. Although I am reluctant, if I want to protect my loved ones, I must increase my strength. Fengchen inwardly said. The divine world was the core of the entire universe. It was also the place where all the experts of the universe gathered. The lower realm was nothing more than a mortal world to the divine world. The stage of the lower realm was ultimately too small. Fengchen was a soaring eagle. His stage was the divine world. He had already made up his mind. Therefore, when he came out of seclusion, he was prepared to say goodbye to his loved ones one by one and head to the divine world. The tremors in the sky above Green Bamboo Island attracted the attention of the entire lower realm. The 6 giants arrived shortly after. He came out of seclusion. The human race's holy master's eyes were burning as he stared at Fengchen. After 3 years of seclusion, you must have gained a lot, right? The Luo clan's master asked. Fengchen, the battle 3 years ago ended in a draw between us. I have been cultivating diligently for the past 3 years. Let's fight again today. Black Blade Monarch directly appeared in front of Fengchen and said with a smile. While Fengchen's strength had increased, Black Blade Monarch had not been idle. He was ranked 6th on the Universe Combat Power list, while Fengchen was ranked 7th. He wanted to test the results of his 3 years of cultivation. Sure, Fengchen smiled. Fengchen, I have developed a killer move in the past few years. I will not hold back later. You must be careful. Black Blade Monarch reminded him. Chapter 1652. Fengchen appeared to be quite relaxed as he fought against Monarch Black Saber once again. After all, he knew how much his strength had improved over the past 3 years. Therefore, he was only testing his strength by fighting against Monarch Black Saber. Fengchen, I'm going to make my move. Monarch Black Saber chuckled as a saber intent lingered around his body. The 5 authorities were astounded seeing this. It seemed like Monarch Black Saber was treating Fengchen with great importance. Otherwise, he would not have executed his ultimate move right away. Monarch Black Saber was called Black Saber because he had formed a saber with the force of the rules in his Qi. The Black Saber was extremely powerful, equivalent to Monarch Black Saber's natal artifact. Normally, he would not use it so easily. Apart from the authorities, no one was able to force Monarch Black Saber to use it until now. Buzza's terrifying saber intent instantly swept across the entire square. Fengchen wore a calm smile as he unleashed his strength and threw a punch forward. Dong a 1,000-fold increase in strength. A terrifying force instantly swept toward Monarch Black Saber like a punch capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Crack! The formidable sword intent surrounding Monarch Black Saber was shattered into pieces. This scene caused the 5 great leaders in the sky to be dumbfounded. Monarch Black Saber was astounded. Fengchen's strength had improved significantly, allowing him to break through his defense with a single punch. Monarch Black Saber, I've heard that you've been nurturing a black saber in your Qi. Just use it, Fengchen said smilingly. Fengchen's intention was clear. Their strengths were almost on the same level. Thus, there was no need for him to waste his time. Monarch Black Saber's eyes flickered after hearing this. Fengchen, you're indeed very powerful. I won't waste any more time. If you can resist my saber, I'll admit my defeat right away. Whoosh! With a thought from the Black Blade Monarch, an overwhelming saber light soared into the sky. Following this, a black saber the size of a palm appeared above his head. As soon as this black blade appeared, it caused the surroundings to become oppressive. In an instant, the primordial spirits of the warriors on Green Bamboo Island trembled. What happened? Many martial artists who did not know what was going on screamed in horror. How peculiar, Fang Chun said to himself as he stared at the black blade. This black blade was different from ordinary black blades. It was very strange. Although you are very strong, you are still unable to withstand my attacks. After summoning the black blade, Monarch Black Blade's eyes shone brightly as saber chi surged around him. Kill! Monarch Black Blade used his killer move, causing the world to change colors. The black blade whistled through the air at lightning speed. It brought with it an extremely terrifying power and arrived beside Fang Chun. Just as the black blade was about to touch him, Fang Chun's figure disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, the expressions of the five giants changed drastically. 3 years ago, although Fang Chun's concealment technique was very strong, it was still traceable in their eyes. But now, they could not sense Fang Chun's existence at all. Sacred Master, your primordial spirit has merged with the universe will. Can you sense Fang Chun's existence? Yuan Gu asked anxiously. The others also looked at the human race's sacred master with fervent gazes. The human race's face was gloomy as he closed his eyes, seemingly using the universe will's power. Pucci. After a while, the human race's sacred master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Waves of shock surged in his heart. What's going on? The giants asked worriedly. I can only blame myself for being too weak. Even using the universe will, I can't find Fang Chun's traces. The human race's holy master's words shocked the other big shots. How is this possible? The few of them were completely confused. There was actually such a powerful concealment technique in the world. Even if it was the true meaning of space-time, it should not be like this. At this moment, their gazes towards the battlefield became very complicated. Swoosh! The black blade carried a terrifying blade, chi, as it hovered in the sky. As long as Fang Chun appeared, it would immediately attack him. In the void, Fang Chun observed the black blade for a while, and then said, "It's about time." After that, his figure flashed and appeared behind Monarch Black Blade. Without saying anything, he directly used the heavenly imperial sword technique. Swoosh! Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shot out. Monstrous sword chi shot into the sky. Oh no! Black Blade Emperor hurriedly controlled the black blade to block the sword lights. Crack! In the process of blocking the sword lights, a crack appeared on the black blade. No! Monarch Black Blade immediately retracted his black blade and shouted, "Stop!" The black blade was Black Blade Emperor's natal weapon. Once it was damaged, he would also be implicated. Crash! Seeing this, Fang Chun withdrew his attack. The solemn atmosphere on the battlefield instantly disappeared. Are you okay? Fang Chun asked. Black Blade Emperor's face was a little pale. He looked at Fang Chun as if he was looking at a monster. You freak! Even when he used the black blade, he was unable to withstand the attack. His intrinsic weapon was nearly shattered. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was not an enemy of Fang Chun. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Hee hee. Fang Chun scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Black Blade Emperor curled his lips and then said, I lost. The 5 leaders in the sky landed on the ground. They looked at Fang Chun in surprise. Not bad. The human race's holy master nodded. Kid, your potential is too strong. The big shots were praising Fang Chun. However, he had an idea in his mind. He wanted to challenge the human race's holy master. After chatting with the leaders for a while, Fang Chun cupped his hands at the human race's holy master and said, Holy Master, may I challenge you? Hearing this, the others were also slightly stunned. They did not expect that Fang Chun, who had just defeated Black Blade Emperor, would challenge the human race's holy master. The human race's holy master was #1 on the universe's battle power list. Although Black Blade Emperor was in the same realm as the human race's holy master, he did not dare to challenge him. The human race's holy master was very strong. Ordinary peak life and death realm emperors could not compare to him. Fang Chun, do you really want to challenge the holy master? Yuan Gu asked. Yes, Fang Chun. You may have defeated Blackblade, but that does not mean you have the strength to challenge the holy master. The spiritual race's master said. However, Realm Master Fu Mo had a different opinion. He had a faint feeling that Fang Chun might really have the strength to challenge the human race's holy master. Fang Chun, the holy master, was injured. If you challenge him now, it will be unfair. Realm Master Fu Mo said. The holy master is injured? Fang Chun only then noticed that the holy master's expression was not good. He was very curious as to how the holy master was injured. Little did he know that the holy master had not hesitated to use the will of the universe in order to track him down. This caused him to suffer a backlash and be slightly injured. The human race's holy master waved his hand and said, My injuries are not serious. Since you want to fight with me, I'll satisfy you. The human race's holy master was very strong. Following this, Fang Chun truly experienced his strength. He exchanged 300 moves with the human race's holy master and barely managed to remain undefeated. As expected of the human race's holy master, if I want to defeat him, I'll have to use the dark demonic wheel. Fang Chun inwardly said. In terms of pure strength, he was simply not the human race's holy master's match. After 300 moves, the human race's holy master gradually suppressed Fang Chun. However, from start to finish, Fang Chun did not use the dark demonic wheel. If he used it, he would definitely injure the human race's holy master. There was no need for that when two people were exchanging pointers. After an hour, the battle finally ended. Dong, the two of them, landed on the ground. The human race's holy master had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chun. Given time, you will definitely surpass me. The human race's holy master had high hopes for Fang Chun. Then he took out a brush, waved his hand, and recompiled the universe combat powers ranking. As for Fang Chun, he was ranked second only to him. Do you have any objections? The human race's holy master asked. 88. The few of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Fang Chun was able to fight the human race's holy master to such an extent. This level of strength was something they could not compare to. Even the arrogant Yuan Gu had no choice but to admit defeat at this moment. The world would belong to the younger generation in the future. Fang Chun is probably the youngest person to be in the top 3 since the creation of the universe combat powers ranking. Yes, he has cultivated for less than 100 years and is ranked second on the universe combat powers ranking. This is simply unimaginable. Chapter 1653. After recompiling the universe combat power list, the powerhouses left one after another. Only Realm Lord Fu Mo stayed behind to talk to Fang Chun alone. Realm Lord Fu Mo had taken good care of Fang Chun during his growth. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had now. Moreover, he had promised to find a way to save Realm Lord Fu Mo's true body after entering the God Realm. Fang Chun. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very satisfied with Fang Chun. The latter's growth was beyond his expectations. I thought it would take at least 100 years for you to enter the God Realm, but I underestimated you. However, I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would be qualified to enter the God Realm. Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. He wasn't a match for Fang Chun in a one-on-one fight. He had watched Fang Chun's battle. His concealment skills weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, if he used a hammer, the outcome would be unpredictable. Realm Lord, when I enter the God Realm, I'll do my best to help you save my true body, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded in satisfaction. If there's anything you don't understand before you enter the God Realm, you can ask me, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. This is all I can help you with. Hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fong Chun was really puzzled and wanted to ask. Realm Lord, I do have something to ask. Fong Chun cupped his fists. Is there a space-time law in this world? The scene of that day appeared in Fong Chen's mind. The true meaning of space-time was surrounded by a gray aura. It was very shocking. It seems you still know too little about laws and rules, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. I'll explain it to you in detail. Laws and rules are the foundation of the universe's order. Laws are supreme, and laws are inferior. There are countless laws in the universe, but there are only 6 kinds of laws. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice was very heavy when he talked about laws. 6 types of laws, Fong Chen asked, puzzled. That's right. Since the beginning of time, since the birth of the universe, the order of the universe has never changed. There are countless laws, but there are only 6 types of laws. They are the only 6 types, and they are irreplaceable. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. What are the 6 rules? Time, space, destruction, creation, reincarnation, destiny. These 6 great laws have existed since ancient times. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, and the space-time laws you speak of don't exist at all. When it comes to time and space, there are only laws. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. Yu 1. The 6 great laws that had existed since ancient times. Just hearing about them made one's blood boil. However, the rules are still too far away for you. What you need to do now is focus on comprehending the laws. The more, the better. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice pulled Fong Chun back from his shock. He frowned slightly and said, Realm Lord, do you think there are any martial artists who can skip the laws and directly comprehend the laws? Realm Lord Fu Mo raised his eyebrows and said, they should only exist in legends. Perhaps you'll know the answer when you go to the God world. Fong Chen nodded, but he was even more puzzled by the aura in his body. What exactly was it? He could clearly feel that it wasn't the aura of true intent, but he didn't know what it was for the time being. Next, Fong Chun asked a few questions about cultivation. In the end, Realm Lord Fu Mo left. He told Fong Chun that his clone couldn't enter the God world for the time being. Perhaps one day, they would meet in the God world. Not long after Realm Lord Fu Mo left, a group of acquaintances came to Green Lake Island. Fong Chun wasn't surprised at all. After all, his old friends and acquaintances would come to Green Bamboo Island to look for him. The Sky Puppet Race. Fong Chun spread out his divine sense and found that the newcomers were from the Sky Puppet Race. The leader was the patriarch of the Sky Puppet Race. At the edge of Green Bamboo Island, the Sky Puppet Race was led by the patriarch on a Green Bamboo Island. Patriarch, do you think the Green Bamboo Island Lord will help? Although the Green Bamboo Island Lord joined our Sky Puppet Race, he's high and mighty now. He probably looks down on us. Sigh, we have no other choice, so we came to ask the Green Bamboo Island Lord. Don't talk about it. Wait until we see the Green Bamboo Island Lord, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said. Whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, my good friend won't see you, Fong Chun said with a smile on his face. Greetings, Green Bamboo Island Lord. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch led the group and cupped their fists. Fong Chun waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so reserved. Seeing Fong Chen's gentle attitude, the Sky Puppet Race's group relaxed. Island Lord, we came here to ask for a favor, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said directly. The Sky Puppet Race treated me well in the past, and my good brother Ching Ho is also a member of the Sky Puppet Race. As long as I can help, I will definitely help, Fong Chun said with a nod. Hearing this, the Sky Puppet Race's group rejoiced. It seemed that this trip to Green Bamboo Island wasn't in vain. Island Lord, we came here for Ching Ho, the patriarch said helplessly. What happened to Ching Ho? Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Ching Ho is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Puppet Race. He thoroughly studied the Tao of puppetry of the Sky Puppet Race. After that, because the Sky Puppet Race's old site lacked cultivation resources, Ching Ho took our Sky Puppet Race to the outside world. After several months, our Sky Puppet Race finally found a place to settle down on an uninhabited island in the Old Flower Islands. Who would have thought that danger would descend at this time? Several life and death realm experts took a fancy to our Tao of puppetry and held Qing Ho hostage, forcing him to refine puppets day and night. Moreover, they threatened us to go out and search for materials. If we were delayed, our entire sky puppet race would be destroyed. The sky puppet race's patriarch was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. In other words, Brother Qing Ho has been held hostage, Fong Chun said gravely. The sky puppet race's patriarch said, he's been held hostage for about 5 years. During this time, Qing Ho has been refining puppets. Because of this, his Yuan spirit has been damaged, and his cultivation has dropped. It's a tragic sight. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Fong Chen's body. The sky puppet race's patriarch immediately felt incomparably pressured and involuntarily retreated. Where are they? Fong Chen asked. They're in the old Flower Islands. The sky puppet race's patriarch told Fong Chen the location. The latter said, you guys can stay in Green Bamboo Island for now. I'll go save Qing Ho. After saying that, Fong Chen's figure disappeared. UU3, Old Flower Islands, in a remote area. There was an uninhabited island here that was verdant and lush. There was a plaza at the center of the island. In the square, a martial artist whose ribs were chained was refining a puppet. He was battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and his mind was dispirited. His vitality was gradually fading away. When will these days come to an end? Qing Ho was in great pain. He had thought of self-detonating countless times, but in the eyes of life and death realm experts, he didn't even have the ability to do so. Don't be lazy and work. Just as Qing Ho was thinking, a whip ruthlessly lashed out at Qing Ho's body. Qing Ho's back immediately split open, and he was in great pain. Helpless, Qing Ho could only continue refining puppets. The life and death realm expert standing in the distance looked at Qing Ho and sneered. Humph. Trash like you dares to say that you're good brothers with Green Bamboo Island Lord. If you're Green Bamboo Island Lord's brother, then I'm Green Bamboo Island Lord's father. Clearly, this life and death realm expert didn't believe him. Green Bamboo Island Lord was high and mighty. Apart from the human race's holy lords, no one in the lower realms could match him. How could he know a nobody like him? If you don't want to die, work quickly. Holding the whip, the life and death realm expert berated. Also, the time limit for your sky puppet race's other groups is almost up. If they can't make it back in time, you'll definitely die. Qing Ho endured the humiliation and continued refining puppets with great difficulty. After refining day and night for several years, cracks had appeared on his Yuan spirit, and his vitality was fading away. Right now, he was living a life worse than death. When Fong Chun arrived at this desolate island, he just happened to see the life and death realm expert whipping Qing Ho. Chapter 1654. Seeing Qing Ho in such a sorry state, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His fury caused the sky to change color. Qing Ho. Fong Chun let out a deep voice. He floated in the sky and walked toward the center of the island. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on this desolate island. The life and death realm emperor who had whipped Qing Ho frowned, not knowing what was happening. What's going on? In an instant, several other life and death realm emperors rushed over. What a powerful aura! There seems to be an expert nearby. Could it be the helpers of the sky puppet race? What's there to be afraid of? So what if the sky puppet race found helpers? The life and death realm emperors stabilized themselves and raised their heads. Suddenly, they saw a shocking scene. A young warrior, bathed in lightning, strolled over in the sky. This scene created a very strong visual impact. That is, the life and death realm emperor with the whip had a surprised expression as he asked coldly, "Let's go over." In an instant, the life and death realm emperors arrived at Qing Ho's location. Qing Ho, who had fallen into despair, sensed the changes in the sky and tried his best to raise his head. When he did, he was stunned. For so many years, he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. If there was anything he was looking forward to, it would be Green Bamboo Island Lord. Brother Fong. Qing Ho roared in a hoarse voice. His face was filled with an excited smile. Fong Chen had really come. This meant that the sky puppet race had succeeded. He was very excited in his heart. Dong! Bathed in lightning, Fong Chun quickly walked over. In the sky, terrifying thunderbolts continuously bombarded his body. Lightning flickered around his body as a terrifying aura spread out. Fong Chun arrived at Ching Ho's side and waved his hand. Immediately, all the chains binding Ching Ho's body broke. You won. Ching Ho, I'm late. Fong Chun supported the injured Ching Ho and said in a deep voice, Brother Fong, I didn't expect to see you again. Ching Ho's face was filled with joy. However, his primordial spirit had been severely damaged after all these years of refining puppets. After seeing Fong Chun, he immediately relaxed. Immediately, an even bigger crack appeared on his primordial spirit, and he fell unconscious. Fong Chun supported Ching Ho as a powerful force emerged from his body and poured into Ching Ho's body. After ensuring that Ching Ho's life was not in danger, Fong Chun asked the little mouse to guard him. As for himself, his cold gaze landed on the few life and death realm emperors who were rushing over. Brat, who are you? You dare to come here and ruin our business? The whip-wielding life and death emperor loudly berated. The others also threatened Fong Chun one after another. Some life and death realm emperors were even prepared to attack. He's my brother. Fong Chun pointed at the unconscious Ching Ho and said in a deep voice. At this point, Fong Chun's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously. How dare you treat him like this? Brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save your brother? What a joke. The whip-wielding life and death realm emperor sneered. He thought that Fong Chun was just a random helper that the heaven puppet race had found. You could die now. Fong Chun looked at the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. The few life and death realm emperors looked at each other in dismay, searching for him. Poochie! Fong Chun's palm appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced through the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor's chest, crushing his heart. Voila! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fong Chun returned to the distance and stood there quietly. Bang! Holding the whip, the previously arrogant life and death sovereign emperor fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This sudden change made the remaining life and death realm emperor's expressions change drastically. A trace of fear actually appeared in their hearts. Who are you? The leading life and death realm emperor asked in horror. Green Bamboo Island Lord. Fong Chun reported his name. Immediately, the faces of the life and death realm emperors turned pale as they retreated. You too. You're Green Bamboo Island Lord. Run. They had already personally experienced Fong Chun's methods. Even if they were fighting one-on-one, it would be impossible for them to kill their companions so quickly. Therefore, when Fong Chun said that he was Green Bamboo Island Lord, they didn't doubt him at all. One of them even roared. Immediately, the few figures scattered, preparing to flee. You want to flee? Fong Chun didn't intend to let them go. If he let such scum go, who knew how many more people would suffer? Voila! Using the time book, Fong Chun's speed reached the extreme as he punched out several times. Bang! Bang! Wherever the fist light passed, the life and death realm emperors immediately screamed before their corpses fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the few life and death realm emperors were all killed by Fong Chun. To Fong Chun, killing them was like cutting vegetables. Then, Fong Chun quickly arrived at Ching Ho's side. Boss, Ching Ho's Yuan spirit is severely damaged, but his life isn't in danger. Little Mouse said. Fong Chun nodded and said, I'll think of a way to recover his Yuan spirit. Let's return to Green Bamboo Island first. After saying that, Fong Chun and Little Mouse brought Ching Ho back to Green Bamboo Island. The desolate island became completely desolate. Although the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen had settled down, their hearts were no longer on Green Bamboo Island. In the courtyard, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch sat on a stone bench with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for the other clansmen, they were pacing back and forth with heavy hearts. Patriarch, will Ching Ho be all right? I wonder if Green Bamboo Island Lord can successfully save Ching Ho. Just as the atmosphere was extremely heavy, Fong Chun returned. The patriarch immediately stood up and quickly went to welcome Fong Chun. When he saw Fong Chun supporting Ching Ho, his eyes turned red, and he was extremely excited. Ching Ho. The patriarch received Ching Ho and cheered. UU3. On the side, many Sky Puppet Race's clansmen cupped their fists and thanked Fong Chun. Thank you so much. Fong Chun waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then he said, Brother Ching Ho has been forced to refine puppets these past few years, causing his Yuan spirit to be damaged. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Everyone, don't worry. I will do my best to help Brother Ching Ho recover his Yuan spirit. Hearing Fong Chen's promise, the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen were overjoyed. 3 days later, Ching Ho woke up leisurely. In these 3 days, Fong Chun had fed him a lot of spirit pills and miraculous medicines, which also played a great role. Although Ching Ho's primordial spirit had not fully recovered, the hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. He's awake. The Sky Puppet Race's clansmen stood in the room and stared at Ching Ho. In front of the bed, Fong Chun was taking Ching Ho's pulse. Brother Fong. Ching Ho wanted to get up, but he was stopped by Fong Chun. Brother Ching Ho, rest well for now, Fong Chun said. Ching Ho nodded, feeling warm in his heart. After so many years, Fong Chun had become one of the peak experts of the lower realms. While he was a prisoner, Fong Chun was actually willing to kill a life and death realm sovereign emperor for him. Ching Ho, would never forget this kindness. As if guessing Ching Ho's thoughts, Fong Chun chuckled, Don't think too much. You should properly recover. The Ching Ho I knew in the past was not so sentimental. Hearing this, Ching Ho nodded heavily. Actually, the hellish torture over the past few years had both advantages and disadvantages for Ching Ho. The disadvantage was that refining puppets for a long time had seriously injured his Yuan spirit. The benefit was that refining puppets day and night had made Ching Ho's accomplishments in the Tao of puppets even more outstanding. Now, he had completely grasped the Tao of puppets of the Sky Puppet Race, and he even had a lot of his own comprehensions. Ching Ho believed that it wouldn't be long before he could lead the Sky Puppet Race to rise again in the lower realms. There were joys and sorrows. However, Ching Ho was an optimistic person. The damage to his Yuan spirit wouldn't affect his life. Moreover, he could slowly recuperate. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a big deal. In just half a month, Ching Ho could already move freely. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun was very happy. Brother Fong. In the past few days, Fong Chun had been preparing to head to the heavenly continent. Ching Ho found the latter with a smile on his face. Chapter 1655. After chatting with Ching Ho for a while, Fong Chun returned to the island master's residence. 8 reading. 23 inches the mountain behind the island master's residence. Fong Chun stood quietly and looked down. He sighed in his heart. Over the years, he had witnessed the growth of Green Bamboo Island. And now, he was about to leave this place. He sighed in his heart. However, this kind of thing would come sooner or later. There was no challenge in staying in the lower realm. His strength had already reached the second place on the Universe Combat Power list. If he activated the Dark Demonic Wheel, even the Holy Lords of the human race might not be his match. He had no opponents in the lower realm, and his wife was still in the heavenly realm. He had promised Star and Moon that one day he would go to the heavenly realm to find his wife. Now it was time. Unknowingly, 2 more people had appeared at the back of the mountain. One was Princess Xin in a yellow dress, and the other was by Ching Ching in a green dress. The 2 stood on either side of Fong Chun in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a long while, Fong Chun sighed. He knew what the 2 women were thinking, but he pretended not to. He really couldn't promise the 2 women because his wife, Star and Moon, was still in his heart. Ready. Unexpectedly, the 2 women didn't say a word about what they were thinking. Princess Xin had a faint smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chun tenderly. Fong Chun nodded and said, I'm ready. Aren't you going to say goodbye to the others? Bai Ching Ching asked in a low voice. Fong Chun shook his head and fell into silence. Saying goodbye was easy to say, but difficult to do. In the end, Fang Chun chose to say goodbye. First, he went to see his parents on Earth. On Green Bamboo Island, his parents lived a comfortable life. They were ordinary people with no cultivation foundation, and now they had reached the Chi-Hai realm. Although they were the weakest on Green Bamboo Island, no one dared to underestimate them. Fang Chun had arranged many guards for the two of them, and he had also left 2 strands of consciousness on them. Even the great beings on the Universe Combat Power list couldn't kill the 2 of them. The 2 elders also understood Fang Chun very well. Ever since they came to Green Bamboo Island and saw the different worlds here, they had become very familiar with Fang Chun. The 2 elders were very supportive of Fang Chun. They even encouraged him to go to the God Realm as soon as possible and make a name for himself. Fang Chun was very moved. He hugged the 2 elders and remained silent for a long time. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Fang Chun found Luo Liuli and Fang Tianyu. The 2 of them were no longer on Green Bamboo Island, but in the Luo clan. Ever since the crisis of the Void Creatures was resolved, the Luo clan's sacred land accepted Fang Tianyu. Right now, Fang Tianyu was happily living with Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli was very reluctant to part with Fang Chun, but at her level, she naturally understood. On the path of martial arts, the ultimate goal should be to pursue the peak of martial arts. It wasn't easy for her son to step into the divine realm, so as a mother, she naturally had to congratulate him. It took Fang Chun a day to say goodbye to his family. After that, he quietly went to Silver Moon City and the place where the black-white heavenly lords lived in seclusion and left some cultivation resources. After the 2 girls knew about it, they were speechless for a long time. They secretly swore that they would definitely step into the God Realm in the future. The villagers of Saint's Village had completely integrated into the life on Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, there was the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave left by Fang Chun. It could be said that the villagers of Saint's Village were very safe. Moreover, their strength was increasing at a very fast speed. Fang Chun left 60% of the resources in his Sumeru ring. Although it was only 60% of the resources, it was enough to shock people. After everything was arranged, Fang Chun bid farewell to the old faker. Then, he set off to meet up with his clone. Realm Lord Fu Mo personally sent his clone to meet up with him. On the Void Ocean, the waves were turbulent. Fang Chun and Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were full of smiles. I really didn't expect this day to come so soon. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Yes, even I didn't expect that I would step into the God Realm after so many years. Fang Chun said. In fact, his experience was also legendary. However, it was also the result of hard work. Fang Chun, you're the most outstanding genius I have ever seen in this universe era. Once you enter the God Realm, you must endure until your strength has increased to a certain level. Only then can you save my original body. Realm Lord Fu Mo exhorted. He was very optimistic about Fang Chun, so he didn't want Fang Chun to take the risk. Voila! Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand, and a message drilled into Fang Chun's mind. However, he couldn't see it. You will be able to see this message when you enter the immemorial realm. Remember, even if you reach the immemorial realm, don't be careless. The God Realm is different from the lower worlds. The competition there is more intense and cruel. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Also, before you have absolute strength, don't expose our identities. Otherwise, you will be killed. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. I will. From a small sect in the ancient Sword Continent's Divine Wind Nation, they had grown to where they were today. After experiencing so much, Fang Chun was different from his peers. He knew his limits. Moreover, this was the legendary God Realm. It was the place where all the experts had gathered for countless years. It was the most prosperous place for martial arts, and also the place that martial artists yearn for the most. My original body is trapped, and my clone has been in the lower worlds for too long. Therefore, I don't know the current situation of the God Realm. After so many years, the structure of the God Realm must have changed dramatically. After you enter the God Realm, the first thing you should do is to find out the specific situation. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Fang Chen nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo had said everything that needed to be said. In the end, he glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Do you really not plan to leave your clone in the lower worlds?" In fact, there were many examples of leaving one's clone in the lower worlds while the original body went to the God Realm. Most martial artists were afraid that the God Realm would be too dangerous and cause both their original body and clone to be destroyed. Therefore, leaving one's clone in the lower worlds could be considered a form of insurance. Fang Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this problem, but in the end, he still decided to bring his clone to the God Realm. He had his own reasons for doing so. "All right, I won't force you," Realm Lord Fu Mo said, and prepared to send Fang Chen to the Heaven Continent. However, at this moment, a few ripples appeared in the sky, and then the 5 giants appeared. "Fang Chen, let us send you on your last journey." The human race's holy master smiled. "Don't worry about entering the God Realm. We will help you take care of Green Bamboo Island." The group of 7 headed to the Heaven Continent. These 7 people were the 7 strongest people in the lower worlds. They were also the undisputed 7 on the universe's combat power ranking. The Heaven Continent was still so old and had a deep foundation. The group of 7 arrived at the Heaven Continent. Stepping on the Heaven Continent again, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Voila! As soon as he arrived, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In an instant, the heaven's edge appeared. Fang Chen cupped his fists to bid farewell to everyone and jumped into the heaven's edge behind the vortex. "Is that the heaven's edge?" Yuangu looked at it seriously. "When can we enter the God Realm?" Blackblade Monarch asked. "This kind of thing can't be forced. Let's leave it to fate." The human race's holy master said indifferently. In the heaven's edge, Fang Chen floated in the sky. The gate of guidance appeared. The golden heart beat faster and faster, emitting layers of golden halos that surrounded Fang Chen. "Boss!" Little Mouse was a little nervous. "Stay in the Sumeru ring. Don't move," Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen wasn't sure if the Sumeru ring could bring Little Mouse into the God Realm. However, he had to give it a try. "God Realm, I'm coming." After making all the preparations, Fang Chen stepped out and entered the gate of guidance. Dong! At the same time, the entire lower worlds trembled. The power of the universe descended and covered the entire Heaven Continent. In an instant, the gate of guidance disappeared, and the heaven's edge also disappeared without a trace. On the Heaven Continent, the human race's holy master and the other 6 giants looked at each other, shocked. After this, the Green Bamboo Island Master became a legendary existence in the lower worlds. Only a few people knew that he had entered the God Realm, and most martial artists didn't know. Green Bamboo Island was still peaceful. However, on a mountain peak, Princess Xin and Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes looked through the void in the direction of the Heaven Continent. Chapter 1656. After recompiling the Universe Combat Power List, the powerhouses left one after another. Only Realm Lord Fu Mo stayed behind to talk to Fang Chen alone. Realm Lord Fu Mo had taken good care of Fang Chen during his growth. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had now. Moreover, he had promised to find a way to save Realm Lord Fu Mo's true body after entering the God Realm. Fang Chen. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very satisfied with Fang Chen. The latter's growth was beyond his expectations. "I thought it would take at least 100 years for you to enter the God Realm, but I underestimated you. However, I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would be qualified to enter the God Realm." Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. He wasn't a match for Fang Chen in a one-on-one fight. He had watched Fang Chen's battle. His concealment skills weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, if he used a hammer, the outcome would be hard to predict. "Realm Lord, when I enter the God Realm, I will do my best to help you save my true body," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Before you enter the God Realm, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me," said Realm Lord Fu Mo. "This is all I can help you with." Hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fong Chun was really puzzled and wanted to ask about it. Realm Lord, I do have something to ask. Fong Chun cupped his fists. Is there a space-time law in this world? The scene of that day appeared in Fong Chen's mind. The gray aura surrounding the space-time law was very shocking. It seems you still know too little about laws and rules, said Realm Lord Fu Mo. Let me explain it to you in detail. Laws and rules are the foundation of the universe's order. Laws are supreme, and laws are inferior. There are countless laws in the universe, but there are only 6 kinds of laws. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice was very heavy when he spoke of laws. 6 types of laws, Fong Chen asked, puzzled. That's right. Since the beginning of time, since the birth of the universe, the order of the universe has never changed. There are countless laws, but there are only 6 types of laws. They are the only 6 types, and they are irreplaceable. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. What are the 6 rules? Time, space, destruction, creation, reincarnation, fate. These 6 laws have existed since time immemorial. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, and the space-time law you speak of doesn't exist at all. When it comes to time and space, there are only laws. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. The 6 great laws that had existed since ancient times. Just hearing about them made one's blood boil. However, the rules are still too far away for you. What you need to do now is focus on comprehending the laws. The more, the better. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice pulled Fong Chun back from his shock. He frowned slightly, and then said, Realm Lord, then tell me, are there any martial artists who can skip the laws and directly comprehend the laws? Realm Lord Fu Mo raised his eyebrows and said, they should only exist in legends. Perhaps you'll know the answer when you go to the God world. Fong Chun nodded, but he was even more confused about the aura in his body. What exactly was it? He could clearly feel that it wasn't the aura of true intent, but he didn't know what it was for the time being. Next, Fong Chun asked some questions about cultivation. In the end, Realm Lord Fu Mo left. He told Fong Chun that his clone couldn't enter the God world for the time being. Perhaps one day, they would meet in the God world. Not long after Realm Lord Fu Mo left, a group of acquaintances came to Green Lake Island. Fong Chun wasn't surprised at all. After all, his old friends and acquaintances would come to Green Bamboo Island to look for him because of his reputation. The Sky Puppet Race. Fong Chun spread out his divine sense and found that the newcomers were from the Sky Puppet Race. The leader was the patriarch of the Sky Puppet Race. At the edge of Green Bamboo Island, a group of Heaven Puppet Race clansmen had just stepped on a Green Bamboo Island under the lead of their patriarch. Patriarch, do you think Island Lord Green Bamboo will help us? Although Island Lord Green Bamboo joined our Sky Puppet Race, he's high and mighty now. He probably looks down on us. Sigh, we have no choice but to ask Island Lord Green Bamboo for help. Don't talk about it. Wait until we see Island Lord Green Bamboo, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said. Whoosh! Fong Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, my good friend won't see you, Fong Chan said with a smile on his face. Greetings, Island Lord Green Bamboo. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch led the group and cupped their fists. Fong Chan waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so reserved. Seeing Fong Chen's gentle attitude, the Sky Puppet Race's members relaxed. Island Lord, we came here to ask for a favor. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said directly. The Sky Puppet Race treated me well in the past, and my good brother Ching Ho is also a member of the Sky Puppet Race. Speak. As long as I can help, I will not sit by and do nothing, Fong Chun said with a nod. Hearing this, the Sky Puppet Race's members rejoiced. It seemed that this trip to Green Bamboo Island wasn't in vain. Island Lord, we came here for Ching Ho, the patriarch said helplessly. What happened to Ching Ho? Fong Chun hurriedly asked. Ching Ho is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Puppet Race. He has thoroughly studied the Tao of puppetry of the Sky Puppet Race. After that, Ching Ho brought us to the outside world because the cultivation resources in the Heaven Puppet Race's old site were extremely lacking. After several months, our Sky Puppet Race finally found a place to settle down on an uninhabited island in the Old Flower Islands. Who would have thought that danger would descend at this time? Several life and death realm experts took a fancy to our Tao of puppetry and held Qing Ho hostage, forcing him to refine puppets day and night. They even threatened us to go out and search for materials. If we were delayed, our entire sky puppet race would be annihilated. At this point, the sky puppet race's patriarch's heart was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. In other words, Brother Qing Ho has been held hostage, Fong Chun said gravely. The patriarch of the sky puppeteer race said, he's been held hostage for about 5 years. During this time, Qing Ho has been refining puppets. Because of this, his Yuan spirit has been damaged, and his cultivation has dropped. It's a tragic sight. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Fong Chen's body. The sky puppet race's patriarch immediately felt incomparably pressured and involuntarily retreated. Where are they? Fong Chen asked. They're in the Old Flower Islands. The sky puppet race's patriarch told Fong Chen the location. The latter said, you can stay at Green Bamboo Island for now. I'll go save Qing Ho. After saying that, Fong Chen's figure disappeared. Old Flower Islands, in a remote area. There was an uninhabited island here that was verdant and lush. There was a plaza at the center of the island. In a square, a martial artist with his ribs chained was refining a puppet. He was battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and his mind was dispirited. His life force was gradually fading away. When will these days come to an end? Qing Ho was in great pain. He had thought of self-detonating countless times, but in the eyes of a life and death realm expert, he didn't even have the ability to do so. Don't be lazy. Hurry up and work. Just as Qing Ho was thinking, a whip viciously lashed out at Qing Ho's body. Qing Ho's back immediately split open, and he was in great pain. Helpless, Qing Ho could only continue refining puppets. The life and death realm expert, standing in the distance, looked at Qing Ho and sneered. Trash like you dares to say that you're good brothers with Green Bamboo, Island Lord? If you're Green Bamboo Island Lord's brother, then I'm Green Bamboo Island Lord's father. Clearly, this life and death realm expert didn't believe him. Green Bamboo Island Lord was high and mighty. Apart from the human race's holy lords, no one in the lower realms could match him. How could he know a nobody like him? If you don't want to die, hurry up and work. Holding the whip, the life and death realm expert berated. Also, the time limit for your sky puppet race's other groups is almost up. If they can't make it back in time, you'll definitely die. Qing Ho endured the humiliation and continued refining puppets with great difficulty. After refining day and night for several years, cracks had appeared on his Yuan spirit, and his life force was fading away. Right now, he was living a life worse than death. When Fong Chun arrived at this desolate island, he just happened to see the life and death realm expert whipping Qing Ho. Chapter 16:57. Seeing Qing Ho in such a sorry state, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His fury directly caused the sky to change color. Qing Ho. Fong Chun let out a deep voice. He floated in the sky and walked towards the center of the island. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on this desolate island. The life and death realm emperor who had whipped Qing Ho frowned, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? In an instant, several other life and death realm emperors rushed over. What a powerful aura. There seems to be an expert nearby. Could it be the helpers of the sky puppet race? What's there to be afraid of? So what if the sky puppet race found helpers? The life and death realm emperors stabilized themselves and raised their heads. Suddenly, they saw a shocking scene. A young cultivator bathed in lightning was slowly walking over in the sky. This scene created a very strong visual impact. That is, the life and death realm emperor with a whip had a surprised expression as he asked coldly, "Let's go over." In an instant, the life and death realm emperors arrived at Qing Ho's location. Qing Ho, who had sunk into despair, sensed the changes in the sky and tried his best to raise his head. He was stunned by what he saw. For so many years, he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. If there was anything he was looking forward to, it would be Green Bamboo Island Lord. "Brother Fong," Qing Ho roared in a hoarse voice. His face was filled with an excited smile. Fangchen had really come. This meant that the sky puppet race had succeeded. He was very excited. Dong! Bathed in lightning, Fangchen quickly walked over. In the sky, terrifying thunderbolts continuously bombarded his body. Lightning flickered around his body as a terrifying aura spread out. Fangchen arrived at Qing Ho's side and waved his hand. Immediately, all the chains binding Qing Ho broke. "Qing Ho, I'm late." Fangchen supported the injured Qing Ho and said in a deep voice, "Brother Fang, I didn't expect to see you again." Qing Ho's face was filled with joy. However, his primordial spirit had been severely damaged after all these years of refining puppets. After seeing Fangchen, he immediately relaxed. Immediately, an even bigger crack appeared on his primordial spirit, and he fell unconscious. Fangchen supported Qing Ho as a powerful force emerged from his body and poured into Qing Ho's body. After ensuring that Qing Ho's life was not in danger, Fangchen asked the little mouse to guard him. As for himself, his cold gaze landed on the few life and death realm emperors who were rushing over. "Brat, who are you? You dare to come here and ruin our business?" The whip-wielding life and death emperor loudly berated. The others also threatened Fangchen one after another. Some life and death realm emperors were even prepared to attack. "He's my brother." Fangchen pointed at the unconscious Qing Ho and said in a deep voice. At this point, Fangchen's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously. "How dare you treat him like this? Brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save your brother? What a joke." The whip-wielding life and death realm emperor sneered. He thought that Fangchen was just a random helper that the heaven puppet race had found. "You could die now." Fangchen looked at the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. The few life and death realm emperors looked at each other in dismay, searching for him. "Pucci!" Fangchen's palm appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced through the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor's chest. Then, the emperor's heart was crushed. Voila! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fangchen returned to the distance and stood there quietly. Bang! Holding the whip, the previously arrogant life and death sovereign emperor fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This sudden change made the remaining life and death realm emperor's expressions change drastically. A trace of fear actually appeared in their hearts. "Who are you?" The leading life and death realm emperor asked in horror. "Green Bamboo Island Lord." Fangchen reported his name. Immediately, the faces of the life and death realm emperors turned pale as they retreated. "You're Green Bamboo Island Lord. Run." They had already personally experienced Fangchen's methods. Even if they fought alone, they wouldn't be able to kill their companions so quickly. Therefore, when Fangchen said that he was Green Bamboo Island Lord, they didn't doubt him at all. One of them even roared. Soon after, several figures scattered, preparing to flee. "You want to flee?" Fangchen didn't plan to let them go. If he let such scum go, who knew how many more people would suffer? Voila! Using the time book, Fangchen's speed reached the extreme as he punched out several times. Bang! Bang! Wherever the fist light passed, the life and death realm emperors immediately screamed before their corpses fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the few life and death realm emperors were all killed by Fangchen. To Fangchen, killing them was like cutting vegetables. Then, Fangchen quickly arrived beside Qing Ho. "Boss, Qing Ho's Yuan spirit is severely damaged, but his life isn't in danger," Little Mouse said. Fangchen nodded and said, "I'll think of a way to recover his Yuan spirit. Let's return to Green Bamboo Island first." After saying that, Fangchen and Little Mouse brought Qing Ho back to Green Bamboo Island. The desolate island became completely desolate. Although the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen had settled down, their hearts were no longer on Green Bamboo Island. In the courtyard, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch sat on a stone bench with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for the other clansmen, they were pacing back and forth with heavy hearts. "Patriarch, Will Ching Ho be all right? I wonder if Green Bamboo Island Lord can successfully save Ching Ho. Just as the atmosphere was extremely heavy, Fong Chun returned. The patriarch immediately stood up and quickly went to welcome Fong Chun. When he saw Fong Chun supporting Ching Ho, his eyes turned red, and he was extremely excited. Ching Ho. The patriarch received Ching Ho and cheered. On the side, many Sky Puppet Race's clansmen cupped their fists and thanked Fong Chun. Thank you so much. Fong Chun waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then he said, Brother Ching Ho has been forced to refine puppets these past few years, causing his Yuan spirit to be damaged. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Everyone, don't worry. I will do my best to help Brother Ching Ho recover his Yuan spirit. Hearing Fong Chen's promise, the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen were overjoyed. 3 days later, Ching Ho woke up leisurely. In these 3 days, Fong Chun had fed him a lot of spirit pills and miraculous medicines, which also played a great role. Although Ching Ho's primordial spirit had not fully recovered, the hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. He's awake. The Sky Puppet Race's clansmen stood in the room and stared at Ching Ho. In front of the bed, Fong Chun was taking Ching Ho's pulse. Brother Fong. Ching Ho wanted to get up, but he was stopped by Fong Chun. Brother Ching Ho, rest well for now, Fong Chun said. Ching Ho nodded, feeling warm in his heart. After so many years, Fong Chun had become one of the peak experts of the lower realms, and he was a prisoner. On the other hand, he was just a prisoner. Yet, Fong Chun was actually willing to kill a life and death realm monarch for him. Ching Ho, would never forget this kindness. As if guessing Ching Ho's thoughts, Fong Chun chuckled, Don't think too much. You should recuperate well. The Ching Ho I knew in the past was not so sentimental. Hearing this, Ching Ho nodded heavily. Actually, the hellish torture over the past few years had both advantages and disadvantages for Ching Ho. The disadvantage was that refining puppets for a long time had seriously injured his Yuan spirit. The benefit was that refining puppets day and night had made Ching Ho's accomplishments in the Tao of puppets even more outstanding. The current him had completely grasped the Tao of puppets of the Sky Puppet Race, and he even had a lot of his own comprehensions. Ching Ho believed that it wouldn't be long before he could lead the Sky Puppet Race to rise again in the lower realms. There were joys and sorrows. However, Ching Ho was an optimistic person. The damage to his Yuan spirit wouldn't affect his life. Moreover, he could slowly recuperate. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a big deal. In just half a month, Ching Ho could already move freely. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun was very happy. Brother Fong. In the past few days, Fong Chun had been preparing to head to the Sky Continent. Ching Ho found the latter with a smile on his face. Chapter 1658. After chatting with Ching Ho for a while, Fong Chun returned to the Island Master's residence. In the mountain behind the Island Master's residence, Fong Chun stood quietly and looked down. He sighed in his heart. Over the years, he had witnessed the growth of Green Bamboo Island, and now he was about to leave this place. He sighed in his heart. However, this kind of thing would come sooner or later. There was no challenge in staying in the lower realm. His strength had already reached the second place on the Universe Combat Power list. If he activated the Dark Demonic Wheel, even the Holy Lords of the human race might not be his match. He had no opponents in the lower realm, and his wife was still in the heavenly realm. He promised Star and Moon that one day he would go to the heavenly realm to find his wife. Now it was time. Unknowingly, 2 more people had appeared at the back of the mountain. One was Princess Xin in a yellow dress, and the other was by Ching Ching in a green dress. The 2 stood on either side of Fong Chun in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a long while, Fong Chun sighed. He knew what the 2 women were thinking, but he pretended not to. He really couldn't promise the 2 women because his wife, Star and Moon, was still in his heart. Ready. Unexpectedly, the 2 women didn't say a word about what they were thinking. Princess Xin had a faint smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chun tenderly. Fong Chun nodded and said, Yes, I'm ready. Aren't you going to say goodbye to the others? Bai Ching Ching asked in a low voice. Fong Chun shook his head and fell into silence. Saying goodbye was easy to say, but difficult to do. In the end, Fang Chun chose to say goodbye. First, he went to see his parents on Earth. On Green Bamboo Island, his parents lived a comfortable life. They were ordinary people with no cultivation foundation, and now they had reached the Chi-Hai realm. Although they were the weakest on Green Bamboo Island, no one dared to underestimate them. Fang Chun had arranged many guards for the two of them, and he had also left 2 strands of consciousness on them. Even the great beings on the universe combat power list couldn't kill the 2 of them. The 2 elders also understood Fang Chun very well. Ever since they came to Green Bamboo Island and saw the different worlds here, Fang Chun had been very careful. The 2 elders were very supportive of Fang Chun. They even encouraged him to go to the God Realm as soon as possible and make a name for himself. Fang Chun was very moved. He hugged the 2 elders and remained silent for a long time. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Fang Chun found Luo Lioli and Fang Tianyu. The 2 of them were no longer on Green Bamboo Island, but in the Luo clan. Ever since the crisis of the void creatures was resolved, the Luo clan's sacred land accepted Fang Tianyu. Right now, Fang Tianyu was happily living with Luo Lioli. Luo Lioli was very reluctant to part with Fang Chun, but at her level, she naturally understood. On the path of martial arts, the ultimate goal should be to pursue the peak of martial arts. It wasn't easy for her son to step into the divine realm, so as a mother, she naturally had to congratulate him. It took Fang Chun a day to say goodbye to his family. After that, he quietly went to Silver Moon City and the place where the black-white heavenly lords lived in seclusion and left some cultivation resources. After the 2 girls knew about it, they were speechless for a long time. They secretly swore that they would definitely step into the God Realm in the future. The villagers of Saint's Village had completely integrated into the life on Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, there was the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave, left by Fang Chun. It could be said that the villagers of Saint's Village were very safe. Moreover, their strength was increasing at a very fast speed. Fang Chun left 60% of the resources in his Sumeru ring. Although it was only 60% of the resources, it was enough to shock people. After everything was arranged, Fang Chun bid farewell to the old faker. Then, he set off to meet up with his clone. Realm Lord Fu Mo personally sent his clone to meet up with him. On the Void Ocean, the waves were turbulent. Fang Chun and Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were full of smiles. I really didn't expect this day to come so soon. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Yes, even I didn't expect that I would step into the God Realm after so many years. Fang Chun said. In fact, his experience was also legendary. However, it was also the result of hard work. Fang Chun, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen in this universe era. Once you enter the God Realm, you must endure until your strength has increased to a certain level. Only then can you save my original body. Realm Lord Fu Mo exhorted. He was very optimistic about Fang Chun, so he didn't want Fang Chun to take the risk. Voila! Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand, and a message drilled into Fang Chun's mind. However, he couldn't see it. You will be able to see this message when you enter the immemorial realm. Remember, even if you reach the immemorial realm, don't be careless. The God Realm is different from the lower worlds. The competition there is more intense and cruel. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Also, before you have absolute strength, don't expose our identities. Otherwise, you will be killed. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. I will. From a small sect in the ancient Sword Continent's Divine Wind Nation, they had grown to where they were now. After experiencing so much, Fang Chun was different from his peers. He knew his limits. Moreover, this was the legendary God Realm. It was the place where all the experts had gathered for countless years. It was the most prosperous place of martial arts and the most desirable place for martial artists. My original body is trapped, and my clone has been in the lower worlds for too long. Therefore, I don't know the current situation of the God Realm. After so many years, the structure of the God Realm must have changed dramatically. After you enter the God Realm, the first thing you should do is to find out the specific situation. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Fang Chen nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo said everything he needed to say. In the end, he glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Do you really not plan to leave your clone in the lower worlds?" In fact, there were many examples of leaving a clone in the lower worlds while the original body went to the God Realm. Most martial artists were afraid that the God Realm would be too dangerous and lead to the destruction of both their original body and clone. Therefore, leaving a clone in the lower worlds was also a form of insurance. Fang Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this problem, but in the end, he still decided to bring his clone with him to the God Realm. He had his own reasons for doing so. "All right, I won't force you," Realm Lord Fu Mo said, and prepared to send Fang Chen to the Heaven Continent. However, at this moment, a few ripples appeared in the sky, and then the 5 giants appeared. "Fang Chen, let us send you on your last journey." The human race's holy master smiled. "Don't worry about entering the God Realm. We will take care of Green Bamboo Island for you." The group of 7 headed to the Heaven Continent. These 7 people were the 7 strongest people in the lower worlds. They were also the undisputed 7 on the universe's combat power ranking. The Heaven Continent was still so old and had a deep foundation. The group of 7 arrived at the Heaven Continent. Stepping on the Heaven Continent again, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Voila! As soon as he arrived, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In an instant, the heaven's edge appeared. Fang Chen cupped his fists to bid farewell to everyone and jumped into the heaven's edge behind the vortex. "That's the heaven's edge." Yuangu looked at it seriously. "When can we enter the God Realm?" Monarch Blackblade asked. "This kind of thing can't be forced. Let's leave it to fate." The human race's holy master said indifferently. In the heaven's edge, Fang Chen floated in the sky. The gate of guidance appeared. The golden heart beat faster and faster, emitting layers of golden halos that surrounded Fang Chen. "Boss." Little Mouse was a little nervous. "Stay in the Sumeru ring. Don't move," Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen wasn't sure if the Sumeru ring could bring Little Mouse into the God Realm. However, he had to give it a try. "God Realm, I'm coming." After making all the preparations, Fang Chen stepped out and entered the gate of guidance. Dong! At the same time, the entire lower world trembled. The power of the universe descended and covered the entire Heaven Continent. In an instant, the gate of guidance disappeared, and the heaven's edge also disappeared without a trace. On the Heaven Continent, the human race's holy master and the other 6 giants looked at each other, shocked. After this, the Green Bamboo Island Master became a legendary existence in the lower worlds. Only a few people knew that he had entered the God Realm, and most martial artists didn't know. Green Bamboo Island was still peaceful. However, on a mountain peak, Princess Xin and by Ching Ching's beautiful eyes looked through the void in the direction of the Heaven Continent. Chapter 1659. The Door of Guidance was a passageway that connected the divine world and the lower realm. This passageway was very sturdy. Even the space turbulence couldn't destroy it. After entering the Door of Guidance, Fang Chen felt as if he had arrived in the void of chaos. He was surrounded by a dark void, and stars streaked across his eyes. "Is this the Door of Guidance?" Fang Chen muttered to himself. Soon, he felt that something was wrong. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying power emerged from the Door of Guidance. This terrifying power invaded his body. "What's going on?" Fang Chen struggled and said in a low voice. The attack of the terrifying power was instantly blocked by the golden halo. At this moment, the golden heart erupted with an incredible power, and the golden luster on his body shone brightly. Suddenly, all the terrifying power was blocked. Fang Chen was slightly stunned, but he immediately revealed a smile. He could feel that the Sumeru ring was also being attacked, but fortunately, there was the golden halo. "How is it?" Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Little Mouse. "Boss, I feel like I'm about to suffocate." Little Mouse's voice was a little hurried. "Hold on for a little longer," Fang Chen said. As time passed, Fang Chen guessed that this terrifying aura should be a test for martial artists. The underworld knight that he met in the edge of heaven last time should have died under this terrifying power. Thinking of this, Fang Chun took a deep breath. He had underestimated the door of guidance. He thought that he could enter the divine world by stepping into the door of guidance. Fortunately, I have the golden heart, Fang Chun said to himself. At the same time, he was also looking forward to it. After entering the divine world, he should be able to find out the origin of the golden heart. Just like this, Fang Chun was wrapped in the golden halo and drifted for a long time in the door of guidance. The divine world was vast and boundless. It was an incomparably vast space. Since the birth of the divine world, it had gone through 18 epochs. From its birth until now, countless powerhouses had emerged. There were many powers that had once flourished for a period of time, but as time passed, they gradually fell apart. Prosperity, decline. This was the law of the God realm. Almost all forces had to abide by this law. However, there were a few extremely powerful powers that made one's expression change at the mere mention of them that had existed since ancient times. These forces had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Over the past 18 epochs, it had never declined. It had always been strong and prosperous, leading the God realm forward. The divine world and hell were vast, and the number of martial artists in the divine world was innumerable. Here, there were many talented martial artists who had ascended from the lower realm. There were also native experts of the divine world. In short, the divine world was a place where experts gathered. In the vast God realm, there were 7 top powers. Of the 7 major powers, 6 of them had existed since ancient times. Furthermore, there were also native powers of the divine realm. As for the remaining major force, there were differing opinions. The reason why this great force was so shocking was because it was established by people who ascended from the lower realm. In the divine realm, martial artists who ascended from the lower realms would be ostracized. Many native martial artists looked down on martial artists from the lower realms. However, the appearance of the bone progenitor broke the balance of the divine world that had existed for 18 epochs. The 6 major powers each guarded an area and did not invade each other. However, when the unknown bone progenitor established a force, it rapidly expanded its territory. In the beginning, the 6 major powers did not care at all. There were countless small forces in the divine world. However, when the bone progenitor's power expanded, the 6 major powers felt threatened. They started a war, wanting to destroy the bone progenitor's power. However, the bone progenitor was too amazing. In the end, it resisted the attacks of the 6 major powers. After that battle, the 6 major powers recognized the bone progenitor's heavenly bone palace. Thus, the heavenly bone palace became the 7th major power of the divine world. All the people who ascended from the lower realms in the divine world were incomparably proud when they talked about the heavenly bone palace. That was because it was established by people from the lower realms. After the heavenly bone palace was completely stabilized, it coexisted with the 6 major powers. However, for countless years, there would always be friction between the 6 major powers. The South Tomb Sword Palace, which was located in the southern part of the divine world, had fought many battles with the heavenly bone palace and suffered heavy losses. From then on, the South Tomb Sword Palace and the heavenly bone palace became mortal enemies. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the southernmost part of the divine world. The temperature here was extremely hot all year round and was suitable for cultivators of the law of fire. The South Tomb Sword Palace was also the most proficient in the way of the sword among the 7 major powers. The sword cultivators who walked out of the South Tomb Sword Palace were the strongest in the entire divine world. The South Tomb Sword Palace's territory was vast. Within its territory, there were 7 guiding gates under its jurisdiction. In the entire divine world, there were a total of 49 doors of guidance. Every force was in charge of 7. Since the 18 epochs, there were many outstanding people among the martial artists who ascended from the lower realms. The 6 major powers often found martial artists with potential in the doors of guidance. Through them, they raised the foundation of their sect. However, in this epoch, ever since the bone progenitor ascended, the environment of the lower realms became extremely harsh. There were very few martial artists who ascended to the divine world. Over time, the doors of guidance were almost deserted. However, Even so, there were guards guarding the doors of guidance all year round. Today, in the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, the seventh door of guidance. As usual, the two guards stood guard in front of the gate of guidance. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the gate of guidance had moved. "It's so boring to guard here every day," said one of the guards wearing a straw hat. The other guard nodded, his face filled with helplessness. "Who asked us to be the lowest level guards of the South Tomb Sword Palace? If we can't break through the bottleneck, I'm afraid we can only stay here for the rest of our lives." If there were people from the lower realms here, they would definitely be shocked. The auras of the two guards were thick, and it was obvious that they were Eternal Realm martial artists. However, Eternal Realm martial artists could only be guards in the divine world who did odd jobs. From this, it could be seen how strong the martial artists of the divine world were. In the lower realms, Eternal Realm martial artists were invincible martial artists who could sweep through everything. Sai, work hard on your cultivation. If you can comprehend the laws, we can escape from the abyss of suffering, said the guard wearing a straw hat. In the divine world, almost everyone had the laws. And to become a disciple of a big faction, the minimum requirement was to grasp the laws. These two guards were sent here to guard the door of guidance because they were unable to grasp the laws. They were deemed to have low potential. I heard from the elders in the palace that guarding the door of guidance was a very popular job. That's not true. A long time ago, martial artists from the lower realms were very strong overall, and it was easy for them to ascend. You also know that with great perseverance, one's talent would not be too bad if he ascended to the divine world. If a martial artist ascended from the door of guidance and was chosen by the sect, he would be heavily rewarded. The other guard pursed his lips and said, "Now it's great. 10,000 years is like a day. There won't be any martial artists ascending." Sigh. I can only complain about it here. From the words of the two guards, it was clear that they were dissatisfied with this job. However, they were too weak and did not have any right to speak in the Sword Palace. "It's noon. Let's go and drink some wine," said the guard wearing a straw hat. The extreme south was very hot, and with the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, it made people feel helpless. The two guards sat in a pavilion not far from the gate of guidance and began to gulp down wine. The door of guidance was a fiery red altar. There were complicated patterns on the altar. It was said that the door of guidance had existed since ancient times. Hiss, 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 the altar, which had been quiet for tens of thousands of years, suddenly had some subtle movements. The two guards were drinking and did not notice it at all. Dong, however, after a while, the movement on the altar became louder and louder. A trembling sound rang out, finally attracting the attention of the two guards. Yes, there's movement from the door of guidance. When the two guards saw the movement on the altar, their faces were filled with disbelief. Then, they looked at each other and laughed. Could it be that someone ascended? The guard wearing a straw hat was somewhat excited. Chapter 1660. The vibrations on the fiery red altar became louder and louder. At the same time, fiery red light emerged from the altar. All signs indicated that the door of guidance in the altar had opened, and someone was in the passageway. This scene caused the two guards to shout excitedly. They were just complaining that the door of guidance would not move for 10,000 years. But now there was such a commotion. The two guards were no longer in the mood to drink. They hurriedly ran to the altar and observed carefully. Buzz! The fiery red light quickly gathered together and formed a powerful whirlpool. The temperature in the whirlpool was extremely high. Within the whirlpool, the passageway gradually revealed itself. At this moment, in the passageway, Fong Chun, who was wrapped in a golden luster, was rising. So hot. Fong Chun also felt the scorching heat. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he saw the fiery red whirlpool above his head. Have I reached the exit? Fong Chun's heart moved slightly. A terrifying suction force emerged from the fiery red whirlpool and directly sucked his body out. Voila! Under the gaze of the two guards, Fong Chen's body walked out of the fiery red whirlpool and landed on the altar. Hiss! The golden luster around his body gradually disappeared. Ha ha! It's really someone who ascended from the lower realm. The Straw Hat Guard laughed heartily. He was very excited. However, the other guard stopped him. Don't be happy too early. Hearing his words, the Straw Hat Guard was a little puzzled. His gaze immediately fell on Fang Chun. With a glance, he discovered that Fang Chun was a life and death realm warrior. Soon after, the faces of the two guards darkened. What's going on? After waiting for so long, a life and death realm warrior ascended. It was almost impossible for a life and death realm warrior to survive in the god world. Needless to say, this lower realm cultivator did not have much potential. The two guards felt that they were happy for nothing. Their faces were a little gloomy. On the fiery red altar, Fang Chun looked around. Feeling the scorching heat of the law of fire in the air, his heart moved slightly. Is this the god world? Fang Chun said to himself. The divine world was indeed incomparable to the lower realms. The power of law was everywhere. Moreover, the god realm gave people a very vast feeling. The power in the guiding channel has tempered my body. Now my physical body is even stronger. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Fortunately, he had the golden heart. Otherwise, he might not have been able to survive the passage. But now he was finally in the god realm. Fang Chun clenched his fists in delight. Ascending to the god realm after cultivating for less than 100 years was something to be proud of. Just as Fang Chun was lost in thought, the two guards spoke. "Kid, did you ascend from the lower realm?" asked the Straw Hat Guard. Fang Chun nodded. "We are the guards of the 7th Gate of Guidance. Since you ascended from here, you are under our jurisdiction," another guard said. The 7th Gate of Guidance is located in the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. You just ascended and don't know anything. It's best if you don't wander around. Otherwise, if you anger the South Tomb Sword Palace, you'll definitely die. "May I ask what the South Tomb Sword Palace is?" asked Fang Chun curiously. "Humph, don't ask if you don't know," said the Straw Hat Guard coldly. The other guard said, "Bring him to the servant hall first." The Straw Hat Guard nodded and brought Fang Chun away. On the way, Fang Chun was filled with doubts. But every time he wanted to ask, he would be scolded by the Straw Hat Guard. There was no way around it. The Straw Hat Guard was an eternal realm expert. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. The most important thing now was to settle down and slowly find out more about the god realm. As the saying went, the future was long. Before long, the Straw Hat Guard brought Fang Chun to a majestic city. Above the city gate were the words, "Servant Hall." How majestic! Fang Chun couldn't help sighing. "Bumpkin," the Straw Hat Guard mocked. Although he looked down on Fang Chun, he still followed the rules and explained the servant hall to Fang Chun. "Kid, you ascended from the South Tomb Sword Palace's Gate of Guidance. So from now on, you're a reserve martial artist of the South Tomb Sword Palace," said the Straw Hat Guard. "What's a reserve martial artist?" asked Fang Chun. The Straw Hat Guard explained, "The South Tomb Sword Palace is one of the strongest forces in the god realm. There are countless people who want to join. You could be considered lucky to have ascended from here. Only then are you qualified to enter the Handyman Hall. Otherwise, with your mediocre skills, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Handyman Hall." In truth, the reason why the 7 great forces had set this rule was to protect those who ascended. After all, those who had just ascended wouldn't be too strong. It was obviously impossible to compete for a spot among the hundreds of millions of people. That was why those who ascended could directly enter the servant hall. Of course, entering the servant hall doesn't mean that you can become a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. You can live in the servant hall for 3 years. After 3 years, if you don't meet the test standards, you'll be expelled, said the Straw Hat Guard. Once you're expelled, you'll lose the qualifications to join the South Tomb Sword Palace, and you'll become a loose martial artist, continued the Straw Hat Guard. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded slightly. So this so-called servant hall was actually a place to test a martial artist's strength. 3 years? That's enough. Fang Chun thought to himself. At the very least, in these 3 years, there wouldn't be any danger in the servant hall. Firstly, he could cultivate diligently. Secondly, he could search for information about the God Realm. After entering the city, the Straw Hat Guard brought Fang Chun to a martial artist with a strong aura. "Sir, this martial artist just ascended from the seventh gate of guidance. I've specially brought him here," said the straw hat guard very respectfully. "Oh." The martial artist who was addressed as Sir was clearly a little surprised. However, when his gaze landed on Fang Chun, he shook his head slightly. "You haven't even reached the immemorial realm." "Too weak," said the Sir. "From today onwards, you'll be in charge of sparring with the disciples of the servant hall." Hearing this, the straw hat martial artist's expression changed, but he didn't say anything in the end. After settling Fang Chun, the straw hat guard left the servant hall. This booklet contains the rules of the servant hall. Take a good look. Fang Chun's residence was a solitary courtyard. He couldn't help but praise the South Tomb Sword Palace. Although the servant hall had the lowest status in the South Tomb Sword Palace, the treatment of the disciples was still pretty good. Sitting on a stone bench, Fang Chun flipped through the booklet. The South Tomb Sword Palace has a vast territory. Just a simple look at the introduction of the South Tomb Sword Palace, and Fang Chun was incomparably shocked. The territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace was comparable to the entire lower realm. And this was just one faction. There were a total of 7 such factions in the God Realm. Fang Chun didn't dare to imagine. God Realm. Fang Chun's gaze was burning. This was what he was pursuing. Simply put, the servant hall was in charge of all the daily affairs within the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. At the same time, it was also in charge of testing martial artists who wanted to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. Of course, for a small fry like Fang Chun, he wasn't qualified to participate in the miscellaneous affairs of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The servant hall has a hall master and a vice hall master. Both of their strengths have surpassed the immemorial realm. However, their positions in the South Tomb Sword Palace are inferior to ordinary disciples. Fang Chun sighed as he read up to this point. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. The power of the South Tomb Sword Palace was too great. After the shock, he continued reading. After a while, he finished reading the booklet. The rules of the servant hall were very simple. That was to absolutely obey orders. And as a sparring partner, what he had to do every day was to be a wooden stake and accompany the disciples of the servant hall to cultivate. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. The most important thing should be to step into the immemorial realm. Fang Chun thought to himself. Only after coming to the God realm did he realize that life and death realm martial artists absorb the power of laws very slowly. Only after reaching the immemorial realm could one be considered to be able to start living in the God realm. Moreover, the disciples of the servant hall were all immemorial realm martial artists. If he were to be their sparring partner, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. The competition in the God realm is too cruel. This is only the beginning. Fang Chun's gaze was deep as he said in a deep voice. Chapter 1661. After entering the handyman hall, it was rather quiet for the first few days. Fang Chun did not want to waste any time and had been working hard to cultivate. However, on the 5th day, someone came to look for him. Fang Chun, the senior brothers are going to cultivate. Hurry up and be their sparring partner, a disciple of the handyman hall said. Fang Chun nodded, stood up, and headed to the square. The entire city was the territory of the handyman hall. As for the disciples, they would usually cultivate in the square. When Fang Chun arrived, there were already many people there. Hurry up, you're the only one left. The elder in charge of the handyman hall, disciples' cultivation, said in a deep voice. Fang Chun immediately jogged over. The elder asked him to stand with a row of people in the center of the square. Just stand with them, the elder said. Fang Chun realized that the group of people in the center of the square were also sparring partners like him. After standing properly, the elder said, "Today, the main purpose is to train your strength. Each of you will choose a sparring partner. The training will begin now." As soon as the elder finished speaking, a disciple came forward to choose. "You come with me. You look very sturdy. Come with me." Although there were many disciples in the handyman hall, there were very few who could be focused on by the handyman hall. After a while, the disciples who were focused on training had been selected. However, the elder's gaze fell on a woman in black in the distance. "Emoshinga, it's your turn to choose." The elder's attitude towards the woman in black was very gentle. When he looked at the woman in black, his eyes were full of smiles. Fang Chen heard the whispers of the people around him. So this woman is the strongest disciple of the Handyman Hall, Fang Chen said to himself. The strongest disciple of the Handyman Hall meant that she would definitely be able to join the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The Handyman Hall would directly train her as a disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The woman in black turned around with a cold expression. There was an aura that kept people thousands of miles away from her. It was very cold. She walked to the remaining sparring partners and swept her gaze across the crowd. Finally, her gaze fell on Fang Chen. I choose him, the woman in black said in a heavenly voice. Hearing this, the elder was stunned. Shinga, why did you choose him? The elder asked in confusion. Among the many sparring partners present, only Fang Chen was in the life and death realm. The others were all in the eternal realm. Shinga, he's too weak. He can't resist your attack. The elder wasn't worried about Fang Chen's life or death, but the cultivation progress of this woman in black called Mo Shinga. He was worried that Fang Chen would be too weak and affect Mo Shinga's cultivation. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. When he was in the lower realm, he already knew that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. At that time, he felt that the competition wasn't too fierce. However, after coming to the God realm, he had a deeper understanding of the law of the jungle. If you are too weak, no one will care about your life or death. I'll choose him. The black-clothed woman, Mo Shinga, frowned in displeasure. Seeing this, the elder did not say anything else. After Mo Shinga made her choice, the elder waved his hand, indicating for the other sparring partners who were not chosen to leave. Fang Chen could vaguely hear the whispers of the sparring partners who were not selected. They were very happy. Okay, let's start training, the elder said. It was no exaggeration to say that this batch of disciples would all pass the test soon. They were also very strong. I'll go first. A fat martial artist suddenly punched out. Dong! Wild power emanated from his body and instantly gathered in front of him to form a terrifying fist aura. After that, it ruthlessly struck the body of the sparring partner opposite him. Crack! The sparring partner's body did not have any strength to resist and was directly sent flying. Dong! The sparring partner spat out blood and died instantly. Too weak. Seeing this, the fat warrior sneered. Zhuang Heng, you've become stronger again. Zhuang Heng, even 100 sparring partners won't be enough for you. Zhuang Heng, you'll definitely be in the top 3 in the test in 3 months. Many disciples were praising Zhuang Heng. Only the black-clothed woman, Mo Shinga, did not even look at Zhuang Heng. The black-clothed woman, Mo Shinga, carefully observed Fang Chen with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Suddenly, Mo Shinga asked, Did you ascend from the lower realm? Fang Chen was a little surprised, but he still nodded and answered. Mo Shinga nodded slightly and said, Actually, I admire you warriors who ascend from the lower realm with your own efforts. You shouldn't have joined the South Tomb Sword Palace. Oh, Fang Chen was a little curious. There are 7 top forces in the God realm. One of them was founded by an ascender called the Sky Bone Palace. The palace master of the Sky Bone Palace, the Bone Progenitor, is also one of the top experts in the God realm. He is a powerful warrior who ascended from the lower realm. You should go to the Sky Bone Palace. After all, only ascenders will be protected there. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect the Bone Progenitor to be so powerful. The Sky Bone Palace that he founded was actually one of the top 7 forces in the God realm. Seeing Fang Chen's shock, Mo Shinga shook her head slightly. After a long time, Fang Chen woke up from his shock. He felt that Mo Shinga was deliberately reminding him. So he asked, Why are you telling me this? Mo Shinga fell into silence, her expression a little pained. Because I once fell in love with an ascender. Hearing Mo Shinga's answer, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, but he did not say anything else. After venting her emotions, Mo Shinga returned to the main topic. I will help you while you are at the servant hall. However, I can't help you for long. You will have to rely on yourself, said Mo Shinga. Perhaps it was because Fong Chun was an ascender from the lower realm that brought back her memories. Thank you. Fong Chun thanked her apologetically. Imo Shinga waved her hand and said, You are too weak. You will be my sparring partner and observe. With that, Imo Shinga clenched her small white hands into fists and power surged. So strong. Fong Chun felt his scalp go numb. He activated the perfect sore body to block Imo Shinga's attack. Dong! Fong Chun's body quickly retreated, and pain filled his entire body. Okay, Imo Shinga was a little surprised to see Fong Chun only take a few steps back. Although you are weak, your physical defense is not bad. To put it bluntly, the sparring partners of the servant hall were cannon fodder that could die at any time. This was the first time Fong Chun was a sparring partner, and he saw several of his fellow sparring partners die. Their cultivations were all in the eternal realm. This was the reality. No one would sympathize with the weak. It was normal for sparring partners to die. Fortunately, Fong Chun met Imo Shinga. She had been holding back, so although he was injured, he did not die. Of course, Fong Chun's actions also caused some disciples to be dissatisfied. It was better to say that Zhuang Heng was very strong. After Zhuang Heng killed a sparring partner with one punch, his gaze fell on the black-clothed Imo Shinga. Then, he walked towards Imo Shinga. Shinga, what's the point of having such a trashy sparring partner? Imo Shinga ignored Zhuang Heng and continued to fight with Fong Chun. She was very pretentious after being rejected and vented her anger on Fong Chun. Brat, someone like you wants to get close to Shinga? Go to hell. Zhuang Heng suddenly threw a punch with great strength. Caught off guard, Fong Chun did not have time to dodge. Bang! At the critical moment, Imo Shinga blocked Zhuang Heng's attack. Zhuang Heng, what are you doing? Imo Shinga's pretty face was a little angry as she said coldly. Zhuang Heng had feelings for Imo Shinga, so he would be very unhappy if any of the disciples in the servant hall got close to her. As time passed, no one dared to get close to her. But now, he attacked his sparring partner, and Imo Shinga was angry at him. Shinga, he's just a sparring partner. Before Zhuang Heng could finish speaking, Imo Shinga stopped him. Zhuang Heng, I'm cultivating. Please don't disturb me. Imo Shinga said expressionlessly. Zhuang Heng saw that Imo Shinga was really angry. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He flicked his sleeves, coldly looked at Fong Chun, and then turned to leave. Fong Chun saw a trace of undisguised killing intent in Zhuang Heng's eyes. He wanted to kill him. If you want to kill me, you have to pay a sufficient price. Fong Chun thought to himself. Chapter 1662. In the following days, Fong Chun spent most of his time as Imo Shinga's sparring partner. 8 reading. 23 Imo Shinga was very strong. While cultivating, she would also explain things to Fong Chun that he didn't understand. As time passed, Fong Chun's strength also increased. The most obvious thing was his cultivation. Before ascending to the God world, he was only at the 7th level of the life and death realm. Now, he had unknowingly reached the 8th level. It wouldn't be long before he reached the 9th level. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Imo Shinga also sensed Fong Chun's potential. However, she had too much contact with Fong Chun, causing her to hate Fong Chun. One day, Zhuang Heng found a sparring partner to teach Fong Chun a lesson. This sparring partner was a martial artist who had just entered the eternal realm. He was naturally very happy to be rewarded by Zhuang Heng. Bang! The door to Fong Chun's courtyard was kicked open. The sparring partner, Su Sun, swaggered in. His attitude was very arrogant. Fong Chun, get the hell out here. Su Sun roared. Fong Chun walked out of the attic with a gloomy face. What's the matter? Fong Chun, you trash. You haven't even reached the eternal realm, yet you dare to come to the servant hall as a sparring partner? You're courting death. If you hadn't eaten dog shit luck and been chosen by Imo Shinga, you'd already be dead. Su Sun refused to accept this. Why did Fong Chun have such dog shit luck, while he didn't? In the previous sparring session, he had almost been killed by Imo Shinga. And then, Fong Chun didn't seem willing to pay attention to Su Sun. He turned around and prepared to enter the pavilion. Fong Chun, you coward. Do you dare fight me? Su Sun sneered. Not interested. Su Sun was thoroughly infuriated by Fang Chen's attitude. Furthermore, he had come with a mission. All of a sudden, the anger in his heart erupted. Fang Chen, you're courting death. Su Sun made a move. The aura of the eternal realm instantly filled the air. A terrifying law of fire emerged from his body as he clenched his fist and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang Fang Chen was already prepared. Seeing this, he immediately countered with a punch. The two fists collided, and Su Sun's body was forced back. As for Fang Chen, he was forced to retreat. Su Sun was surprised that Fang Chen was able to block his attack. Now you can die. Next, Su Sun unleashed a terrifying attack. Fang Chen couldn't care less. He used the space-time book and instantly hid himself. Su Sun suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the other party's existence. I don't believe that you can hide anywhere. Su Sun attacked his surroundings crazily, throwing out punch after punch. Swoosh! All of a sudden, tens of thousands of sword lights shot out from the void, piercing towards Su Sun. Ding, ding, ding. The sword light was blocked by Su Sun, but at that moment, Fang Chen kicked Su Sun. Bang! Caught off guard, Su Sun was forced back a few steps. After stabilizing himself, Su Sun was infuriated. Brat, you're courting death. Being humiliated by a life and death realm cultivator filled Su Sun's heart with fury. With my current strength, if I use the dark demonic wheel, defeating this person will be a piece of cake. However, Fang Chen also had his own considerations. He didn't want to cause trouble in the servant hall. However, if Su Sun went too far, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Just as Su Sun was about to attack, Emo Shinga appeared. Scram! Emo Shinga's expression was gloomy. Su Sun's face was pale with fright as he fled in panic. Are you all right? Asked Emo Shinga. Fang Chen shook his head. Many thanks. What are you thanking me for? Even if I didn't attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill you. Over the past month, Emo Shinga had gained a better understanding of Fang Chen. In a magnificent courtyard, Su Sun was reporting to Zhuang Heng. Bang! After hearing Su Sun's report, Zhuang Heng's expression was gloomy. He smashed the stone table beside him. Emo Shinga. Zhuang Heng's expression was ferocious as he burned with rage. Senior brother Zhuang. With Emo Shinga protecting him, we can't do anything to Fang Chen, said Su Sun helplessly. Zhuang Heng pondered for a moment, then said, In 2 months, our batch of disciples will be tested. Once the test is over, Emo Shinga will definitely enter the Sword Palace. Su Sun was very smart. Zhuang Heng immediately understood. Don't worry, senior brother Zhuang. When the time comes, I will definitely help you kill this kid. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Especially in the God world, time flowed like water. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Heng's batch of disciples began their test. The test of the servant hall was very difficult. However, this batch of disciples all passed. After the test, Emo Shinga and the others officially became disciples of the Sword Palace. They were about to leave the servant hall and head to the Sword Palace. From then on, their futures were limitless. However, after Emo Shinga became a disciple of the Sword Palace, she made a request to the servant hall master. The servant hall master agreed without any hesitation. What a joke! Emo Shinga and the others were destined to become experts in the future. At this time, befriending them was the wisest choice. Emo Shinga, Zhuang Heng, and the others left the servant hall. As for Fang Chen, with Emo Shinga's help, he became a guard of the servant hall's forbidden area. They wouldn't dare to enter the forbidden area of the servant hall, even if they had 100 guts. Although it was said to be a guard, it was actually to create an opportunity for Fang Chen to cultivate alone. From this day onwards, Fang Chen came to the forbidden area of the servant hall. I'll cultivate here for the next 2 years, Fang Chen said to himself as he sat cross-legged. He was very grateful to Emo Shinga. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity. He knew that Su Sun and the others hated him to the bone and definitely wanted to kill him. However, it was uncertain who would be the one to kill whom in 2 years. I hope I can reach the eternal realm within 2 years. With that, Fang Chun closed his eyes and began cultivating. Fang Chen's cultivation mainly focused on the fire laws. After entering the God world, the fire laws he absorbed were even purer. Therefore, it was relatively easier to improve. Moreover, Fang Chun had the king of fire, the undying flames, and had a natural affinity for fire. After half a year of seclusion in the forbidden area, Fang Chun raised his fire laws to the 6-star realm. Raising 2 small realms in a row wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was that he had reached the 7-star realm. In the following time, Fang Chun sprinted with all his might. Finally, after a year of seclusion, his fire laws reached the peak. The 7-star realm's fire laws were very powerful. With a thought, the power of the fire laws would spread around his body. Now, my undying flames alone can burn a life and death realm ultimate warrior. Fang Chun muttered to himself, his face full of smiles. Now that his fire laws had reached the limit, the next step was to improve his cultivation. Break! Fang Chun growled, and the long river of laws in his chi sea continued to expand. In a few breaths of time, the long river of laws had finished expanding. At this time, Fang Chun's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the life and death realm. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 9th level, but the peak of the 9th level. Just one more step, and I'll reach the immemorial realm. It wasn't that easy to reach the immemorial realm. Since there was still some time, Fang Chun wasn't in a hurry. He didn't give himself any pressure and continued to cultivate. Outside the forbidden area, servant hall, batch after batch of warriors were gradually eliminated. Batch after batch of sparring partners died at the hands of the servant hall disciples. Su Sun's luck was better. Zhuang Heng liked him, and before he left, he arranged an idle job for him. For more than a year, Su Sun had been waiting for Fang Chun to appear. This damn guy, when will he come out? Thinking of Fang Chun, Su Sun was furious. Such a weak piece of trash was assigned to guard the forbidden area. Who knew how many people were jealous? However, this was the servant hall master's order, and no one dared to go against it. Brat, when you come out, I, Su Sun, will kill you with my own hands. Su Sun said coldly. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a beast broke the silence of the servant hall. Immediately, countless clamoring noises rang out. Su Sun could vaguely hear someone shouting, demonic beasts are attacking the city. Oh, bastard, you're courting death. At that instant, a terrifying voice could be heard in the sky, uttering coldly. This was the servant hall master's voice. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire Handyman Hall city was shaking violently. Chapter 1663. The vast realm of the gods was not as peaceful as one would imagine. There would often be beast hordes. The beasts of the realm of the gods stood at the top of the entire beast world. They were called divine beasts. Even the most ordinary divine beasts were not comparable to the beasts of the lower realm. The undying bird was an ancient divine beast. Moreover, it was not considered weak among the divine beasts. In the vast realm of the gods, other than the places where the gods lived, the wilderness was basically occupied by divine beasts. Therefore, there would often be divine beasts attacking cities. Just now, the divine beasts attacked cities. However, this was the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The Servant Hall Master was abnormally powerful and suppressed the beast hordes with his own strength. The beast hordes outside did not affect Fang Chen's cultivation at all. In the forbidden area of the Servant Hall, other than the 2 Servant Hall Masters, almost no one was qualified to enter. Usually, the Servant Hall Master would not come in. Therefore, it was unusually quiet here. Fang Chun used the Golden Heart to cultivate quickly. Speaking of which, the Golden Heart had been unusually active since coming to the realm of the gods. Moreover, Fang Chun was shocked to find that the Golden Heart's activity had obviously increased the speed of his absorption of the power of law. Without the help of the Golden Heart, it would be difficult to break through. The Flame Law had already been cultivated to 6 stars. It was only 1 step away from 7 stars. This step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. Only by experiencing this step personally would one realize the mystery behind it. When the Flame Law was cultivated to the highest level, it could burn everything in the world. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the scorching, undying flame. The undying flame was rapidly absorbing the power of the flame law. After coming to the realm of the gods, Fang Chen felt that his comprehension of the laws had become deeper. In fact, this had something to do with the environment. As time passed, the lower realm's cultivation resources became more and more barren. The realm of the gods was different. It was incomparable to the lower realm in all aspects. Here, the power of law was exceptionally rich. Walking between heaven and earth, one could absorb the power of law at any time. In Fang Chen's mind, he had been thinking about the mysteries of the flame law. Finally, after half a year, Fang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Before that, he did an experiment. Yu 1. He tried to integrate the gray aura that had been transformed from the true meaning of space-time into the law of fire. This test caused Fang Chen to be shocked. After the gray aura fused with the fire maxim, it immediately devoured the fire maxim. The following situation was out of Fang Chen's control. There was a look of panic on his face. He felt as if he was no longer related to the laws of fire and could no longer control the power of the laws. However, while Fang Chen was still in shock, the gray aura suddenly disappeared, and the fire law reappeared. It was just that the flame laws that appeared again were clearly much stronger. This is, with a thought from Fang Chen, a flame appeared in his palm. Instantly, the surrounding air became extremely hot. So hot. According to Fang Chen's guess, this temperature was enough to burn a life and death realm monarch alive. Right at this moment, the long river of laws in his chi sea rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a very exaggerated extent. Fang Chen looked at his own long river of laws, dumbfounded. The long river of laws had already filled his entire chi sea. This was an unheard of situation. For an ordinary martial artist, when one law reaches the limit, the long river of laws should occupy about 80% of the chi sea. Fang Chen was shocked and said slowly. His long river of laws was obviously much wider than that of ordinary martial artists. It directly occupied the entire chi sea. Regardless, the law of fire is finally complete. Fang Chen sighed. When the law of fire reached the 7 stars realm, he could control the power of laws at will and form all kinds of attacks. The law of fire was incomparably domineering and fierce. At least, in terms of offense, it could form the greatest help to Fang Chen. In terms of defense, the law of fire was also needless to say. With the undying flame surrounding his body, unless it was a martial artist who was much stronger than him, it was impossible to break through his defense. Whoosh, after the law of fire reached the 7 stars realm, Fang Chen's cultivation also began to break through. Rumble. In his chi sea, the long river of laws rolled. Yu 2. The aura around Fang Chen's body was rising rapidly. It was a fundamental transformation from the life and death realm to the eternal realm. It was no exaggeration to say that only by reaching the eternal realm would one be qualified to continue living in the divine world. The eternal realm was just the beginning. Seeing the changes in his chi sea, Fang Chen smiled. Although he had only reached the eternal realm, he was still very happy. No one knew his situation better than him. To be able to reach the eternal realm in such a short time, it was also thanks to the unique cultivation environment of the divine world. Whoosh, after an hour, Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then the aura around his body gradually converged. Eternal realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists, and a deafening cracking sound came from the surrounding air. From now on, he was a true eternal realm expert. After reaching the eternal realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. However, the divine art, heavenly imperial sword art, was obviously not enough for Fang Chen. In the lower realm, the heavenly imperial sword art is the strongest technique. In the divine world, it is only the most ordinary. Fang Chen said faintly. After coming to the divine world, he had to change his mindset. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the eternal realm. The dark demonic wheel's spirit suddenly said. With Master's current strength, you can fully activate the dark demonic wheel's power. Oh, Fang Chen smiled. According to his estimation, after reaching the Eternal Realm, he could at least fight with a second-level Eternal Realm expert. If he fully activated the Dark Demonic Wheel, he should be able to kill a second-level Eternal Realm expert. If only the Book of Time and Space could be improved a little more. Fang Chen felt a little regretful. The Book of Time and Space had a total of 18 levels. If he cultivated it to the peak, he did not know what would happen. He was looking forward to it. Calculating the time, the deadline of 3 years was almost up. Fang Chen stood up and stretched his body. The competition in the South Tomb Sword Palace is too fierce. They hate Ascenders and are enemies with the Sky Bone Palace created by the Bone Progenitor. Fang Chen's deep eyes looked at the blue sky as he muttered to himself. He had hoped to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. UU3. However, after listening to Mo Xing's words, Fang Chen changed his mind. Instead of being cautious at every step in the South Tomb Sword Palace, he would rather leave the servant hall and join a mid-sized faction. When he had enough power, he could cut through all obstacles and reach the Sky Bone Palace. The Divine World was vast. The distance between the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Sky Bone Palace was too far. With his current speed, he would not be able to reach the Sky Bone Palace in a few decades. One day, I will stand at the top of the Divine World, Fang Chen said to himself. He had thought that after entering the Divine World, he would be able to reunite with the star and moon. Now that he thought about it, he was too naive. The competition in the Divine World was too cruel. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, he had to be careful and take every step carefully. Star and moon, wait for me. Fang Chen clenched his fists. This was his promise to the star and moon. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he would continue to search for the star and moon. When he thought of the star and moon, Fang Chen thought of the man called Zhou Lei. Fang Chen would never be able to forget his arrogant face. Unknowingly, Fang Chen clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Traces of blood flowed from his palms. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a sigh suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. Who is it? Fang Chen turned pale with fright and looked around. He did not discover anything. This made Fang Chen even more confused. The servant hall was a forbidden area. Apart from the 2 hall masters, no one had the right to enter. Who is it? Fang Chen asked loudly. Buzz. An ancient aura came from the cave in the forbidden area. Then, a trace of sword energy came to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This trace of sword energy caused his golden heart to beat rapidly. What's in the cave? Fang Chen frowned. After a while, he prepared to enter the cave to check it out. However, he also had some concerns in his heart. Chapter 1664. Since it was his first time in the realm of the gods, he had to be careful. Although this was only a forbidden area of the servant hall, it was still considered part of the South Tomb Sword Palace. After Fang Chen weighed the pros and cons, he finally chose to enter, because he felt that the Golden Heart seemed to be intentionally guiding him in. No one will come to the forbidden area of the back mountain. I'll go in and take a look, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he took a step forward and entered the forbidden cave. Wall of the cave seemed to be another space. Fang Chen felt the space around him distort. Then, he appeared in a completely different world. Fang Chen panicked a little as he looked around. Little fellow, there's no need to panic. The place you're in now is my dreamland. A melodious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. The latter was shocked. He was actually in someone else's dream. What was going on? There was nothing around Fang Chen. He couldn't even feel a trace of energy fluctuation. Hiss, 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 it seemed to want to tell Fang Chen that he was really in a dream. A familiar dreamy aura suddenly emerged from the void. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. He had the true meaning of dreams, so he was naturally very familiar with the aura of dreams. I'm really in a dream. Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine how strong this expert was. He actually let him enter his dream unknowingly. Fang Chen, who had a deep understanding of the true meaning of dreams, knew very well that it wasn't so easy to do this. This involved some things related to the laws. It was very profound. Who are you? Fang Chun tried hard to calm the waves in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I've finally waited for an ascender." The worried voice sounded again. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved. Could it be that this person is an ascender? Then why would he appear in the forbidden cave of the servant hall? Didn't the South Tomb Sword Palace have a huge grudge against the Heavenly Bone Palace? Why would he be here? A series of doubts filled Fang Chen's mind. You won. You don't need to be confused. I'm also an ascender like you. Furthermore, I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Bone Palace. The voice sounded again. Then why are you here? Asked Fang Chun. Because back then I charged into the servant hall and killed my enemies. Although he had taken his revenge in the end, he was killed by the experts of the South Tomb Sword Palace's odd job hall. A remnant of his soul hid in the forbidden grounds. You're a disciple of the Heavenly Bone Palace. Fang Chun was very surprised. He didn't expect a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace to be hidden here. At first, Fang Chun was Heavenly Bone Palace. Was he to Heavenly Bone Palaces, to the Heavenly Bone Palace, to heavenly, to heavens, to heaven, to the Heavenly Bone? Senior, may I ask how I should address you? Asked Fang Chun respectfully. When I was in the lower realm, I was known as the Sky River Patriarch. So it's the Sky River Great Elder. Fang Chun was relieved when he heard this. Heavenly, heavenly, heavenly God, heavenly, his heavens, 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 heavenly, 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 heavens, heavens. When he was in the lower realm, he was extremely dazzling, an era suppressing existence. A long, long time ago, he stepped foot into the God realm. Who would have thought that he would actually end up like this? Ancestor, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the experts of the servant hall? Fang Chun asked. The Sky River Great Ancestor pondered for a moment and then said, "My injuries were too serious back then. Although I've been hiding here all these years, I have been struggling at death's door. I'm not willing to die like this. It wasn't until you appeared that my hope was rekindled. Ancestor, don't worry. Junior will definitely think of a way to save you," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. The Sky River Patriarch said, "It's a miracle that my remnant has been able to hold on until now. The reason why I called you here is because I have a request." "What is it?" While in the dream, a golden scroll appeared. The scroll floated in front of Fang Chun. This scroll records important secrets about the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. I hope you can bring it to the Sky Bone Palace and hand it to the Bone Progenitor, the Sky River Great Ancestor said. Fang Chun hesitated for a moment and did not reach out to take it. This scroll doesn't have much use for ordinary warriors, but to the Sky Bone Palace, it is of great significance. You are also from the lower realm, so I chose to believe you. I hope you won't disappoint me," the Sky River Great Ancestor continued. Under the Sky River Great Ancestor's persuasion, Fang Chun finally took the scroll. "Ancestor, don't worry. I will definitely bring it safely," Fang Chun promised. Seeing Fang Chun put away the scroll, the Sky River Great Ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and immediately warned, "You must not open this scroll. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." "I know." Fang Chun nodded. You too. After warning Fang Chun, the Sky River Great Ancestor's remnant consciousness turned into a hot light and instantly poured into Fang Chun's body. "This is all I can help you with." After saying that, the Sky River Great Ancestor's remnant consciousness disappeared, and the extremely terrifying dreamy aura poured into Fang Chun's body. In an instant, the true meaning of illusion in Fang Chun's body was released. Whoosh, whoosh. The true meaning of illusion quickly absorbed the dreamy aura. Its level was also rapidly increasing. Grade 7, Grade 8, Grade 9. In the blink of an eye, the true meaning of illusion reached Grade 9. At this moment, a voice reverberated in his mind. Like reality and illusion, like a dream and like an illusion, true and false, false and true. This was the Sky River Great Ancestor's instruction to Fang Chun before his death. Dong! Fang Chun's mind exploded all of a sudden. The terrifying, dreamy aura filled his entire mind. Fang Chun's body fell into a stupefied state, and his consciousness was immersed in the sea of illusion. In some ways, the true meaning of space and time had a certain degree of commonality with the true meaning of illusion. Therefore, when he heard the Sky River Great Ancestors' last sentence, the golden heart triggered a great resonance. Rumble, the dreamy aura surrounded him, and the Sky River Great Ancestors' dreamland gradually disappeared. The so-called dream is relative to others. The corner of Fong Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Immediately, his mind moved. Suddenly, he was in a dreamy space. Is this my dreamland? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, he retracted his aura, and his body appeared in the cave. The dreamy power in the air constantly drilled into his body. The true meaning of illusion in his body was rapidly transforming into the illusion law. What a profound law of illusion, he said. Fong Chen was very excited in his heart. By chance, he actually comprehended illusion law. Although the illusion law did not have much offensive power, it was superb in terms of survival. The law of illusion combined with the space-time book made it impossible for low-level Eternal Realm experts to capture his movements. Only now did he have the ability to protect himself. Huff! Fong Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he began to look around. Since this place was called a forbidden area, what secrets did it have? Yes, there's a passage ahead. Fong Chen suddenly saw a pitch-black tunnel in front of him. Immediately, he quickly walked toward the passage. Buzz, a terrifying gust of wind came from the passage. Ding! Ding! The wind hit Fong Chen's body, cutting his clothes. What's in the passage? Fong Chen frowned. At this moment, the little mouse appeared. Boss, the little mouse said in a low voice. Yes, I feel a familiar aura, the little mouse said. I seem to know what's in the passage. You know? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. The little mouse said, I'm not sure. Let me go in and take a look. It's dangerous. Fong Chen stopped it. Boss, I'm a heaven-devouring divine mouse. After coming to the God world, I absorbed a large amount of God world's aura, and my body became even stronger. Even Eternal Realm experts can't break through my defense. Moreover, with my means, even if I encounter danger, I can escape immediately, the little mouse said. He was originally unwilling, but after thinking about it, he agreed. You must be careful, Fong Chen warned. Don't worry, boss. If my guess is correct, you will receive unexpected benefits. The little mouse chuckled. Its body was wrapped in a purple glow, and it jumped into the pitch-black passage. Hiss! A biting cold wind blew fiercely from the passage. Chapter 1665. After the little mouse entered the passageway, there was no more movement. Fong Chen clenched his fists, ready to act at any moment. He and the little mouse were mentally connected. Although he couldn't sense the exact location of the little mouse, he could sense that the little mouse wasn't dead. I hope nothing happens to it, Fong Chen said to himself. Time passed in the blink of an eye. About an hour later, the little mouse suddenly sent a voice transmission to him. Boss, we're rich, ha! The little mouse's voice was filled with excitement. What did you discover? Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Boss, you'll know in a bit. The little mouse didn't say anything else. After a long wait, the little mouse appeared in front of the pitch-black passageway. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the little mouse. The latter's face was full of smiles. In his palm was a palm-sized egg. Boss, look at this. The little mouse beamed as it looked at the egg in its palm. What egg is this? Fong Chen asked doubtfully. Was this the only thing found in the passageway? The little mouse nodded. Boss, don't underestimate this egg. The entire servant hall can't compare to it. If my guess is correct, this egg is what the South Tomb Sword Palace truly values. As for the servant hall, it's just a decoration to deceive others. It's that amazing? Fong Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. To be valued by the South Tomb Sword Palace was enough to show that this egg was extraordinary. But what kind of divine beast's egg was this? What is this egg? Fong Chen asked. The little mouse played with the egg and beamed. This is an ant egg. An ant egg? Fong Chen was stunned. Boss, there are many different races of ants. Do you know what race this egg belongs to? The little mouse asked. Fong Chen shook his head. The The little mouse continued. Ants are divided into many races. One of them is the royal family of the ants. Furthermore, their name is the royal ant clan. The ants of the royal ant clan will automatically grasp the laws of heaven and earth after they reach adulthood. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. The imperial ant tribe was actually named after the imperial ant tribe. It seemed that the imperial ant tribe was really powerful. The imperial ant clan has very few members, which is a bit similar to our heaven-devouring divine rat clan. Every generation, there will be an ant emperor. The ant emperor can control all the ants in the heavenly realm. The little mouse continued. All of this was found in his inherited memories. It was also quite shocked. It didn't expect that there would be an ant egg hidden here. The competition in the ant emperor clan is very fierce because once you become the ant emperor, you'll be able to command all the members of the ant clan in the entire god realm. Thus, all of the imperial ant clan's clansmen were doing their best. The only way for them to become ant emperors is to devour all of the other ant emperors, one by one. Little Mouse continued. When there's only one ant emperor left, he'll become the new ant emperor of the imperial ant clan. In other words, every generation of the imperial ant clan will only have one ant emperor left, said Fong Chun. The little mouse nodded. From a certain point of view, the competition in the imperial ant clan was even fiercer. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Thus, the imperial ant clan's clansmen had always been mortal enemies. Why do you know so much about the imperial ant clan? Asked Fong Chun suddenly. The little mouse laughed mischievously. Because we heaven-devouring divine rats feed on the imperial ant clan. Fong Chun was shocked. He looked at the little mouse like he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he did his best to calm down. He carefully combed through the little mouse's words. Finally, he thought of the little mouse's intentions. What you're saying is that we'll incubate this ant egg, and then you'll eat the imperial ant clan? Asked Fong Chun. The little mouse shook his head. Boss, the imperial ant clan is very rare in the divine world. Even those peak powers are unable to resist the temptation of the imperial ant clan. How could I be willing to eat them? We'll incubate the ant egg and then have the imperial ant clan recognize you as its master. We'll raise the imperial ant clan together. Once it matures, we'll help it devour its clansmen. If one day it can become the new ant emperor, then it'll be extremely powerful. At that time, with a single order, all the ant clans in the divine world will move out. Even the 7 peak powers will have to think twice if they want to touch Boss, said the little mouse. He wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Otherwise, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace wouldn't have secretly raised the ant egg here. But why would the Southern Tomb Sword Palace place such an important ant egg here? Aren't they afraid it'll be stolen? Asked Fong Chun. A special environment is needed to raise an ant egg. In the entire Southern Tomb Sword Palace, I'm afraid only this tunnel is suitable for raising an ant egg. That's why the Southern Tomb Sword Palace built a servant hall here to fool others, said the little mouse. Then how do we raise it after we take it away? Asked Fong Chun. Boss, others might not be able to do it, but you're different. The little mouse laughed mischievously. The golden heart in your body is extremely unique. That kind of aura is extremely suitable for raising an ant egg. The environment is 100 times better than this tunnel. Try putting the ant egg into the golden heart. See if you can raise it, urged the little mouse. This was an extremely important matter. Whether they could succeed or not was related to whether they could establish a place for themselves in the divine world. I'll try. Fong Chun took the ant egg. With a thought, he kept the ant egg in his body. Fuse. Fong Chun controlled the golden heart while controlling the ant egg. As soon as the golden heart released a golden halo, the ant egg sensed it and happily swam toward it. A moment later, the ant egg arrived outside the golden heart. Fong Chun tried to fuse with it. The golden heart seemed to know what Fong Chun was trying to do. Crash! The golden heart released a large amount of golden aura that wrapped around the ant egg. In an instant, the ant egg disappeared. Fong Chun hastily looked inside the golden heart and saw that the ant egg was quietly absorbing the golden aura. It works. Fong Chun was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, success. The little mouse was also very excited. After all, that was the Imperial Ant clan. In the future, it was extremely likely to become an Imperial Ant boss. The Imperial Ant clan is extremely important. You can't let others know about it. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Also, quickly find an opportunity to leave the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Being in the Southern Tomb Sword Palace didn't feel too safe. Don't worry, I know what to do. After putting away the ant egg, Fang Chun brought the little mouse out of the cave. There wasn't a single person in the forbidden area. No one had noticed that Fang Chun had been here. How long does this ant egg need be nurtured? Asked Fang Chun. It depends on the situation. Some are very fast, while others are very slow, said the little mouse. Nurturing an ant egg required patience. Fang Chun nodded and sat down cross-legged, calming his joy. After a period of time, Fang Chun's group's trial arrived. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since they had arrived in the divine world. In these 3 years, Fang Chun's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he had obtained an ant egg. That was the most important thing. Today was the day of the trial. A servant hall disciple had come to inform Fang Chun very early in the morning. In the servant hall's plaza, Su Sun sneered inwardly. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Fang Chun, I've let you live for 3 more years. You should be satisfied, thought Su Sun. After the trial, he had 100 ways to kill Fang Chun. After I kill you, I'll go to the South Tomb Sword Palace to find senior brother Zhuang Heng. I'm sure he'll be very happy then, Su Sun said with a sinister smile. Not long after, the plaza was packed with people. There were about 100 disciples in this batch. When Fang Chun arrived, the other disciples were already in place. Fang Chun felt a burning gaze land on his body. He turned his head and was surprised to see Su Sun glaring at him with hatred in his eyes. "Oomph, I'm no longer the weakling from 3 years ago." Fang Chun sneered inwardly. In these 3 years, Su Sun's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Eternal Realm. Although he was at the 1st level of the Eternal Realm, he could easily deal with Su Sun. You think you're safe just because you're in the Eternal Realm? What a joke. I'll let you know the difference between the 1st and 2nd layers. Seeing Fang Chun's nonchalant expression, Su Sun's heart was filled with rage. He couldn't wait to attack Fang Chun. Chapter 1666. Not long after, the odd job hall master arrived. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he nodded in satisfaction. If you want to join the South Tomb Sword Palace and become a true disciple, you have to pass our test, said the odd job hall master. The test was actually very simple. The first test was talent. The South Tomb Sword Palace was a top power in the divine world. Ordinary cultivators were not worthy of their attention. Only the true top geniuses could be selected. The second test was comprehension of the Sword Tao. After all, the South Tomb Sword Palace was a paradise for sword cultivators. It was said that the South Tomb Sword Palace had produced a sword god and was the faith of countless sword cultivators. The third test was one's strength. If you were too weak, even if you joined the South Tomb Sword Palace, you would be courting death. The competition within the South Tomb Sword Palace was even more intense. After all, the South Tomb Sword Palace only had so many resources, and there were hundreds of millions of disciples. With so many people wanting resources, the stronger one would get the resources. Since Fang Chun had already decided to leave the odd job hall, he did not take the test seriously. After the test began, one disciple after another took the test. Most of the disciples failed, but there was a disciple who succeeded from time to time. They were extremely excited. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I joined the South Tomb Sword Palace. Seeing the excitement of the disciples, Fang Chun could totally imagine. After an hour, it was Fang Chun's turn to take the test. Soon, Fang Chun's test results came out. Eliminated, said the odd job hall master expressionlessly. Fang Chun nodded and quickly left. Seeing this scene, Su Sun was extremely excited. Fang Chun did not pass the test, which meant that he would be expelled from the odd job hall. He would not be protected by the odd job hall. This way, wouldn't it be justifiable for him to make a move on him? Kid, I'll let you be proud for a while. Su Sun laughed wildly in his heart. However, Su Sun was a little too proud. He originally thought that he was full of confidence. Who would have thought that he would fail the test when he was just one step away? In the final test, Su Sun used his trump card and temporarily raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the 10,000 ancient realm, but he was still a little short. Su Sun's face was pale. Every time he used his trump card, he needed a few months to recover. Damn it! Su Sun was very unhappy. He had actually failed. Not long after, the Odd Hall Master announced the end of the test. The disciples who pass the test will have their own elders to escort you to the South Tomb Sword Palace. As for the others, leave the servant hall immediately, the servant hall master said in a deep voice. The God Realm was just like that. Only the strong survived. When the results of the test came out, the hall master of the Odd Job Hall looked at the disciples who failed the test with an impatient expression. The reality was that they had to constantly curry favor with the disciples who passed. On the square, the disciples who failed the test were vainly begging the Odd Job Hall master to let them stay for a while longer. However, Fong Chun did not waste his breath and left immediately. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, a murderous intent flashed across Su Sun's face, and he followed closely behind. Fong Chun had long discovered that Su Sun was following him, but he didn't point it out. His speed was extremely fast, and he soon left the vicinity of the Handyman Hall. In front of Fong Chun was a mountain range. There were at least tens of thousands of mountains in this mountain range. Going, Fong Chun entered the 100,000 mountains. Kid, you're dead. When Su Sun rushed into the 100,000 mountains, he suddenly realized that he could not find any trace of Fong Chun. Damn it, where did this kid go? Su Sun cursed and looked left and right, trying to find Fong Chun. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind him. Are you looking for me? Su Sun heard this and quickly turned around. When he saw Fong Chun, his murderous intent was exposed without concealment. Kid, you know that I'm looking for you, but you still dare to show up, Su Sun said sinisterly. Do you think you can kill me? Fong Chun said indifferently. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Su Sun did not waste any time and directly attacked. Rumble. The aura of a second-level eternal realm instantly erupted. Despair. Su Sun's body was surrounded by sword chi, and a strange long sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Sword chi rushed to the sky and condensed into a substantial sword light. This was Fong Chen's first attack since he came to the God World. Dong! Fong Chun gathered all the strength in his body, gathered it on his fist, and punched out. Crack! Fong Chen's fist hit Su Sun's sword light hard. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sword light, and Fong Chen's body quickly retreated. I'm still a little weak. Fong Chen looked at the menacing Su Sun. With a thought, he unleashed the illusion law. The power of the law surged and instantly swept through the ground. Insignificant skill. Su Sun's attack was very strong, and it constantly suppressed Fong Chun. After activating the law of illusion, Fong Chun used the space-time book. Crash! Within the law of illusion, Fong Chun was a godlike existence. Where is he? Su Sun was shocked and carefully searched. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of Fong Chun. Do you think you can escape by hiding? Su Sun sneered. Today, you will die without a doubt. Who said I was going to hide? Fong Chen's voice could be heard all of a sudden. Immediately after, he used the heavenly imperial sword art. Tens of thousands of sword lights rushed over. Su Sun felt the terrifying power contained in the sword lights, and his face changed greatly. No! Su Sun desperately tried to resist, but he was swallowed by the tens of thousands of sword lights. A miserable scream came from Su Sun's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Su Sun died. Whoosh! Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the void. I'm still not strong enough. Fong Chun muttered to himself. Su Sun's strength was weak to begin with, and he could not use his trump card, so he could easily kill him. If he encountered some genius martial artists, it would be difficult. All in all, his first battle in the divine world was fruitful. Next, I have to leave the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory as soon as possible. Fong Chun said to himself. If the South Tomb Sword Palace discovered that the ant eggs had disappeared, they would definitely be furious. At that time, they would definitely investigate the entire territory. And the forbidden area that he had guarded for more than 2 years would definitely be listed as a target of suspicion. Therefore, no matter what, he cannot be caught by the South Tomb Sword Palace. Otherwise, only death would await him. In the following time, Fang Chun traversed the 100,000 mountains. The 100,000 mountains were endless. There were often some dangers here. Fortunately, Fang Chun was a space-time cultivator, and his survival skills were superb. Most of the time, they managed to avoid the attacks without any mishaps. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Fang Chun was still traversing the 100,000 mountains. I wonder when we can leave. Fang Chun sighed. Boss, let's take a detour. The core area of the 100,000 mountains is too dangerous. Little Mouse reminded him. Fang Chun nodded. He had already thought of this. That's the only way. For safety's sake, they could only choose to take a detour. After deciding to take a detour, Fang Chun and Little Mouse quickly moved forward. However, in a dense forest, they encountered a battle. The battle was very fierce, and almost all of them were experts at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Who are these people? Why are they fighting? Fang Chun hid outside the forest and secretly watched. The commotion inside was so loud that it was deafening. The terrifying aura continued to sweep across the area. Boss, what should we do? Little Mouse asked solemnly. Experts at the peak of the Eternal Realm could easily kill them. Let's go. Fang Chun said decisively and immediately prepared to leave. However, at this time, the battle in the forest seemed to have come to an end. Dong! The entire ground trembled, and the dense forest was destroyed in an instant. Fang Chun was also nearly hit by the air currents. That was close. Fang Chun got up from the ground and said with lingering fear, Boss, look! Little Mouse cried out. Fang Chun turned his head to look and was shocked to discover a large pit in the forest. Several experts of the Eternal Realm who had been fighting fiercely before were lying in the big pit. They are all dead. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the big pit. Save me. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked over and saw a white-clothed man who was on the verge of death. The other 4 had all died. Chapter 1667. The white-clothed man in the pit was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Beside him, there were 4 warriors who had already fallen. Fang Chun saw the battle clearly from afar. Among the 5, the white-clothed man was the strongest. Seeing the white-clothed man raise his palm with difficulty and ask for help, Fang Chun hesitated. Should he save or remedy it? If this was the lower realm, Fang Chun would have already saved him. However, this was the God realm. He could not do as he pleased. He had to be careful. There is no one else here. I can save him. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chun decided to save the white-clothed warrior. He quickly walked into the pit and came to the white-clothed warrior's side. Seeing this, the latter revealed an excited smile. Who are you? Fang Chun asked. The white-clothed man opened his mouth but could not speak. His injuries were too serious. His vitality was fading. There was no hope of survival. With great difficulty, he took out a rag from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chun. Take this to the Black Dragon sect. After saying this sentence intermittently, the white-clothed warrior was completely dead. Fang Chun looked at the rag in his hand with a face full of doubts. Boss, could this rag be a treasure map? Little Mouse asked. After a long time, Fang Chun shook his head and said, I can't see anything for the time being. Then what should we do next? Little Mouse asked. Let's go. Let's leave the 100,000 mountains first, Fang Chun said. He secretly remembered the 3 words Black Dragon sect in his heart. If there was a chance, he would definitely send this rag to the Black Dragon sect. However, not long after Fang Chun and Little Mouse left, countless air-piercing sounds suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, many warriors appeared in front of the pit. There was a fierce battle here. Look, it's Junior Brother Shui and the others. The leading warriors quickly came to the pit. After checking, they found that Junior Brother Shui and the others had already died. Check his body, Xiao Yu said. The leader, a martial artist with a face full of stubble, pointed at the martial artist in white not far away. After inspecting the items, the disciples shook their heads. No. The bearded warrior frowned and said, "Someone has been here. He must not have gone far. Go after him." After saying that, the many cultivators quickly left this place. Walking through the 100,000 mountains, Fang Chun had no idea that someone was chasing after him and the little mouse. He and the little mouse traveled quickly. The deeper they went into the Shirwan Mountains, the more dangerous it was. Not long ago, Fang Chun had encountered a high-level divine beast of the 10,000 ancient realm. Fortunately, he had used the time and space book to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. I wonder when we'll be able to leave the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chun sighed. As long as they left the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, they could use the teleportation formation to head to the Celestial Bone Palace. Once they reached the Sky Bone Palace, they would be safe. Roar! Just as Fang Chun and the little mouse were making their way through, a furious roar suddenly rang out. It was deafening. Yes, there's a divine beast up ahead. Fang Chun's expression changed drastically. The beast's roar caused him to be extremely fearful. Boss, look! The little mouse's eyes suddenly widened as it stared in front of it. Fang Chun followed his gaze and discovered that on a mountain peak in front of him, a figure was fighting fiercely with a divine beast. That's the winged serpent race's divine beast. The lower realms also had the winged serpent race, but they couldn't compare to the divine world. This winged serpent race's divine beast had over 100 heads. Its attack power was extremely high. This winged serpent race's attack power is too strong. Fang Chun sighed. However, what shocked him even more was the figure fighting the winged serpent. Strange, this cultivator's aura clearly hasn't reached the 10,000 ancient realm. How can he deal with the winged serpent? Muttered the little mouse. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the mountain peak. The figure wasn't as fast as the winged serpent, but every time the winged serpent attacked, it would be forced back by some kind of aura. The winged serpent fled in the blink of an eye. How boring. The figure spread out his hands helplessly. However, at that moment, he saw Fang Chun and the little mouse. You two, whoosh. In an instant, he appeared in front of Fang Chun. Fellow Taoist, we just happened to pass by. We didn't mean to disturb you, said Fang Chun hurriedly. It was a young man. He looked younger than Fang Chun, and there was a hint of immaturity on his face. However, Fang Chun didn't dare to underestimate him. The winged serpent escaped. Come and play with me. The figure stared at Fang Chun and chuckled. Fang Chun shook his head and said, "Even the winged serpent can't defeat you. How can I, a mere first-level eternal realm martial artist, fight with you?" The young man in front of him gave Fang Chun a very scary feeling. Especially when his eyes looked over, Fang Chun felt his scalp tingle. I haven't met a human martial artist in 100,000 mountains for a long time. I fight with divine beasts every day. The young man said, My father gave me a mission. I have to fight 100,000 battles in the 100,000 mountains before I can leave. Fang Chun was slightly shocked when he heard this. It seemed that the young man's father wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request. Boy, I'll play with you. The little mouse jumped to the ground and looked at the young man. You haven't even reached the eternal realm. Can you withstand a punch from me? The young man smiled. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to play or not? The little mouse was a little angry when he heard the young man's words. Okay, if you want to play, I'll play with you. After saying that, the young man's body was filled with a dense red light. He clenched his fist and punched out. Suddenly, the surrounding space became somewhat chaotic. So hot. Fang Chun stared at the young man and sensed the flame aura on his body. Bang! The young man's punch shattered the little mouse's purple halo defense, and the latter's body was sent flying. Hey, your defense is pretty good. The young man was a little curious about the little mouse and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! The battle that followed was almost one-sided. The little mouse was simply no match for the young man. After being attacked by the young man for so long, The little mouse finally found an opportunity and used 3 of his innate divine abilities in one breath. UU3. First was the devouring divine ability. A terrifying devouring power instantly spread out. Hiss! The devouring power collided with the fiery red light around the young man's body, and a dazzling light burst out. Crack! The devouring power was finally defeated by the fiery red light. The devouring divine ability had lost its effect. Next was the second innate divine ability, extreme piercing. The purple spear carried a terrifying power as it pierced through the void and arrived in front of the young man. However, the shocking thing was that the young man was actually able to grab the spear. The piercing power is quite strong. The young man nodded. As expected, the third innate divine ability was also neutralized by the young man. Fong Chun was somewhat shaken. A life and death expert was actually this powerful? Could it be that the divine world was filled with monsters like this? According to Fong Chen's guess, this young man should be from some major power or major family's younger generation. I'm not fighting anymore. You're too monstrous. The little mouse finally admitted defeat and stopped fighting. The young man was somewhat curious about the little mouse and carefully observed it. How strange. There's actually an expert like you in the mouse race. Although the young man was young, he had a certain understanding of the little mouse's 3 innate divine abilities. Unfortunately, he didn't know about the heaven-devouring divine rat. Which race are you from? Asked the young man. I've been following Boss since I was born. As for which race I'm from, I don't know. The little mouse naturally wouldn't say. The heaven-devouring divine rat was one of a kind in the universe. If the outside world learned of this, it would definitely bring about a fatal disaster. The young man was somewhat curious, but his gaze fell on Fong Chun. Come and fight with me. His intuition told him that this person's strength shouldn't be below the little mouse's. I'm not your opponent, said Fong Chun frankly. The young man had a powerful trump card. At most, he would be able to escape unscathed. Chapter 1668. Helpless, he could only fight the young man. I'm going to attack, the young man said softly. The tender young man softly said. Soon after, he waved his small hand, and a fiery red aura immediately spread out. The undying flame appeared around Fong Chen's body, and the rich power of the law of fire revolved around him. Undying flame's law of fire. The young man's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chun. A human martial artist actually possessed the undying flame in his body. This was not common. Seeing this, the young man punched out. Fong Chun felt that this punch contained a strange fluctuation. He didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the time-space book and hid himself in the void. Where is he? The young man looked around in shock. Whoosh! Over 10,000 sword lights emerged from the void, carrying terrifying sword chi as they shot towards the young man. The young man didn't panic at all. He punched out several times in a row. Immediately, the terrifying sword chi was defeated. However, at this time, the young man waved his hand and stopped fighting. Your concealment technique is too strong. If you continue to hide, even I won't be able to do anything to you, the young man said frankly. Fong Chun nodded, not saying anything. My name is Zhou Fa. What's your name? The young man stretched out his hand. Fong Chun. He also stretched out his hand and shook the young man's hand. I feel that you're very interesting. How about we travel together? Zhou Fa smiled. Fong Chun could see that Zhou Fa was inexperienced and didn't have many schemes in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Who? Countless sounds of breaking air rang out. Then, the cultivators chasing Fong Chun arrived. Right here, a heavy voice came from the void. Countless cultivators landed on the ground, surrounding Fong Chun and the young man. Kid, hand over the thing. A cultivator with a stubbled face said in a deep voice, his killing intent overflowing. I was just worried that I wouldn't have an opponent. Zhou Fa smiled without any fear. It seems you don't plan on handing it over, said the stubbled cultivator. Kill them. Under the command of the bearded martial artist, everyone attacked with lightning speed. Brother Fong, watch me. Zhou Fa took the initiative to attack. This time, he didn't hold back. Rumblezhou Fa's body was constantly emitting a strong flame aura. In an instant, the area had turned into a sea of fire. The Eternal Realm experts trapped in the sea of fire screamed in agony. Ah, Hualing Qinquan, you are from the Zhou clan. Not good, Run. Everyone panicked and tried their best to escape, but it was too late. Now you know it's useless. The temperature in the sea of fire rose sharply, and in the blink of an eye, these Eternal Realm cultivators were refined. Seeing this, Fang Chun was shocked. The natives of the God Realm simply could not be measured with common sense. A life and death realm expert actually had such a fighting strength. While putting away the sea of flames, Zhou Fa came to Fang Chen's side. "Brother Fang, how is it?" Zhou Fa asked. "I admire Brother Zhou's strength," Fang Chun said. Zhou Fa spread out his hands and said, "Actually, it's nothing. In the God Realm, we are born with life and death cultivation. It won't take long for us to reach the Eternal Realm. My talent is relatively poor. I haven't stepped into the Eternal Realm even though I'm in my teens." Fang Chen nodded. He had learned a little about it in the servant hall. Some of the natives of the God Realm had children who were born in the life and death realm. This was because only life and death realm cultivators could resist the pressure of the God Realm. Therefore, the lower realms could not be compared to the God Realm. "Brother Zhou, I heard them say that you are from the Zhou clan. I presume the Zhou clan must be a noble family," Fang Chen asked. Hearing the two words Zhou clan, confusion appeared on Zhou Fa's face. After a long time, he sighed. "To tell you the truth, the reason why they are so frightened is because they think I am from the real Zhou clan," Zhou Fa said slowly. The real Zhou clan. Fang Chen was still somewhat puzzled. In the God Realm, apart from the 7 peak powers, the Zhou clan is the most authoritative and powerful family. "The Zhou clan I belong to is merely a branch that was driven out of the clan," Zhou Fa said. As a member of the Zhou clan, they were chased out. This was the greatest humiliation of their branch. "I'm sorry." Fang Chen also didn't know that he would ask about Zhou Fa's sad matter. He cupped his hands apologetically. However, Fang Chen had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He didn't know if the Zhou Lei he had met in the Star Ruins was a member of the Zhou clan. "It's nothing. In any case, I'm already used to it. After leaving the Zhou clan, our branch can still live very well," Zhou Fa said calmly. Fang Chen nodded. After thinking about it, he decided to ask, "Brother Zhou Fa, I want to ask you about a person. I don't know if you've heard of him," Fang Chen said. "Who?" "Zhou Lei. You know him?" Zhou Fa looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. "I've only heard about him from others. He's a member of the Zhou clan. I'm not too sure about the specifics." Fang Chen clenched his fists, remembering Zhou Lei's name in his heart. There were too many things he needed to do after coming to the God Realm. First of all, he needed to find his wife, Star and Moon. She had given him a token. Within a certain distance, the token would change. But now, the token hadn't changed at all. This meant that the distance between him and Star and Moon was too far. In the following time, Fang Chen and Zhou Fa traveled through the 100,000 mountain range. With Zhou Fa's help, they didn't encounter any danger. However, the 100,000 mountain range was simply too big. They couldn't leave it in a short time. Along the way, they encountered many divine beasts. Fang Chen's strength gradually increased as he fought against these divine beasts. This was especially true for his illusion law. After continuous tempering, it had become even more powerful. 3 months later, his illusion law had reached the realm of 7 stars. Fang Chen could now use the illusion law at will. Roar! While moving forward, they suddenly heard the roar of a divine beast. Zhou Fa wanted to take action, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Brother Zhou Fa, try my illusion law." Fang Chen smiled and took a step forward. In an instant, a huge divine beast appeared in front of Fang Chen. Roar! This divine beast was very powerful. Its appearance caused the ground to tremble. Illusion. Fang Chen opened his eyes and emitted a strong hallucinogenic aura. In an instant, the power of the illusion law in the air emerged. The divine beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly became like a walking corpse. Amazing. Zhou Fa, who was not far away, sighed. The illusion law was very strong. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into an illusion. No wonder before he came to the 100,000 mountain range, his father told him to be careful when encountering a divine beast with the illusion law. Of course, my boss is amazing, the little mouse said. Boom. Under the effect of the illusion law, the divine beast had no power to resist and was killed by Fang Chun. Brother Fang, your weapon is too outdated. After seeing Fang Chen's star-concealing sword, Zhou Fa grinned and said, no one would use such a trash weapon. Could it be that you ascended from the lower realm? Zhou Fa was very curious. This kind of weapon was too trash. The divine world's divine weapons were everywhere. The weapon in Fang Chen's hand was far inferior to the lowest level low-grade divine weapon. It was used as a weapon by him. Although divine weapon and divine weapon were only one word apart, the difference was thousands of miles. Only after coming to the divine world did he realize that the so-called divine weapons of the lower realm were simply mortal weapons. The weapons of the divine world were called divine weapons. The lowest level was low-grade divine weapon, followed by middle-grade divine weapon and high-grade divine weapon. Fang Chen's star-concealing sword could only be regarded as a rank 9 divine weapon. It was still some distance away from being a divine weapon. Low-grade divine weapons were everywhere in the divine world. Compared to Fang Chen's weapon, it was indeed a bit shabby. I haven't found a suitable weapon for the time being. Moreover, it has been with me for a long time. I can't bear to change it, Fang Chen said. CCC Pavilion Sizhou Fa nodded. Brother Fang, when you leave the 100,000 mountain range, come to my Zhou family. I will find someone to help you improve the weapon's grade. Then, many thanks, Brother Zhou. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Indeed, the strength of a weapon directly affected the strength of a divine beast. Fang Chun was at a disadvantage because of his weapon. The strongest rank 9 divine weapon in the lower realm was inferior to trash in the divine world. Fang Chun sighed. The divine world was indeed the divine world. Chapter 1669. During their journey with Zhou Fa, they didn't encounter any danger. However, when Fang Chun and the others arrived at the core of the 100,000 Great Mountains, they encountered a strange thing. The scene before them caused Fang Chun and Zhou Fa's faces to change. There were corpses everywhere. Their deaths were too horrible to look at. What's going on? Zhou Fa was somewhat puzzled. He walked over to the corpses and carefully observed them. After observing them, Zhou Fa discovered that there was a large hole in the head of each of the corpses. They were all killed by a blow to the head, said Zhou Fa. Fang Chen nodded. In truth, he had also noticed it. The yuan spirits of these dead cultivators had disappeared. Could it be that they were killed by some divine beast? Fang Chen guessed inwardly. If it was a human cultivator, then such a method would be too cruel. While Zhou Fa was pondering, Fang Chun casually glanced at the corpses and saw an unexpected scene. In the clothes of one of the dead cultivators, there was an item that was exactly the same as the rag he had obtained before. He quickly arrived in front of the cultivator, pulled open his clothes, and picked up the rag. It's exactly the same. Fang Chen's heart shook. This rag was exactly the same as the one he had obtained before. What did this mean? Could it really be a treasure map? Fang Chun racked his brains. Brother Fang, what did you discover? Seeing this, Zhou Fa walked over and asked. Fang Chun glanced at Zhou Fa. He didn't conceal anything and told him everything. What? You're saying that we were chased because of this rag, said Zhou Fa in surprise. Fang Chun also took out the rag he had obtained before. When the two pieces of rag were put together, he immediately made an astonishing discovery. If my guess is correct, these two pieces of rag should be the location of some treasure, said Zhou Fa solemnly. His eyes also flashed with a trace of burning desire. As everyone knew, the 100,000 Great Mountains contained the inheritances left behind by countless peerless experts. The 100,000 Great Mountains were extremely mystical. It was said that no one had ever truly been able to walk through the 100,000 Great Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains have been extremely strange since ancient times. Over the years, from time to time, there would be martial artists who would find some inheritances in the 100,000 Mountains and soar into the sky. When these two rags are put together, the place they point to seems somewhat familiar to me. Zhou Fa pondered. There should be more than 2 rags on this treasure map. However, when the 2 pieces of rags were put together, some useful clues could be found. From these clues, Zhou Fa seemed to know the approximate location of the treasure trove. This red line is the spine of the Holy Dragon Mountain Range. If my guess is correct, the treasure should be in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. He was very confident in his guess. Then, Zhou Fa's gaze landed on Fang Chun. In his heart, he was quite touched. They had never met before, but the other party was willing to share such important information with him. What do you mean? Zhou Fa asked Fang Chun. I wonder if Brother Zhou Fa is interested. Let's go take a look together, Fang Chun asked with a smile. Zhou Fa nodded. Then, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Fang, I, Zhou Fa, will remember your kindness. Relatively speaking, Zhou Fa was more familiar with the 100,000 Mountains. The Sacred Dragon Mountain Range was one of the more famous mountain ranges in the 100,000 Mountains. This mountain range was endless. When Fang Chun and Zhou Fa arrived in front of the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, Fang Chun realized how big it was. It was no exaggeration to say that the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range had already surpassed the Green Bamboo Island of the lower realms. It's really big, Fang Chun sighed. Brother Fang, this is the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that a true dragon once appeared in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. However, that is a legend from a very, very long time ago. Some elders even said that this legend was passed down from the previous era, Zhou Fa said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded. He secretly remembered what Zhou Fa had said. However, at this moment, a light flashed in his mind. The Black Dragon Sect and the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Could there be some connection between the two? For a moment, Fang Chun fell into contemplation. The first rag was given to him by the white-clothed cultivator he saved. Before he died, he asked him to deliver it to the Black Dragon Sect. And now, the place the rag was pointing to was called the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. According to Zhou Fa, a true dragon once appeared in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Black Dragon Sect, Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, True Dragon. Between these three, there was the word dragon. Fang Chun vaguely felt that perhaps the legend of the true dragon was true. Just as Fang Chun was pondering, he was suddenly awakened by Zhou Fa's voice. Brother Fang, what are you thinking about? Zhou Fa asked. Fang Chun shook his head and said, Nothing. By the way, Brother Zhou Fa, I want to ask you something. What is it? Zhou Fa said. Do you know the Black Dragon Sect? Fang Chun asked. Black Dragon Sect, Brother Fang. Are you a disciple of the Black Dragon Sect? Fang Chun shook his head and said, I have a good friend in the Black Dragon Sect. I'm going to look for him. So that's how it is. The Black Dragon Sect is quite famous on the other side of the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, there is still some gap between them and our Zhou family's branch. I heard from my father that the Black Dragon Sect was once very glorious and could even stand shoulder to shoulder with those top forces. But later, for some reason, it gradually declined, Zhou Fa said slowly. Oh, there is such a thing. The Black Dragon Sect has a very long history, even longer than our Zhou family. The Black Dragon Sect already existed in the last era, Zhou Fa said. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart shook even more. At the same time, he was even more certain of some of his speculations. The Black Dragon Sect existed in the last era and was once glorious. It just so happened that the legend of the true dragon appearing in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range was also passed down from the last era. Combining all kinds of information, Fang Chun felt that this was not a coincidence. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. Suddenly, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Immediately after, 3 cultivators appeared not far away. I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhou Fa from the Zhou family. A golden-haired cultivator said with a smile. "Zhou Fa, you haven't even stepped into the immemorial realm, yet you dare to come to the 100,000 great mountains? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why are you in such a hurry to come to the 100,000 great mountains to die?" The three cultivators said with a hint of ridicule in their words. If the heaven-weeping sect can come, why can't I?" Zhou Fa said coldly without showing any weakness. Fangchen glanced at the three cultivators. Their cultivation was at the lower level of the immemorial realm. The strongest was the golden-haired cultivator, whose cultivation was at the third level of the immemorial realm. Judging from Zhou Fa's tone, he should know these three people. "Hey, Zhou Fa, you can't be thinking that you can challenge us just because you found a helper," the golden-haired cultivator said with a laugh. "He's just a first level of the immemorial realm trash. It seems that your Zhou family has really declined. You even took a fancy to this kind of trash. Yeah, any random disciple of our heaven-weeping sect is stronger than this guy." The three people's ridicule made Fang Chen frown slightly. "Brother Fang, don't pay attention to them. The heaven-weeping sect has business dealings with our Zhou family, but a few days ago, for some reason, our Zhou family cut off our business dealings with them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Since then, they have regarded our Zhou family as a thorn in their side," Zhou Fa explained in a low voice. "Zhou Fa, what are you doing in the sacred Dragon Mountain range?" the golden-haired cultivator asked with a dignified expression after laughing. "Do I need to report my arrival to the heaven-weeping sect?" Zhou Fa was too lazy to pay attention to the three disciples of the heaven-weeping sect. "Zhou Fa, I think you're tired of living. This is the 100,000 great mountains. Even if we kill you, your good-for-nothing father won't know," the golden-haired cultivator said with a smile. The other two also burst into laughter. The word good-for-nothing deeply stung Zhou Fa's heart. "You're courting death," Zhou Fa shouted in a low voice and immediately shot out. However, his attack was instantly blocked by the golden-haired cultivator. "It seems that you really don't want to live anymore." A ball of icy aura appeared in the golden-haired cultivator's palm. With a wave of his hand, it immediately wrapped around Zhou Fa. "Not good," Fang Chen shouted inwardly. Zhou Fa wasn't a match for the golden-haired cultivator. Crash. Using the time-space book, Fang Chen's figure appeared beside Zhou Fa like a ghost. Chapter 1670. Although Zhou Fa had great potential and profound means, he was still an ancient immortal. After all, he had not stepped into the eternal realm and was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of cultivation. On the other hand, the cultivation base of the golden-haired cultivator was at the third layer of the ancient immortal realm. Although his attack wasn't too outstanding, it wasn't something that Zhou Fa could withstand. After bringing Zhou Fa back, Fang Chen looked at the golden-haired cultivator with a smile. A third layer of the ancient immortal realm martial artist bullying a life and death cultivator. Isn't that a little too low? The golden-haired cultivator's attack had failed, and he was a little angry. "Kid, who are you?" the golden-haired cultivator asked coldly. "Since you're standing up for Zhou Fa, you should be prepared to suffer our wrath." Another person stepped forward and said, "What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." In any case, their heaven-weeping sect had enmity with the Zhou clan. With such a good opportunity, they had to get rid of Zhou Fa. Of the three people from the heaven-weeping sect, the golden-haired cultivator was at the third layer of the ancient immortal realm, while the other two were at the second layer of the ancient immortal realm. The three of them emitted powerful auras as they prepared to attack. The dignified heaven-weeping sect only knows how to bully with numbers. "I feel ashamed for you," Fang Chen sneered. Hearing this, the three stopped and looked at each other in dismay. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Do we need to bully with numbers to deal with trash like you? Ridiculous." The golden-haired cultivator was stunned for a moment before he reprimanded. Zhou Fa understood the heaven-weeping sect better. He was currently explaining the heaven-weeping sect to Fang Chen through sound transmission. "Brother Fang, the heaven-weeping sect's most powerful divine art is a sound wave attack. You have to be careful when fighting." Zhou Fa continued. Also, the heaven-weeping sect's cultivators' biggest weakness is their weak physical body. Under normal circumstances, they rely on sound wave attacks and won't engage in close combat. However, once they encounter a cultivator with a powerful Yuan spirit who isn't afraid of sound wave attacks, they'll be miserable. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded slightly. It seemed that the heaven-weeping sect's cultivators were afraid of close combat. If that was the case, he had more confidence in dealing with the golden-haired cultivator. To tell you the truth, I'm a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. I entered the 100,000 Mountains this time to complete a mission. Fang Chun directly used the South Tomb Sword Palace's tiger skin to scare the heaven-weeping sect for 3 days. Who are you trying to fool? How could the Sword Palace of the South Tomb have a disciple as weak as you? The golden-haired warrior sneered. That's right. If you're a disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, then I would be an elder of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. I'm also the master of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The warrior with the battle axe laughed loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other two people's expressions instantly turned grave. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. The golden-haired warrior scolded. South Tomb Sword Palace, one of the top 7 powers in the realm of the gods. As for the South Ridge Sword Master, he was one of the strongest experts in the divine realm. The 100,000 Mountains was within the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If the Sword Master of the South Tomb heard about it, he would definitely die. The South Ridge Sword Master was a great devil who killed without batting an eyelid. It was said that there was once a top powerhouse who challenged the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The Sword Master of South Ridge had killed the other party with a single strike of his sword. Then, he had wiped out the other party's entire clan. It shook the entire realm of the gods. There was a very deep enmity between the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Heaven Bone Palace. It was said that the Bone Progenitor had once fought with the South Ridge Sword Master. However, no one knew who won or lost. The battle-axe-wielding warrior felt that he had misspoken and hastily shut his mouth. Brat, you speak too much nonsense. The golden-haired warrior didn't want to waste any more time. His aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun wasn't afraid in the slightest and sneered. You should think carefully about the consequences of attacking a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chun spread out his hands. Seeing Fang Chun's fearless appearance, the 3 of them hesitated. If this person was truly a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, then they absolutely wouldn't dare to attack him. Boss! The other 2 looked at the golden-haired warrior. The reason they hesitated was because no one had ever dared to pretend to be a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Once this was known, it would be a capital offense. Zhou Fa, who was standing behind Fang Chun, was also stunned. So Brother Fang is a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. No wonder I felt that his background was extraordinary. Fang Chun saw their hesitation and continued. To tell you the truth, my grandfather is an elder of the South Tomb Sword Palace. I made an exception to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. This trip to the 100,000 Mountains is a test for me. Once I complete the test, I can become a core disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Hearing that, the 3 of them hesitated even more. Could it be that you think there is someone in this world who is tired of living and dares to pretend to be a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Asked Fang Chun. Then why are you with Zhou Fa? Asked the golden-haired warrior. I already said that my mission is a bit difficult, so I met Zhou Fa on the way and asked him to help me. If I can complete my mission, I will introduce Zhou Fa to the South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chun laughed heartily. To the side, Zhou Fa was stunned for a moment before he understood Fang Chun's meaning. He said very cooperatively, Young Master Fang, don't worry. Zhou Fa, will definitely help you complete your mission. The revival of my Zhou family will depend on you, young Master Fang. Zhou Fa's words caused the 3 from the Heaven-Weeping sect to hesitate even more. Boss, he really seems to be a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, muttered the battle-axe-wielding warrior. The golden-haired warrior frowned and asked, Are you really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? It's the real deal. Fang Chun patted his chest. and said, "What proof do you have?" asked the golden-haired warrior. "Proof? Do you still need proof?" As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, his figure disappeared. "Can you discover me?" Fong Chen's voice rang out from the void. His voice echoed in all directions. For a moment, the three from the Heaven Weeping sect were unable to catch sight of Fong Chen. "Boss, it seems to be true. A second-level, 10,000 ancient realm cultivator with such ability. Apart from the South Tomb Sword Palace, I'm afraid no other sect's disciple can do this," said another. "But even so, it can't prove that he's a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace," whispered the golden-haired warrior. Right now, he was in a dilemma. If the other party was really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, he wouldn't dare to attack, even if he had 100 times the courage. However, he was somewhat worried that the other party was deceiving him. However, just as he was pondering, a vast aura suddenly came from the distance. Buzz! A 30-meter-tall, purple rat phantom instantly appeared. Kill! When the purple rat phantom appeared, Fong Chen also walked out from the void. The purple rat phantom uttered the word kill coldly and then attacked Fong Chen. Dong! The two of them exchanged a punch, and the purple rat phantom cried out involuntarily, "You're a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace." Then, before Fong Chen could say anything, he disappeared. The three from the Heaven Weeping sect looked at each other. The last trace of doubt in their hearts was completely dispelled. Even the divine beast of the 100,000 Great Mountains said that he was a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. It shouldn't be a coincidence. Hee, brother, I'm really sorry. The golden-haired warrior laughed mischievously. Yeah, if we knew that Zhou Fa was your subordinate, we wouldn't have dared to touch him even if we had 100 times the courage. Brother, I wonder if the three of us can help you complete the mission. Fong Chen spread his hands and said, "Of course, as long as you help me complete the mission, I will do my best to introduce you to the South Tomb Sword Palace." The temptation of the South Tomb Sword Palace was too great. After the three from the Heaven Weeping sect heard it, their minds were blown and they didn't doubt at all. "Don't worry, from now on, we will listen to your orders like Zhou Fa," said the golden-haired warrior solemnly. Fong Chen nodded calmly. "Seeing that you're sensible, I'll take you along. However, you have to tell me why you came to the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range." Hearing those words, the faces of the trio warped slightly. Although it was only a slight change, it was still caught by Fong Chen. The golden-haired warrior hesitated for a moment, but still said it. "To tell you the truth, we've obtained some clues. It seems that a treasure is about to appear in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. It's not just us. The other nearby sect have also sent their disciples here," said the golden-haired warrior. "A treasure is about to appear." Fong Chen frowned. Behind him, Zhou Fa resisted the urge to laugh. Chapter 1671. The three from the Heaven Weeping sect wanted to hug Fong Chen's thigh. What a joke. If they could form a relationship with a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, their future would be limitless. Most importantly, if they helped them complete this mission, they would have the opportunity to enter the South Tomb Sword Palace. This was a temptation that no cultivator could resist. "Where did you get this information?" asked Fong Chen. According to what the three of them had said, it seemed that the place indicated by the two rags really was the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. His guess was becoming more and more correct. The Sacred Dragon Mountain Range should be related to true dragons. "I'm not sure. In any case, this news has already spread throughout this region." "However," said the golden-haired cultivator. "However what?" "However, the information we received is that the South Tomb Sword Palace doesn't seem to be participating in this battle for the treasure." The golden-haired cultivator was implying why Fong Chen would appear here. Fong Chen chuckled. Soon after, he said, "Since I have encountered it, I will definitely investigate it properly. What other information do you know? Tell me everything. If I'm happy, I'll definitely reward you." The golden-haired cultivator said, "There's almost no other information. Young Master Fong, let's leave this place as soon as possible. It won't be long before the disciples of the other sect arrive. At that time, conflicts will inevitably occur. Let's go." The golden-haired cultivator led the way while Fong Chen and Zhou Fei follow behind. Whoosh! When the three of them weren't paying attention, the little mouse dove into Fong Chen's embrace. Along the way, the golden-haired cultivator and the others scrambled to curry favor with Fong Chen. They already regarded Fong Chen as a true disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. As long as they could befriend him, a meteoric rise would not be a dream. Brother Fong, are you really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Zhou Fa secretly transmitted. Fong Chen chuckled. What do you think? Zhou Fa shook his head. He already knew the answer, but he didn't point it out. If they discover us, a huge battle will be unavoidable. Zhou Fa transmitted. No need to worry. In this way, the group entered the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. The spine of the Holy Dragon Mountain Range was located in the center of the mountain range. It spanned across several regions and was extremely huge. After entering the sacred Dragon Mountain Range, the few of them seemed very small. From time to time, they would encounter divine beasts. However, there was basically no need for Fong Chen and Zhou Fa to take action. The three from Heaven Weeping Sect would help them deal with them. After traveling for about 3 days, they finally encountered another group of people. According to the golden-haired martial artist's introduction, this wave of people were Luha City's disciples. Fong Chen glanced at them. The few disciples who were green were not very strong. Hey, isn't this golden retriever? Why are you here? A disciple who was the leader of the green team sneered when he saw the golden-haired man. Bastard, do you want to die? The golden-haired martial artist hated being called golden hair the most. However, Green Fusion's disciples seemed to be specifically mocking him. Golden hair, is there no one else in your Heaven Weeping Gate? You actually brought along such trash. Haha, am I seeing things? Zhou Fa is also here. Could it be that your Heaven Weeping sect has already reconciled with the Zhou clan? Their mockery completely infuriated the golden retriever. You are all courting death. The golden-haired martial artist shouted in a low voice. He immediately leaped, and his body floated in the sky. Buzz! A terrifying sound wave attack instantly came out of the golden-haired martial artist's mouth. What a strange sound wave. Fong Chen could clearly feel that the sound wave released by the golden-haired martial artist was very strange. The sound waves rotated in the sky, forming an invisible symbol that enveloped the Luha City's disciples. Miserable cries came from the mouths of the Luha City's disciples. Some disciples could not withstand the sound wave attack. They bled from their 7 orifices, and their primordial spirits shook. Courting death. A long spear appeared in the hand of the Luha City's leader. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, carrying a rippling power that shattered the golden-haired martial artist's sound wave attack. Go to hell! The long spear stabbed out, and the world changed color. Fong Chen frowned. This Luha City's disciple has actually comprehended the law of spears. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to comprehend a law that was named after a weapon. The law of spears was similar to the law of swords and the law of sabers. This type of law had a very strong increase in strength, and its attack power was extraordinary. The law of spears, coupled with a long spear, could affect the surrounding flow of time with every stab. Poochie, the golden-haired martial artist's sound wave attack, was broken and his body rapidly retreated. Golden-haired, your Heaven Weeping sect sound wave attack is only SOSO. The Luha City's disciple sneered as he attacked. With a swing of his hand, the long spear carried the power of the law of spears and stabbed out again. This stab caused the golden-haired martial artist's expression to change drastically. He kept retreating. At the critical moment, Fong Chen made a move. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached out from the void and pulled the golden-haired martial artist's body into the void. Poochie, the void where the golden-haired martial artist was chaotic, and a terrifying vortex appeared. Inside the vortex, there was a heart-palpitating aura of spatial turbulence. What terrifying spear skills! Fong Chen thought to himself. This person's attainments in spear skills were too extraordinary. Moreover, he seemed to be born for the spear. Who are you? The spear-wielding Luha City's disciple was stunned for a moment before he asked. You have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. You don't even recognize a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The golden-haired martial artist sneered. He stood behind Fong Chun, coldly looking at the spear-wielding martial artist. What South Tomb Sword Palace disciple? The Luha city's disciple cried out in alarm. They stared at Fong Chun with their mouths agape. The name of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb gave them too much pressure. Isn't the South Tomb Sword Palace not participating in this battle for the supreme treasure? Asked the spear-wielding disciple. I just happened to be passing by and came to take a look. I wonder if you can give me some face and drop this matter. Fong Chun smiled. The spear-wielding disciple stared at Fong Chun for a long time. Since this fellow Taoist from the South Tomb Sword Palace has said so, I will spare his dog life for now. Fong Chun cupped his fists and left with Zhou Fei and the others. Seeing Fong Chun's departing figure, the Luha city's disciples stepped forward. Senior apprentice brother, are we just going to let them go? What if this person is a fake? Bang! The spear-wielding disciple ruthlessly slapped the martial artist. Chapter 1672. Before Fong Chun and the others entered the core of the sacred Dragon Mountain range, they heard a rumor. Young Master Fong, there are some rumors about you outside. The group was resting on a bluestone. Suddenly, a panting cultivator ran over from afar. He was the heaven-weeping sex disciple with the battle axe. Yes. Fong Chun frowned and asked. Recently, countless cultivators have come to the sacred Dragon Mountain range. There are even disciples from some large sect. Now, there are rumors everywhere that young Master Fong obtained the treasure map of the sacred Dragon Mountain range. The battle axe-wielding disciple slowly said. Hearing this, Fong Chun's face turned completely gloomy. This is a framing. The golden-haired cultivator said angrily. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The other heaven-weeping sex disciple was also somewhat puzzled. Who was the one who spread the news? Only Fong Chun and Zhou Fei looked at each other. Zhou Fei saw a trace of cold killing intent in Fong Chun's eyes. Greenhea City. Fong Chun made a mental note of Greenhea City. This matter was definitely caused by Greenhea City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this news to spread. Only Zhou Fei knew that he was carrying rags. They want to borrow the hands of other factions to kill me and then incur the anger of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Fong Chun sneered inwardly. If he was really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, perhaps this vicious scheme might succeed. However, who would know that he was a fake? The next time we meet, I hope you will still be in good condition. Fong Chun's killing intent was aroused. Although the Greenhea City's disciples were strong, he was not afraid. Young Master Fong, what should we do now? There are many factions inquiring about your whereabouts. The battle axe-wielding disciple asked. The Sacred Dragon Mountain range is so big. It will take some time for them to find us. Let's take advantage of this time to hurry. Fong Chun said. Speaking of which, they also had the advantage of time, place, and people. With 2 rags in their hands, they were almost certain that the treasure was on the ridge of the Sacred Dragon Mountain range. In this way, the search area would be greatly reduced, and it would be much better than searching blindly. Moreover, when they joined forces, low-level Eternal Realm martial artists were no match for them, unless the opponent was a mid-level 10,000 Ancient Realm expert. Even so, Fong Chun had the power to protect himself. The group of people stood up and quickly entered the forest. On the way, Fong Chun sent a sound transmission to Zhou Fei. Brother Zhou Fei, I've implicated you this time. Brother Fong, if you consider me a friend, then don't say such things in the future, Zhou Fei said with some displeasure. Hearing this, Fong Chun revealed a smile on his face. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had been walking on the spine of the Holy Dragon Mountains for 5 days. Although it took a long time, he still managed to find some clues. In a certain dense forest, Fong Chun discovered that something was wrong. Actually, it was the Golden Heart that had discovered it. Suddenly, Fong Chun stopped in his tracks. He felt that the Golden Heart was beating even faster. This made him very puzzled. Could it be that the treasure is nearby? Fong Chun thought to himself. The others turned around and looked at Fong Chun in confusion. Young Master Fong, what's wrong? The golden-haired martial artist asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, It's nothing. Let's go. After saying that, the group continued to move forward. However, what no one knew was that Fong Chen's doppelganger had quietly appeared and disappeared into the void. In order not to arouse suspicion, Fong Chen's original body walked with the three from the Heaven Weeping sect, while his doppelganger stayed here. Boss, what did you find? Little Mouse also stayed and asked curiously. There's a problem here. Fong Chen pointed to a piece of ground and said in a deep voice, It's nothing. Let me do it. Little Mouse opened his sharp claws and quickly dug the ground. After a while, he dug a passage. Boss, let's go in. Fong Chen nodded and entered. Little Mouse then restored the layer of soil above and placed the fallen leaves on top. Finally, he drilled into a hidden place and then drilled into the soil. Burrowing was an innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. In the dark soil, Little Mouse was extremely fast and soon met up with his boss. How is it? Little Mouse asked. We have to continue diving, Fong Chen said. Okay. Little Mouse nodded and continued to burrow. This time, it took them an entire month. Fong Chen roughly estimated that with Little Mouse's speed, they had at least dived over 100 million li. Over 100 million li, and with such a thick layer of soil, even a peak Eternal Realm expert's divine sense would not be able to scan it in an instant. Huff! Little Mouse directly collapsed on the ground, panting, Boss, what's here? Little Mouse was worried that there would be nothing, and that their efforts would be in vain. If that was the case, he would be really depressed. After working hard for a day, it was almost as tiring as using 3 divine abilities in a row. You should cultivate first, Fong Chen urged. After diving down to this point, Fong Chen already had some ideas. Crash! Just as Fong Chen was observing his surroundings, he suddenly slipped under his feet. Immediately, he and the Little Mouse both fell down. Bang! Their bodies crashed heavily on the ground. Fong Chen hurriedly got up, and the undying flame appeared. The pitch-black space suddenly became bright. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the surrounding walls. There was a simple cave here, and there were some deep marks on the walls. At first glance, this cave seemed to have undergone the baptism of time. Could this be a cave that existed in the last epoch? The golden heart beat rapidly, and Fong Chen was full of doubts. After diving over 100 million li, they found this cave. And this cave was the main reason why the golden heart was attracted to it. Boss, the marks on the wall seem to be left by a divine beast, Little Mouse said. Can you identify which divine beast it is? Fong Chen asked. Little Mouse shook its head, and its little paws touched the marks on the wall, carefully sensing them. Although the marks are very shallow, I can see that the divine beast that left them must be very strong. Why do you say that? Fong Chen asked. Boss, look carefully. These marks seem to be in a mess, but they contain some complicated patterns, the Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fong Chen hurriedly looked over. Suddenly, he felt his mind shake. It was as if he was in an illusory environment. Fong Chen was shocked. These messy marks actually contained terrifying profundities of the laws. A divine beast that can leave behind laws and mysteries on the wall with a casual wave of its hand. I'm afraid it might really be the legend of the true dragon passed down from the last epoch, Little Mouse said. The true dragon was an existence that stood at the peak of the beast world. In his inherited memories, he vaguely remembered that the true dragon and true phoenix were peak divine beasts. Marks left behind by the true dragon? Fong Chen's heartbeat sped up. If these were truly marks left behind by the true dragon, then this cave would definitely contain a heaven-shaking treasure. Little Mouse observed for a while, and then shook its head in confusion. Boss, these marks aren't as simple as you think. However, I keep feeling that they are related to the legend of the true dragon, but they aren't left behind by the true dragon, Little Mouse muttered. Fong Chen tried hard to suppress the shock in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Ever since we entered the sacred Dragon Mountain range, we have been influenced by the legend of the true dragon, causing our judgment to deviate greatly. Perhaps you are right. The marks here are most likely not left behind by the true dragon. Even the supreme existences of the god realm valued the true dragon very much. If there really were marks left behind by the true dragon, the peak experts of the god realm wouldn't be indifferent. After thinking about it, Fang Shan felt that this should be a misdirection. Then what's the meaning of these marks? Fang Chun frowned and racked his brains. In the sacred Dragon Mountain range, the disciples of the various sect had already arrived, and the place became lively. Of course, where there were people, there would be fighting. This place was no exception. Many sects had feuds, and when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. A fight to the death would break out. The battles were endless and chaotic.